everybody want to share from his knowledge, and somebody want to share more and is delaying, but also people are interesting and put questions. So just to try to keep on track with the schedule. So I make a short reminder of the today agenda. We will have for about 45 minutes a friendly discussion with my colleagues and friends and my collaborators, Professor Lasse Berndsen and Ugo Fiore. I will present a little bit later. Also, my colleague Remus Brad will be my co-moderator, let's say. Then a short coffee break, because a coffee is all the time is good, in my opinion. Then we will start with the panel Job Skills and Education of the Future. That is also important, and maybe is very important to prepare the next generation and to see the next challenges, because everybody knows that most of the jobs didn't invent yet. 60% of the jobs, says CEO from Oracle, that we didn't know yet. But even if 60, even if 70 or 40, we need to be prepared for the next challenge. And also as an academic sector, we need to prepare what industry need, in my opinion. Then today we'll have a lunch break sooner than yesterday, because after 2 o'clock we'll have the largest panel of our conference. It's Climate Neutral and Smart Cities, where we discuss challenges from smart mobility, energy efficiency, circular economy, sustainability. Will be also technical challenges, because we 3 of our speakers will be online from Basel, from Cluj, and from European Parliament. Then we'll continue with also a coffee break before 5 o'clock. And the last panel that will be moderated by my colleague, Professor Remus Brad, about smart health, will aggregate very famous specialists from US, from France, but also from medicine, from Sibiu University, and also from knowledge transfer from Cluj-Napoca, colleague of us. Then will be also an exciting event, or emotional event, that I will announce the winners of the hackathon of the students. Then we will be refreshed by young generation to be here inside. And finally, I invite you all to a nice dinner at the same hotel, and hopefully more relaxed than yesterday, because will be the end of the conference, but I hope will be the beginning of new collaboration, or at least few steps forward from our professional but also friendly life together. Okay. Then I will start this session. I entitled Debate. Usually, just to know, from Cluj IT usually organize most of the panel as debates and discussion in a friendly manner between speakers. This is very good also. Have, let's say, create not so boring only presentation and other things. But from other point of view, as a person that I want to learn, and sometimes if I need something to check in my library, my digital library, or I prefer to have some slides. So for this reason, I propose to have a balance and to have more presentation also for students or people who want to turn back in the conference. I remind that the conference is live streamed, but we put on our schedule, our channel, YouTube channel, these recordings of both 2 days, and also we'll put the PDF file presentation. So I think the dissemination will continue also in this manner. So for this reason, I try to have presentation, but also debates between colleagues. But to this debate, I want to involve everybody. So every input is useful, and also, more than that, we cover many areas from Europe or US, our colleague Marius Linguraru. And we start asking Professor Lasse Berntsen and also Professor Ugo Fiore, but I invite also you to raise hand and speak a little bit your opinion about this topic. So let's be, as I said, without any pressure, and just to don't forget that the main topic is the digital transformation, and because we are in the, let's say, in the transition between Industry 4.0 to 5.0, we need to keep in mind the sustainability, so, but also the human-centric and resiliency, and we want to have an approach for sustainable development and reduce and close the innovation gap between Romania and European countries. That is the thing that I don't like as a Romanian, or we are almost all in all rankings at the end of the ranks. And I want to do steps in the direction to reduce this gap. So let me introduce our first panelist, Professor Lasse Berntsen from School of Business and University of Southeastern Norway, which is more than 10 years collaborating with Lucian Blaga University and Sibiu, and more than 8 years with me. We may say, and I hope with everybody from this room, we are not only collaborators, we became friends, and I do my best to become friends. But Lasse, I want to say that miss just the ID passport. In rest is a Sibian guy, a Romanian guy. And also last week, I may say that in the last time I was more with Lasse than with my family. My children are in the whole Romania or Europe, but Lasse closed the gap between Norway and Romania, and we can find it. His research is focused on information society and ICT in public sector, emphasizing on e-government and e-democracy. During the last year, Professor Berntsen research has focused on IoT, Internet of Things, smart cities, smart agriculture, and smart communities. He has been involved in several research projects on national and international level, author and co-author of several conference papers and articles, and program committee member, special session organizer, reviewer for some of the most important conferences within his field of research. I may say that together for as I said, more than 8 years, we write paper together, we win best paper award together to some conference. I learn a lot from Lasse, I learn a lot to write a project, financed project, and in the last 2 years, we have a summer school, a project that involves developing a summer school about modernizing agriculture practices using Internet of Things. And 10 of students from Romania went in Norway. Also 10 students from Norway comes in Sibiu in 2 different years and learn each other. We saw the challenges from agriculture, what everybody can understand, and also from food processing. Okay, I will present now the second panelist of our debate is Professor Ugo Fiore from Department of Informatics, University of Salerno, Italy. Then we have the north and the south of Europe, and also the southeast, let's say. Also, I can say that we have more than 6 years of collaboration with Professor Ugo Fiore and with colleagues of mine, which are part of Advanced Computer Architecture and Processing System Research Center. Prior to joining University of Salerno, Professor Fiore was an assistant professor at Parthenop University. At the beginning of his career, he spent 10 years in telecommunication industry, holding position at various seniority levels. He obtained his laureate degree in physics from Federico II University and his PhD in computer science from University of Salerno. His research interests are interdisciplinary and include deep learning, anomaly detection, optimization, energy-aware system, computer architectures. He has authored and co-authored more than 60 journal papers with an Hirsch index greater than 25 on Scopus. He serves also as associate editor with Applied Soft Computing at Elsevier Journal, Soft Computing from Springer, Journal of High-Speed Network, iOS Press, and Journal of Banking and Financial and Technology, Springer. Also, together with Professor Fiore, we wrote an important research paper on computer architecture or energy efficiency in buildings or different other, let's say, targets. And I also involve colleague of mine. This conference also is an example that I want to involve most of our colleagues in strengthened collaboration with foreign country and collaborators from university. So we entitled this debate Digital Transformation in Post-COVID Era, Changing the Habits and the Challenges. As I said, the most important purpose is closing the innovation gap between Romania and European countries, and also to strengthen the relationship and founding opportunity to work together in European projects, alliances, or clusters. So, with this, and then I will start asking my colleagues, my panelist colleagues. We have different topics that we propose together with Lasse and Ugo, and I will start first and then I will go further a little bit. How change the COVID and different aspects, but before, just a joke that I saw, it was a, I don't know, caricature, I don't know how it's called. It was in the COVID time, there are a lot, a team building in an office, in a building like our bank against, or the hotel, a huge building, and they discuss, we need to automate things, we need to apply AI, we need to do different new things, and or we need to apply digital transformation. And the people staying on the office, no way, it's a long process, no, it's not necessary to rush. And then to see like not a bomb, a huge ball, like it was to destroy buildings, and it was written COVID-19. That COVID-19 accelerate and speed up some processes and also change our habits in our mind. So I want to invite my guests to say a few words. What happened, of course, in Norway, in Italy, or wherever they were in some other conference or workshops in the world, how they feel that it was changed, the commerce, the shopping actually, the public education, and later, as a second point, the activities in jobs or new jobs, or how we can measure the performance on remote work that was also started. So I invite first, please, Lasse, tell us a few words, and then Ugo.
Thank you. First, I'm coming from the e-commerce hub in Norway. Our county was the first to have large e-commerce actors, and of course, COVID for them was very good. Most of the normal shops, they had to either close down or put in restrictions, and people didn't really want to visit. So for the e-commerce sector, it was a lot of sales. People could sit at home and order what they wanted. But what is maybe more important is that we also saw that transport, the last mile delivery part, changed quite a lot. It was a lot of innovation to get the goods faster to the end users. And I think e-commerce was not new, but the volume increased quite a lot, and we saw these new transport solutions. Also payment solutions increased, so more goods were paid by electronic means. So I think the COVID pushed the e-commerce forward in 1 year, like what would probably take 4 or 5 years. I think I stop there, and we will discuss
Yes.
more about education.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much. And just a remark, we don't want to say that COVID was something good, because a lot of people died and suffered. But from advance in our society, I think speed up some processes, at least in Romania, but I think almost over the world. Ugo, please tell us your insights regarding e-commerce and changing due to the COVID.
One note I would like to make is about job innovations in the job market, because of course COVID meant that everyone, almost everyone, worked in remote. Now what I'm seeing is a wave of reaction. Nobody is in telework or remote working is strongly discouraged for reasons very difficult to understand to me, but I observe this. Maybe this is marking a difference, because in some firms, remote working now is the absolute normality. In other firms, it is discouraged. We will see if in 1 or 2 years the market will tell if whether of the two choices will be a winning one. And about payments, I have a short note. In our work with the European Central Bank, we actually, in designing a new system for microtransactions, noted that almost all of the microtransactions came from Scandinavia. So I can confirm what Lasse said. And in our countries, it's very difficult. Maybe they regard you with a strange eye, they frown at you if you want to pay €1 with your card. Probably because the banking system has to adapt and modify the fees.
Yes, you're right. What I want to say regarding COVID, I remember to some of you, and my colleague Remus Brad can confirm, and Mihai is here because he was from the beginning, help us as a moderator to some panels. We started with this room empty. We started with this room with face masks. Remus, maybe you remember and tell.
Yeah, I do remember the first editions of Sibiu Innovation Days. Of course, as maybe you heard about that from Professor Meinl yesterday, we had this huge donation. For us, it was a huge donation from the Hasso-Plattner Institute and Hasso-Plattner Fund. And that was the idea, but of course COVID came and we had to change. We were a little bit, I don't know, afraid and strange, because people were looking at us, and we were both in the same room, and we didn't have the distance, the legally distance between us, and we stand there where Lasse stands now, and without masks. Okay.
And somebody that saw live
Yeah, and
argue.
they do remarks, for instance, because we were broadcasting the edition on YouTube, and somebody remarked that we didn't keep the distance and we didn't wear masks. But of course, it was not a question of being afraid, it was a question of trusting. And as we saw, I think that COVID wasn't maybe misinformation, most of it. Why? Because we didn't know that that virus was not a biological weapon that went off or was spread. And of course, the community, the information community, information community, didn't have any thoughts about how COVID came and was spread into the world. So the first idea was it was a bioweapon. So this is why we had the confinement. This is why we had so many restrictions. And now we are living with COVID. I suppose that you know that the flu that you already had yesterday due to the cold weather and rain, maybe it was a version of COVID. So we were trying to deal with it, but also COVID changed a lot. As I said, our first edition was an online one. I could also remember the days when we were making our university activities online with students, and we saw a lot of circles on the screen and nobody was behind it. Yesterday I met with my students in the third year of studies and I said, do I know you? And they said, yes, we know you. And I said, okay, but I didn't saw you because 3 years ago they were behind those circles. So technology evolved, our way of dealing with things evolved, but I don't know, I'm maybe against this virtual world. As maybe you feel it, it's better to meet in person, with or without what Adrian announced. We are now live, so I won't mention it. Yesterday, the glass of water.
Please, Lasse.
Yes, and it's no doubt that COVID pushed us quite a lot to try things that we hadn't done before. So as teachers, suddenly we were put in a position where we had to deliver online. And not only on the university level, on all levels in school. And I would say that COVID probably pushed the digitalization of the society forward by 3-4 years, just because we had to, everyone had to do things that they were not comfortable with. And you are right about this circles, and my wife is also teaching in high school, and they had, of course, these online lectures, and she said, okay, today you turn on the cameras. Half of the students were in bed. Okay, but I also had a course, and we recorded the sessions, and the students said that they were very happy about this, because then they could go back and they could see the small things that they didn't get in the first place. So I think it's a double thing. It's for some it made the world a little easier, but for others it was also helpful. And I received a lot of requests for video recordings of the lectures. Then the university said, no, you have to come back. You are not allowed to make video recordings anymore because we want the students back in the classroom. And that's also a good thing, because we need to have the students into an environment also to prevent psychological problems and loneliness, that kind of things. We need to create a good learning environment. But I have come to the conclusion that I try to bring the best from the COVID time. So I still make some recordings of the most difficult parts of what I'm teaching. And then I give it to the students so they can repeat and repeat and repeat. At the same time, of course, I like to see the student in the classroom. And I'm the one that is actually having the name list and crossing off to see who's there and try to learn the names of the students. And of course, that's... But I think we learned a lot from COVID, and especially those colleagues that were not that happy about digitalization in the first place. They had to adjust suddenly and learn things that they otherwise would try to put under the carpet. So, thank you.
Yes, please, Sigrid.
I have essentially two questions. The first is about the e-commerce. So you said that the COVID was a big boost for the e-commerce. Now that the COVID is over, is that boost sustaining or going back more to normal?
I think it's in the middle because some people learned how to shop online. But also people miss the, the physical shops. The problem, from what I hear from people in the industry, is that people are now going to the shops and they are trying out what they want, and then they go home and look for the best price online. So it's not that easy for the normal shops. So they have to find new ways of attracting the customers. But it's a double-edged sword, as they say.
And my second question is about the teaching via, let's say, remote. So I make often the experience, let's say, when I watched some lecture at YouTube, that I thought I've understood it, but I really understood nothing. Because it was even more effective, let's say, to write it down oneself and to see the teacher. Is there any comparison how, let's say, how successful the electronic teaching is versus the classroom teaching? Are there already statistics available?
I think we have to see the videos as part of a larger system, because we haven't abolished the textbooks, and we still have the assignments, and we still have the tests. So if you only think that you can learn by watching YouTube videos, I'm skeptic. Some of my students think they can do that, and often they find solutions that don't work. I have one specific example. My students are doing an IoT project, and they looked at some videos on the internet about soldering to a battery, which is not a good idea, because if you overheat the battery, you can get into problems. It's other ways of doing it. You can do some glue that you can use that is actually conducting, or you can use what do they call it? It's a special, you do with high voltage. You can do it without generating the heat. But the students, they thought, okay, I saw it on the YouTube, so they do this and they overheat the battery and destroy things. I said, well, why did you do that? I saw it on YouTube. And they think everything is true because it's on YouTube. So I said, you learn your lesson.
Hugo, please, if you want to answer.
Just there are some statistics showing that the effectiveness of online teaching was lower, especially at the first levels. One thing that I would like to remark is that people who were already accustomed to do online teaching, those who had prepared the massive online courses, would have a wonderful performance because they knew what the effort was necessary to prepare and to arrange for material, and maybe Also, those who introduced the new ways. Someone created the virtual environments to attract the students, and hopefully these experiences would not be lost, because maybe everyone would be now better at doing online teaching.
May I ask an additional question? So you as academic teachers, so I think when you give a lecture and then you have the people before you and you see the feedback so that they do not understand anything and then you can repeat. How do you get that feedback when you are doing an online training or remote lecture?
If you want, please.
It was the hardest part, really. The only way is to ask continuously questions. And they will not answer, and you will know. Because either they kept their video off, and somehow it depends on the available bandwidth. Because if you have 30 students, it's one thing. If you have 50, it's another thing. So it's difficult also to have them to keep their camera on. Questions, the only thing is questions, which maybe works only also on the in a physical contiguity.
I will share my experience. It's the students are very shy in speaking up, but if you say that okay, you can put your questions in the chat, it's okay.
You're right. Please, Camila, you want to?
Yes, thank you. I'm head of department at the university where Gus is working, so I'm actually his boss. In Norway, we do every second year this feedback on how the working environment is. If people feel, connected to the workplace, motivation, cooperation with colleagues, and so on. And I started during the COVID period as the head of department. And we had this survey, and the results has never been better. So how can we get this very positive feedback on the work environment when nobody is there? So people are obviously very happy to work remote. Now I wonder, where are you? Not with us because I know he's in Romania, but the other colleagues are, they are coming to the workplace. But there are many consequences of the COVID. For example, how we accepted such strong government interventions with very little regard of consequences, because they didn't use any time to consider the consequences. Afterwards, we see that the consequences were very bad for a lot of people. So this was a very, a bit scary. And also, I think that the digital tools were not developed good enough, because you have very few reactions, for example, that you can give as the listener to a conversation. And you became also very aware of the non-verbal communication that takes place during a meeting, for example. Now I can see that you are giving a response, nodding, you sense atmosphere in the room, you get all these micro confirmations or non-confirmations, and these are very difficult to transform into the digital solution as it was during that time. And also, as you said, very little in how people perform digitally. Some didn't come through the screen, others did. And of course, there were also many funny things in the beginning when people had pajama trousers on that shirt on the bottom.
But
More information that we normally get.
yes. Do you have? Please, Valentin. I want to complete what you said. I remember, I think it was 19th of March 2020, then it was announced the whole city or whole country that from tomorrow we will start it online. For us that are maybe here because are teaching in a digital way or are in IT, let's say, it was almost easy because I use some e-learning materials that I made before that helped me, as Lasse said or Ugo, that to have it to show to the students more clear, like a tutorial, like each step by step what to do for me. But other colleagues, as Lasse said, my wife also teach in high school and she teach informatics, but a lot of colleagues that teach different social science or geography or history, or they didn't have these skills. So it was difficult for the teachers to adapt. Then, thinking a little bit conversely, in my family, we were 5 persons. One of them was student in Cluj. He was, let's say, there, and we were 4, but we need 4 computers, we need 4 rooms, and if you have small children, how you can deal? And this a lot of challenges that happen immediately. And as you said, yes, also with the vaccine, probably, is just my opinion, but you need to, instead to don't have a solution, is better a solution which is not 100% tested, because otherwise could be, how to say, delaying obtain the results. As I said, is only my opinion. But for this reason, regarding pyjama and very nice words that was said, my eldest children who finished the master and works for 2 years in companies in IT, it's remote work, and start the computer, push the password, and then stay also in pyjama and starting work. And either the curtain are not drawn, and we don't know, they work, they sleep, what happened? Of course, and I want to go a little bit farther with question to my guest and also for you. What do you think it was happen with jobs, with some specific jobs, and how we can measure the productivity of this person who will work remote? And also, there are some jobs that we cannot apply remote work and only hybrid work or at all. So please, I want to see your opinion.
I can say that I had positive experiences with the COVID time, because suddenly people were available when you call them, because the number of meetings were reduced. So people were not sitting in meetings; they were responding to your calls, and that was not only within the university but also with companies that I have some relation with. So yeah, that's what I experienced.
Ugo, please.
Somehow productivity gotten a boost for someone. Somebody else did perform less efficiently. What is a problem is one aspect I would like to stress a lot. Is the distance between what is the real word and what is on paper, the representation. Because on paper, you are more productive because it depends on how results are actually measured. In the public administration, everyone was obliged to follow a course, an online 1-hour online course about managing. Every manager would know that they should measure in a black box way. I assign you a job, you return the result. And they are trained to measure how long you stay in the office, basically. And they were forced to follow this course, but the effects are not to be seen anywhere.
Yes, I think that you were right. It's a problem of formalization, first of all. The COVID period offered many possibilities for bridging the gap in digitalization. Why? Because some papers could be solved with an online platform. Some requests can be done in this way. Of course, in emergency situation, you can sit at home and make a meeting, but these are special cases. We are talking about education, and many of you maybe saw on social media some awkward situation with people caught by the camera in I don't know. I do not mention the situation where they went off, but you know, if we are talking about working, it's something else. Having a chat with the members of the Sibiu Association or cluster now, because we were rebranded, many of the CEOs of the companies were happy with remote work. Why? Some of their employees had small children. And with small children at home or during the vacation or for daily tasks, it was easier to be there to, I don't know, go to the ballet course or to the football training, and then get back home, and of course doing in between their daily tasks, and they were happy with that. Keeping them at the office, physical office at the company, make them use, I don't know, babysitter or use their grandparents or other relatives to perform these daily tasks with the children. So in a certain manner they have the happier employees, but in other ways sometimes they lose the track or they lower the efficiency of the work.
I want to create a little bit a bridge because it's very interesting. I put it more bullets here to discuss, but starting from remote work, as you said, and also education in a digital environment, we create a pressure on the energetic system. We can say that some employees were not, let's say, happy that yes, they work from home, but they use their electricity power. They stay more at home. They use probably more heating than usually, and this is one side of the problem. And the second side, I remember that my colleague, Professor Remus Brad, should create a lot of accounts on Google Classroom. Not that only to create, but it's storing a large number of ID accounts that I just remind a small experiment, a research experiment from a person from an Italian journal. They make an experiment regarding all people that are looking to the Gangnam Style video in the same period, and the electricity needed to retrieve from the servers to keep on their device 4 minutes, but it's 1 billion people, means the electricity for a year for a city of 22,000 person from Italy, because it was there, the experiment, that no matter where. So this huge amount that happens in companies, in schools, create a pressure of energetic systems. And also after the COVID, starting the war, and also the necessity for sovereignty on energetic systems or resources. What is your opinion about this?
Yeah, that is a real problem in our area. It's no discussion about the Google data center being established. And they will use a lot of power that the industry needs to do production. So it's a conflict between the information society and the industrial society in a way. one can discuss if it's a good use of energy to watch that kind of YouTube videos, but we have other things that are much more important, and I think the data centers need energy, but they should be located where we have the energy surplus. The problem is that in my country we have a lot of hydropower, but we also have a lot of demand for energy at the same time from industry. We do aluminium production, we have some smelters for iron and so on. It's now a competition between the information and the production of these also things that we need.
Thank you. Just to complete, and I leave you, Ugo, to continue. It's just an example with this video clip, but what I want to say that the media transfer on the internet increase because, as you said, the students want to see your videos about your class, not necessarily this Gangnam Style. That I wanted to say that is a huge number of students or a person who will download or in the same time and create a pressure.
If I had 4 billion views on my lecture, I would be very happy.
Okay, Hugo, please.
No, just a note about the way this kind of technology exacerbated the social differences. Because before COVID, nobody in Italy had owned a personal computer, but everybody owned a smartphone. So students will attend the lectures online with their smartphone, which is more, of course, but brings more fatigue to the eyes. And now maybe this situation is getting better. It is a good effect.
I think that somehow I'm just looking at the panel title, Bridging the Gap. I think that from this point of view, there was a pressure on many main operators, phone, 4G, 3G, 5G, and whatever operators were the level, and also for the internet companies, in order to broaden their areas and give access also to children from remote villages or parts of the country, especially in Romania, to have the possibility to, on their phone or on their laptop or whatever the device were, to be part of the classes. So there was also a huge pressure because the media showed some special cases, but there was a pressure to broaden their coverage area. So there was a good thing for that, and also for the penetration of high speed internet in rural areas in our countries. But getting back maybe to the problem of working at home. There was a study regarding remote work, and there are also some drawbacks of it. People working at home are neglecting themselves. There was some hygiene problems with people working at home, staying all the time in pajamas, and also there were problems with the posture and the health of the whole body, because they were trying to relax. At working in an office means somehow to be in a social environment and to follow the rules of the environment. But being at home is being relaxed, and they had problems with I don't know, their baguettes, their posture, and what other problems will follow up regarding that. So positive. Okay. And
yes, please. I invite for one or maximum two questions if you want, and then I will leave my guest to conclude, because there are a lot of things to discuss. There are a lot of challenges that probably all of us had or will have. And I hope that the next edition of Sibiu Innovation Days we will continue or add new other challenges. So please, Professor Isari. No, no, we have also some laboratory on microcontrollers, and where we need to be in the laboratory, having a camera on us, or inviting maximum 5 or 6 students inside the laboratory, and next week the others to come back. So it was difficult time, but I think also here was said every change should be, or any challenge should be changed in an opportunity to try to solve it and try to be prepared to adapt as soon as possible, because as Darwin said, will survival the fittest. So, please, Mihai.
Hello, Mihai is my name. I will moderate the next panel, which is related to education, and I'm pretty curious to see if you have some reflection in regards to the results of the students comparing the COVID period and post-COVID period, because I understand they are obliged now to follow the courses in real person in the room, and there are some differences in regards of results, contribution, engagement in the lectures.
Yes, please. Thank you.
It's a very good question, and I think it's individual. Some students, they are doing better in this kind of situation. Others are not doing well at all. So it's it depends on the student. For some students, they find the opportunity to work in a more silent environment. They can concentrate on what they are doing. For others, they lack the communication with other people, and they get depressed and they are not performing at all. So I think some students are doing very well, others are not coping.
Hugo?
Also, from a personal point of view, the patterns.
Yes.
After, okay. Just the patterns of students. Maybe we are used that the top notch of students will be the first to make the exams, and then the rest, with long tails. The tails were very, very longer during the COVID, and the number of students who come from the first session was extremely low. This is a personal note.
We have Maria, please, and then Siegfried, yes. Thank you, Maria. Last and short question, Siegfried, because we want to wrap up.
I would be interested in how you as academic teachers, so how you compare the situations of giving a lecture in front of people or then giving a remote lecture, which can be in theory replaced 100 times. Are you more motivated when you are personally before the people, or are you more motivated when you're giving an electronic lecture, or doesn't it matter at all?
That's a good question. I think I just move into a different state when I do the online, so I haven't really thought about this difference, because when I do online, if I do it in the classroom, of course it's more dynamic in a way, but if I make an online lecture, I know that the target group is something different. I'm now doing a quite large program for the aviation industry in Norway, and we make 15-minute lectures. I like that very much, but it's a different setting, so the motivation is different in a way. If I could choose, I would probably choose the classroom, but I also like the delivery, the online delivery way.
Ugo, please, last.
Well, motivation is the same, but attitude is different. Of course, the number and quality of jokes you make to keep the students alive changes dramatically. Because you have to be careful what you say.
I think that the difference, you know, teaching online and having people in the classroom is like making a podcast. You know, you're speaking to the walls, and speaking to a round table or this kind of free conversation that we are having even here. So you have reaction, but I'm glad that somehow what you mentioned in the report, Maria, was also something that we experience here at the university. I teach 8 courses. I have around 600 papers to review at the end of the semester, so a lot of people. So statistically, this is true. The person that could perform well in the classroom were also performing very well in online training, but we are looking to the average. We are not working only for the highest students. We are looking at the average. So the results were better on statistics, but really afterwards, when we were working with the students in person, we saw that even the grades were higher, the knowledge was lower.
I must stop here because also everybody want to drink a coffee, but more than that, I said to be in time, but I in purpose leave this discussion more because I think was useful for everybody. But from networking point of view, nothing compared with a personal meeting, because after in online, when you say, okay, we close the panel, shut down, and I go, I never socialize with nobody. Okay, we will turn back on email, but it's different when you are front each other. Thank you very much to my special guest, Professor Lasse Berntsen, Professor Ugo Fiore, and 10 minutes break for coffee, and then turn back with the next panel. Thank you very much. thank you very much that you are still here. I just introduced a colleague and a friend, I may say, from 4 years ago. He is nearby Sibiu Innovation Days. He is also interested about education, about training. He is part of Continental Company. Mihai Etscu will be the moderator of this panel. So I will leave him to present each of the speakers, and then we start with Gabriela.
Thank you, Adrian. So I will prefer to stay up, let's say. My name is Mihai Etscu. I'm from Sibiu, formerly student of University Lucian Blaga, psychological field, not engineering, but I'm very glad when we combine those two sciences all together and try to figure out what can we extract best from both. And today, as also previous years, I'm honored to be here with you, and thank you for participating in this event. I will be the moderator, so no contribution from my side. I will just drop some questions time to time, and also you are invited to doing so. We'll have a panel of speakers here, and the main topic is related with the learning. We already started by addressing the learning view, the learning perspective, how we see, how we feel the integration of different tools, methodologies, and yeah, changing a little bit the environment of learning. And now, from the abstract point of view, from the field of ideas, we'll go into the practice. We'll have some colleagues here that will tackle with us some of their experiences in improving the competencies, improving the skills by using technology, by adding value, by using technology in the field of learning and growing. So we'll start with a little bit of delay. I promise to push my speakers to speed up a little bit the things. And we'll start first with Gabriela Cândea. Gabriela Cândea is, I have my notes, you see, I'm well prepared. So Gabriela is a manager, research and innovation department in Ropardo. It's a company from Sibiu, a mathematician and computer scientist by education with a PhD in engineering and management. Gabriela has taken over the responsibility of managing the research and innovation department of Ropardo. She's involved in coordinating activities related to research projects. So, Gabriela, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Dear guest, good morning. Thank you for having me here. I'm not just, how my first slide said, I'm not just involved in research projects, I also involved in the human resource department from Ropardo. That's why my presentation for today is in regard with digital skills or more digital skills, because we discussed yesterday, and I think that also today we discussed about the digital transformation, about the tools, the integration, the learning, and so on. So now it's time for digital skills that we need to take it out. Digital skills, when he said about digital skills, is not just about deep tech. Ropardo, it's a software development company. This means that we don't speak only about programmers or engineers or software engineers. Digital skills are needed in all kinds of jobs. If today they are not required, at least not in Romania, probably somewhere in the world they are more required than here. But for sure, there will be required in all jobs, and especially after the COVID times, when there was the shift with remote working. And I hate to say that I don't like I'm staying home, because you don't stay home, you work from home. This is what I try to remember to colleagues and to the new employee from our company. If you want to work hybrid mode, then you need to work from home, not stay at home. European Commission tried to find some characteristics to fit all people and to measure and to assess the digital skills. Now we have five big categories, and in each categories there are some more individual characteristics or more individual skills that we need to improve for us. This index, European Digital Skills Index and Society, sorry, in 2022 revealed that only 4 out of 10 adults have basic digital skills, and it's very, very low from my point of view. I didn't, I'm sorry. I think in the next slide we have also the link, and all this report can be studied in details. When we talk about this digital index in regards with Romania, Romania is on the last in ranking. The index survey not just human skills or connectivity, it's also digital public service, and this is the result. I didn't try to find exactly the formula, how they calculate the score, because I don't think that it's important, but for sure Romania, it's don't stay good at this chapter. When we if we look deep in regards with this index, in regards with the Romanian score, we have more below the European average score. We have at least basic digital skills. This requires below basic digital skills. We have 20, sorry, I don't see at all. Yes, yes, but I'm not sure I can be heard. So we have 28%. In regards with 54, that it's European average. Where we stay good, really good, it's a connectivity, and we are fourth in the rank. We also, even if we like to say that we are Silicon Valley or something like that in East Europe and so on, the ICT specialists, we don't stay so good also. When we talk more about this region, the Central region, the sixth region that we have, you have also there the link to the old report in regards with this. We can say that the employer, when try to gather new talent inside in the companies, only 70% evaluate the digital skills of the possible new employer. 4% ask for a certificate to prove these digital skills, and 12% don't ask at all about digital skills. And this is the situation. Now, I understand that we need also to improve our tools or public institution tools to be digital in order to increase also the skills and so on. But I think that we need to go together. Companies need to improve their tools to be more digital or to replace the old paper. And in the same time, to improve the skills or to support the improving the digital skills of the employer. You cannot go in advance, from my point of view, you cannot go in advance and send some colleagues to training and said, go and learn about, I don't know, AI, and nobody will use the AI. It's just an example. Just to remember the AI, last evening I saw that I think that only 2 presentations from yesterday was not mentioned the word ChatGPT. Only 2. The other, all presentations said the word in different situation. It doesn't matter if it was written or not, but arrive at the GPT. So I wanted just to be sure to mention also in order to increase the number at the end of the conference. Now, when we talk about the schools or the curricula that are, what we are learn, or I don't know how to call it, at the end of the schools, let's say, we have basic digital skills like etiquette, safe use of internet and social media, and e-reputation. And in regards in tools, Office package, this doesn't mean that it's just Microsoft or Google or so on. It doesn't. Collaborative spaces, this arrived just in the last years because of the pandemic situation, and everybody was forced to learn how to work with Teams and Google and Drive and Zoom and so on. And when I said everything, everybody, it's teachers, students, parents, everybody, grandparents, different apps, and gamification. Netiquette, I like this word, because at the very basic, it said you need to start with hello and to end with thank you and have a nice day. So it's very important also in digital activities. Now, I tried to put some skills, digital skills that I consider that are required. If they are not required just now, in the next year for sure, in the next 5 years. When I tried to build this slide, yesterday Professor Mayan have a slide with a big wave, very big, and a small piece of, I didn't get what was there, that was how I was feeling. All of this is too much, and when I require to, or when it's calculate that digital index, it's not required from all of us to be expert in all categories. No, we need to have the basic in some categories, and we need to be expert, at least in our domain of work, but we need to be expert. What I put here, digital content marketing and SEO. We need the basic in, I put it Microsoft because it's very clear what I meaning, but it's not Microsoft as a operating system. It's Microsoft Office and Google Suite and all. WordPress, everybody now, even if it's, yes, last evening it was about entrepreneur, intrapreneur, and so on. So everybody has a blog, everybody has site that need to be updated. All the, I speak also from my department in regard with recruitment. All my colleagues from the recruitment need know how to create content to put an announcement, how to make advertise, how to make a picture for that announcement for a job that we have. And they also know how to do updates of text and images, not coding, in the WordPress. And they are, the colleagues from the recruitment, they graduate in languages or psychology and so on. So it doesn't matter what domain you study. Graphic design, the same like I said. If you need to put something online, you need to make it look good, otherwise everybody will scroll down. Communication tools. Typing speed. I found typing speed, it's in regard with students. And I said, come on, what is this? And it was a good comment. If you are good at typing speed, then you don't have to look at your keyboard. If you don't have to look at your keyboard, then your attention is focused in front of you, the teacher. So you can just, and be at your attention is in front. Online banking and shopping. I don't know what to say. It's, for me, it's self-explanatory. Online privacy and security. Researching online, this is also was discussed yesterday. You need to know how to use Google and other Google Scholars and other browsers and also ChatGPT, yes. What to write there. Metaverse marketing, this is most in USA, not in Europe, from what I saw. Because of these new technologies and these new tools that appear, we need to be prepared also for this. And because I'm coming from an IT company, I also put a lot of skills in regard with engineering and programming and so on. And I like it, the last one, digital ethics, because it's very few used and nobody take care of this and nobody put attention at all. It's just some word and that's it. Now, artificial intelligence, it's another big word that was mentioned a lot yesterday. And the report said that 85% of the job, it will be impacted by artificial intelligence. And I put here some jobs that I know that already use artificial intelligence. In a different stage, it doesn't mean that you need a big algorithm or sophisticated algorithm on paid or whatever. In different forms, all of these jobs, if you have digital skills, are used. In recruitments, because it's used, a lot of, in USA, it was used an algorithm or a tool to scan the CVs and so on. But how yesterday conclusion are, AI, it's an algorithm written by somebody, and in this algorithm, it's implemented a lot of bias and the knowledge of the person that implemented that. So we need to take care of that and to be, to know. Now, the key, what we need to do, because we saw that it will be impacted all the job, and there are a lot of digital skills. So the key is to continue to learn continuously, the whole life. This is it, and before this, you need to have a good attitude in regards with learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. Let's see if we have some questions in the room, please.
Yes, so we have interesting statistics. So 65% of the Europeans have basic English skills, but only 26 or 28 of the Romanians.
Yes.
How does that depend on age? Because I would guess that the young people in Romania have the same digital skills as anywhere in Europe.
Almost. The youngest, almost, because yes, they are skilled to social media, but they are skilled to be a passive in social media. They scroll, they look, they check, but they don't post it. So I don't think that are really the digital skills that it's required in marketing or in HR and so on.
Thank you. I also observe a thing here which is quite encouraging for Romania itself, comparing all the other figures. We stay very good in one area, then female in ICT, which at European level, since I'm working in a multinational company, in Conti, we still have an issue and let's say a challenge in regards of attract more female talents in the industry, in the IT industry, development industry, automotive industry. And here in Romania, compared with EU countries, we are better. 26% from female in, so 26% from all employees in industry are females, compared with 90% in Europe. How it is reflect also in your experience, because you are a graduate of engineering, a PhD in engineering. How was there? Exactly, you are flesh and blood here.
Yes, you know, in fact, we encourage a lot the ladies, the young ladies from the university to start their career in a company, in engineering or software company. We have 38% from our colleagues are females, so it's okay. I don't know exactly. I'm special because in my careers, I go like this. I like a lot of literature, and I arrive in mathematics and computer science. And after that, I did quality management because I like it and I was curious about. But I think it depends on the person. How we said also in the morning, it's very personal what you want to do with what you have. So, yeah. I think that we just need to identify the young ladies and encourage them that they can do it. It's not so hard.
Thank you. So
Thank
we need
you.
more examples like that.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Okay, so we'll go to the next speaker in the panel. We'll have Bogdan Crețu with us. He's CEO of Cora, senior executive in business consulting, experienced in digital maturity audits, digital transformation, preparation and training, project management, and so on. So we'll have Bogdan with us today, and he will talk about how to build a culture of innovation with all the challenges and opportunities related with this goal. So hopefully we can manage the digital approach.
Something is blocked.
No worries. Meanwhile, I still have some notes here, and I was thinking to Gabriela's presentation up front, and I was quite amazed how many of those things can be visible in the company that I work with. So I was thinking to some projects of my colleagues in which they use metaverse, for example, just to scan the plant. So you discuss about energy consumption, and the plant, it is a huge energy consumption. And by using Metaverse, you can scan very easily what are the hot points in the industry, in the plant, near you, across you, close to you, stuff like that. And like that, very easily you can adjust the things in order to balance the entire distribution of the heat consumption in the site in order to balance the environment first and then control the consumption afterwards. So I was happy to see some keywords there. And also you mentioned digital ethics, which beside the digital ethics, I guess these days ethics is the thing, not the Internet of Things, but the things of human being. Ethics, how we manage the things in between us, how we manage the things in business in order to provide all the sustainability that we need in order to achieve all those topics that we discussed up front, from, I don't know, work balance, remote working, energy, sustainability, and not only, but also the politics that we have around us. Good. Looks like technology is with us today. God bless technology. And let's see how can we build a culture of innovation. Please, Bogdan.
Thank you. The topic of my presentation concerns the technology of gamification, its promises for increasing competitiveness, and its potential ethical risks. The structure of my speech is as follows. Introduction, understanding what gamification is. Implementation, a look at how this technology has been applied in organizations. Risks and concerns, and proposed solutions. The consulting firm Gartner defines gamification as the use of game mechanics and experience design to digitally engage and motivate people to achieve their goals. Here, game mechanics may refer to points, badges, and leaderboards. Experience design describes the journey that players take with elements such as gameplay, play space, or storyline. Gamification is also a method to digitally engage rather than personally engage, meaning that players usually interact with computers, smartphones, wearable monitors, or other digital devices. The goal of gamification is to motivate people to change behaviors or develop skills or to drive innovation. Gamification focuses on enabling players to achieve their goals and, as a consequence, the organization as well achieves its goals. What's new about gamification is that it uses digital engagement to extend motivation beyond the limits of the physical world. In that regard, there are numerous advantages of using a digital model, such as digital interactions can connect to audiences of any size. Digital interactions are not dependent on other people being available in real time. Thanks to the internet, digital interactions are available anywhere. With social networking, friends are always nearby, and digital interactions scale at a much lower cost than face-to-face models. Our own experience in this field comes from two main axes. Our collaboration with institutions and NGOs from Romania and Norway regarding pilot projects for implementing the positive behaviors and interventions and support school improvement system, and in the corporate sector for involvement in providing cybersecurity training, helping establish information security management systems, and assistance in creating long-term workplace learning programs. While the term has been coined since 2002, initially referring to game-like features in hardware, it has slowly gained widespread adoption, and by 2010, it was already featured in Google Trends. In 2011, Oxford Dictionaries has selected it as the runner-up for the word of the year. To evaluate current adoption, we could use Gartner's Hype Cycle, a tool created since 1995 to track trends and technology as they mature. In terms of adoption, in 2012, gamification was still in the phase of innovation trigger. In the early years, most of the gamification applications have failed to meet business objectives, primarily due to poor design. Since then, a lot of the initial hype has died down, and we could say that this approach is maturing. Currently, we could situate it in the phase of plateau of productivity, especially in the areas of training and marketing. The global gamification market is projected to grow at an annual rate of around 26% until 2030. In terms of revenue, the global market size was valued at around $15 billion in 2022, and is projected to reach $95 billion by 2030, with AI in particular being seen as the key driver of this technology. In terms of implementation, let's look at a few known cases. In Duolingo, users build a streak and earn achievement badges and crowns as they progress through levels and reach higher leagues on the scoreboard. The Nike Run Club app gives athletes an online community and the ability to track their progress, earn trophies and badges, and celebrate their wins. One program that I would like to take a closer look at is United Kingdom's Department of Work and Pensions project named Street Ideas. In this setting, employees could contribute ideas, develop the ideas of others, and use a digital currency to invest in the ideas they found most promising. When an idea was selected for implementation, the shareholders were rewarded with more points. And conversely, the same shareholders could lose part of their digital currency for ideas that are not selected for implementation. Next, let's take a look at the general components of a gamification system. At the highest level of abstraction are dynamics. The most important game dynamics are constraints, such as limitations or forced trade-offs, emotions, be they curiosity, competitiveness, happiness, and so on. Narratives, meaning a consistent, ongoing storyline. At a lower level are mechanics, which constitute the basic processes that drive the action forward and generate player engagement. These may include chance, meaning elements of randomness, competition, one group or player wins and the other loses, cooperation, players must work together to achieve a shared goal, feedback, information about how the player is doing. Components are more specific forms that game mechanics and dynamics can take. These may include achievements, meaning defined objectives, avatars, meaning visual representations of a player's character, badges, meaning visual representations of achievements. Some general comments regarding implementation steps. Gamification, even when effective, can produce results that don't necessarily help. To avoid this pitfall, the first step is to make a list of all potential objectives. At that stage, each goal should be as precise as possible. The next step involves ranking the list in terms of importance. The heart of the system is ultimately the players. Therefore, the most important questions are, who are they? What is their relationship to the organization? And what might motivate them? Regarding entertainment mechanics, the organization should clarify the following. Would the players participate in this system voluntarily? If there weren't any extrinsic rewards offered, would they still be likely to play? If the answer is no, then the company should think about what might make the system more attractive. Next, I propose we take a look at Romania's place in the Global Innovation Index in 2022. Unfortunately, as we've seen before as well, we rank as the least innovative country in our region. We rank as 49th out of 132 countries in terms of innovation, according to the World Intellectual Property Organization. In that context, it would be relevant to explore how gamification could be combined with existing approaches, such as lean startup, in order to improve participation and speed up adoption, thus facilitating a culture of innovation in companies. Gamification could play a significant role in implementing the lean startup methodology, which revolves around a build, measure, learn feedback loop aimed at developing a product or service with maximum efficiency and minimum waste. Here is how gamification could integrate with various components of this model. In the build phase, gamified challenges could encourage developers and teams to quickly build minimum viable products. Leaderboards and rewards could motivate teams to find more efficient solutions and foster a sense of healthy competition. In the measure phase, Gamification could incentivize users to interact with the MVP and provide valuable feedback and data. In the learn phase, setting up learning milestones with rewards could encourage teams to rapidly adapt and learn from collected data and to provide feedback. In the pivot or persevere phase, gamified scenarios could help teams in making informed decisions on whether to pivot or persevere by simulating outcomes and encouraging exploration of alternative paths. Regarding customer discovery and validation, gamified activities could encourage potential customers to participate, providing insights and validating hypotheses about customer needs and preferences. By intertwining gamification with the lean startup methodology, startups of any kind could not only make the process more engaging and enjoyable, but also potentially increase the chances of success by fostering a more innovative, collaborative, and customer-focused environment. Next, I propose we take a look at some usual errors regarding the implementation of gamification. The improper and shallow use of gamification focused only on rewards, such as points, badges, or leaderboards, often referred to as pointsification, can be counterproductive, missing the real potential of the technique. Also, there is a need to shift focus from extrinsic motivators, rewards, to creating intrinsically enjoyable and meaningful experiences, tapping into the cognitive, emotional, and social drivers of players. Many existing gamification examples are essentially mere loyalty programs, focusing mainly on extrinsic rewards and often lacking elements that make the experience enjoyable or socially engaging. Last but not least, there is a risk of consumer fatigue with point systems, as people encounter them frequently, emphasizing the need to create more innovative and intrinsically motivating challenges. I propose to explore certain ethical risks as detailed by Kevin Werbach. The first that comes to mind is related to exploitation. For example, Ian Bogost wrote that gamification proposes to replace real incentives with fictional ones. Organizations ask for loyalty, but they reciprocate that loyalty with shames, counterfeit incentives that neither provide value nor require investment. Instead, he proposes calling gamification as exploitationware. A second category of risk concerns manipulation. As Alan Strudel defines it, one person manipulates another when he intentionally causes that person to behave as he wishes through a chain of events that has the desired effect only because the manipulated person is unaware of that chain. According to this account, a company that does not clearly disclose to its workers the contents and goals of a gamification system because it knows they would otherwise not participate is manipulating those workers. A possibly more serious category of risk concerns harms, usually psychological harms. A prime example in this regard could be the attempt by Californian Disneyland hotels to improve productivity of the housekeeping staff by displaying points on a leaderboard. That particular approach has generated significant anxiety, embarrassment, and shame among workers who labeled it the electronic whip. We could also conceive of physical harm risks that would endanger the health of workers or clients related to proposed activities. Last but not least, we should also consider damaging influences on our character. Cases when gamification repeatedly encourages players to be indifferent to fundamental human values. In the public sector, this could concern war games or law enforcement exercises in cases where insufficient care is given to the value of human life. In the private sector, this could be of concern in health or health insurance games that could commodify human suffering. There are generally three ways to approach the above-mentioned risks regarding gamification. First and foremost, gamification should not be seen or used as a substitute for actual material compensation of workers. This would only serve to erode trust, collaboration, and loyalty. At the conceptual level, we propose a transition through what Douglas McGregor calls scientific management, also called Theory X, to a humanistic management, also called Theory Y, as follows. Theory X assumes that the average human being dislikes working and avoids it whenever possible. This approach presupposes the following. Most people must be controlled and threatened so that they can produce an adequate level of output. Responsibility is avoided by the average human who desires security above all. An average human being has little ambition and has to be closely supervised at all times. In contrast with this, Theory Y is based upon the idea that employees are generally enthusiastic about their work, they are creative and self-directive, and also readily accept responsibility. This approach is based on the following assumptions. The expenditure of physical and mental effort in work is as natural as play or rest. Commitment to organization can be achieved by designing satisfying jobs. If proper conditions are created, an average human can not only learn to take responsibility, but also learn to seek responsibility. We can fortunately observe that the number of companies concentrating on a Theory Y management perspective is increasing in search of obtaining overall efficiency and a competitive edge in the marketplace. Given the lag within the regulatory framework and some inherent risk in this technology, our proposal concerns integrating certain participatory elements described by Michael Arbeit in his participatory economics, also known as PARECON approach. For example, gamification is often used as a tool to increase productivity, loyalty, or consumer engagement, sometimes without proportionate benefits for the workers. In a more participatory approach, the use of gamification would likely need to align with the principles of equity and empowerment in order to specifically enhance the job satisfaction and skills of workers. Gamification strategies or tools would more frequently be subject to democratic decision-making processes in a more participatory workplace. Workers will likely have a say in whether they're introduced or not, how they're designed, and how they're implemented. If gamification techniques result in additional effort or sacrifice on the part of the workers, then they ought to be compensated for it accordingly. If the gamification system also tracks or measures effort, it would be important to ensure that it does so accurately and fairly. A participatory workplace might be wary of gamification techniques that could introduce behaviors that particularly disrupt workplace solidarity or equitable outcomes. In particular, the introduction of any ranking or reward system will need to be carefully scrutinized to ensure it does not lead to unintended negative psychological consequences. I too believe that we live in a perpetual state of tech shock, as Thomas Donaldson called it in 2012, a phenomenon in which a serious moral and social failure occurs as a result of substantial lag time between the development of new technologies, the development of adequate normative frameworks to assess involved ethical risks. The best-known physicist of the 20th century said, "Concerns for making life better for the ordinary humans must be the chief objective of science." I believe that we, as well as practitioners in the field of technology and economics, and not only, should aspire to the same ideal. I would conclude with the words of Donaldson and Walsh. Our fondest hope is that future generations will continue to imagine and work to create a world of business that honors the dignity of those who affect and are affected by its activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Bogdan, for all these details. Very complex field. I was thinking that it's just a game to do gamification, but looks like it's not. I will invite the colleagues in the room, because please, first hand raised.
Thank you for the presentation and a very interesting gamification process that can be applied maybe in different ways in organizations and by organizations. So I was thinking, could it be useful when we're talking about gamification to try and have to make distinctions maybe between the objective of gamification. So is it, for example, an app that is being gamified in order to encourage people to make in-app purchases and spend money, and that's a business model in itself? Is it gamification being used by an organization as a lever of change, or as a way of getting to better know your consumers? And does that then have an impact on the way that gamification is planned and used strategically?
Definitely. I would say that in the first situation you mentioned, it would be more about operant conditioning when you're trying to induce certain behaviors into consumers with all the ethical aspects we mentioned. In the second, definitely it requires more attention given to knowing your employees, what are their needs, so that you avoid that electronic whip that we mentioned in the California Disneyland hotels.
Thank you. And we have another question, and then come to.
So you mentioned that establishing a cybersecurity management system was one of the examples
Yes. Yes.
So I'm quite interested in the topic. So what did you there? So how does that relate to gamification? These badges or
Yeah, we try to approach that with a very gentle hand, mainly preparatory to the actual training. We had questionnaires and a few interviews with employees of the beneficiary form to identify what exactly would motivate them. Since it was also combined with a long-term learning program at the forum, we also try to inform the company management about what will motivate them and to include not just symbolic rewards, but also financial rewards, at least for the groups of employees that were more motivated by that.
Okay, thanks. Please.
In online games, you also have the concept of very experienced players mentoring newbies. So this is actually a very positive thing in their communities online. So is this also something which you consider could be useful in trying to experiment this?
Definitely, but I think that the platform where this takes place must also take into account ethical concerns to make sure that the behaviors that are promoted are not gaming the system, actually, and that rewards are equitably distributed.
Thank you.
Another one, if I may. In terms of the skills that maybe we need to teach people in order to better cope with this gamified context. So in terms of the end users, what kind of skills do they need? I mean, how, you know, based on your ethical concerns,
Yes.
how can we help people to maybe take the distance and have control over their own activity in a gamified context?
The basic ethical issue here is the tension between the objectives of the platform and the objectives of the beneficiaries. I would say that in this regard, we need two main areas, efforts to increase awareness on behalf of the consumers, the society at large, and also efforts to increase participation. Companies benefit immensely from the fact that there is participation in various forms in the digital world, and this is something that consumers and society should use to preserve certain important social values.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Thank you, Bogdan. So we'll continue with the next speaker in the panel, Lisa Kallio. Lisa is an IT specialist, works for University of Okay, as Lisa said. Is a university in digital services, and he has over 20 years of work experience in learning, e-learning especially, and education technology. She is also managing a pedagogical team responsible for supporting the use of ICT in teaching and learning, and of course involved in a very important national program called DigiVisio 2023. So we'll have Lisa. She will share with us how the modern methodology in managing projects, mainly agile approach and SAFe, can be applied in academical freedom, freestyle approach of content. So please, Lisa.
Thank you. I'm happy to be able to share some thoughts with you. I have my colleague Merja Laamanen's name also in this presentation. We have done it together, so Merja is over there. About this presentation, first something quickly about the background, then about our development model, Duo, and then about the production process of our courses for continuous learning, and then experiences and feedback from the development teams, meaning the teachers who design these courses. So something totally different maybe from the other presentations that we have heard so far. So my university is a middle-sized multidisciplinary university in Middle Finland, up there north. And here you can see some key figures of our university. We celebrate our 160th year of existence this year, so a jubilee year for us. Then about the continuous learning or the development of the continuous learning courses in our university. Continuous learning is one key topic in our university's education development program, and we have a long tradition of offering studies through our open university to everyone. Here you can see some figures of our open university studies from last year. So quite a large amount of students and large amount of completed credits. And all this makes about 25% of all Finnish open university education. So a very strong open university. And on a national level, there has been a reform of continuous learning, and also a new national continuous learning strategy has been implemented. And there's also a new method of financing concerned in the universities. Mainly the basic funding for Finnish universities comes from the Ministry of Education, and the funding is based on the degrees that the student take and the credits that they make. So the credits are the main point of the funding. And the amount of the role of the continuous learning in the funding has grown also, and according to the Universities Act that concerns each university in Finland, states that all universities should also offer opportunities for continuous learning in addition to their basic duties of research and degree studies. And we, as I said, we have a long tradition of this open university teaching, and we also have this close cooperation between the open university and the faculties, and also other service units. Then something about this development model. We call it, it is based in the SAFE framework, which is usually used as organizational development and organizational workflow patterns. We have used this already for 5 years. I won't go into detail into this framework. You may be familiar with it, or if you're not, you can always go to the webpage to learn more. But in our university, this is how it works. As I said, we have used it already for 5 years now. And the development of our digital services is steered using this model. The duo comes from the Finnish words for steering of digital renewal, sort of. And our development takes place in 3-month increments. So we plan ahead for the next 3 months, then we proceed according to the plans. Each increment is then divided into 6 iterations. And the last iteration is always the innovation weeks, and the last week of the increment we plan for the next 3 months. We have 3 steering groups for teaching and studying, for research, and for intelligent environments. So they are the steering groups that prioritize what we are developing, and then we act according to their prioritization. So in practice, we have 14 teams who are involved in this planning. There could be preliminary studies, coding, training, deployments, what have you. So that's how it works in practice. But then what has it to do with the continuous learning courses? So we decided to also use this model to designing our courses. So in our continuous learning development, we have the development teams, that means the teachers. They are from the Open University and the faculties, and they are responsible, of course, for the content of the courses. Then we have a production team that supports the teachers in pedagogical and also in technical questions and design and production, and we give them trainings and coachings. We have common planning documents that each development team uses. We have this RASI matrix, that means the responsibility assignment matrix, where each team makes their plan for the next 3 months. Each task is put into the matrix, and also the responsibility is marked, who is responsible for which task. And then we compile a common plan of each development team's plans, and then we do the work according to that plan. We have 2 learning environments for our courses. The so-called basic Moodle that also our degree students use, and then we have another Moodle where our MOOCs are. So we use this 3+3+3 model, 3 months planning phase, where the development teams come up with the pedagogical script. We have the trainings and also coachings for the team. We meet each development team once or twice during this planning phase to coach them and to train them and to help them with the pedagogical script. Then we have another 3 months production phase where the actual content is created, and the production teams helps with the videos, with podcasts. We help with the building the Moodle course base. And then also the development team has meetings with our marketing team on how to market and the courses that are being published. And then finally we have the implementation phase, where everything is checked for accessibility so that all the material is accessible and that everything works as they have planned. And then we publish the course and it can be studied. So what do the teachers then feel about this model? We asked for their feedback, and most of them feel that there is enough technical support available, also enough pedagogical support available. But then about the production process is kind of almost 50-50 or 50-60. And about the technical support, there are direct quotes sort of. So for some teachers, it was difficult to understand sometimes what the production team meant. They mentioned the Moodle jargon. Then there was some criticism that there were limited resources, so that even though the production team, of course, based on the development team's plans, they try to be equal so that each team has the same amount of support available. Some teachers still felt that they didn't get enough help, so they needed to ask for help for somewhere else. And also they felt that this model is too controlled, and it prevents sort of the meaningful collaboration. About the pedagogical support, so there was enough of it, but then again, some felt that there still should be more structured common pedagogical guidelines on the courses and the development and the design. And some felt that the timing of the trainings or the coachings was not really spot on. And this, I wanted to add this last one, this shallow mumbo jumbo, because this was a direct quote from one teacher. They didn't really understand what was meant with the pedagogical support. They felt that, okay, I'm a teacher, I'm an expert on pedagogy, so I didn't really see what the production team could have given me. And then about the production process, some felt that the responsibilities between, for example, the Open University staff and the faculty staff was not clear enough. And then the second one, that the production process was not in sync with the teachers' work plans. The teachers make their work plans for the next semester always in spring, so they would have to kind of guess how many hours there would be work for developing continuous learning courses if a project would come to their table. So that's kind of because the funding for these development projects always comes at the end of the year. So that's not necessarily a best way to do it. And then some felt that this model is just too stiff and doesn't really fit for pedagogical work. And this is maybe the point of my title about this academic freedom, because of course we have study programs that are fixed, we have degree requirements that are fixed, but then on a course level, the teachers have quite a lot of freedom on how they plan their courses and how they plan their teaching. So this is something that they felt that this is just too stiff. And then some quotes still from the teachers' feedback. So to conclude, they see that the big picture of the process is okay and it has developed well. But then again, as I said already, the synchronization with the funding period and the yearly work plans is not always the best one. And the model gives a good framework for the teachers to keep on schedule of the plan. And they appreciate the help of the faculty coordinators and also the production team and the coachings that they have received. But then some criticism also, they feel that there's more leadership needed, both in content and pedagogically. And somebody said that a good project manager should be for each project, who would keep the ropes. And some felt that there's a lot to improve, that this is kind of a too business model from the business organization and very administration-centered. And then there's not enough resources. One, production is scattered between too many teams. They felt that this causes problems, and then there's bad mood, and you really don't know who is responsible for what. So that was mentioned. And then they needed, or they wanted to have more support for marketing. So what we have learned so far, of course, commitment to the project for all of the who are involved development teams, faculty coordinators, management, so that everybody knows who is responsible for what. And also coordination and pedagogical guidelines are needed. And then we have noticed that more team-specific coachings. Now we have these general coachings and trainings for all teams. Of course, also by request from a team, we have maybe given trainings also for a specific technique or tool, but then more team-specific coachings and maybe also more team-specific meetings. And the model gives a good backbone, but we have realized that there has to be leeway for changes also. Because of course, even though the teams have planned their work, there's always changings. The people can change, the teachers can change. Somebody goes to another project and then another one comes to the project, and so they are changing that we should be able to change the plans accordingly then. And then, of course, the last one is something that the management has to deal with, how to better adjust the process to the funding period and to the teachers' work plans. So, this is my presentation about our model. And
thank you, Lisa. Okay, let's see if we have some questions. Please.
Congratulations to having 25% of the Finnish market. That's an enormous achievement. So when doing courses, I always feel that the toolbox I get from my university is much too restricted. So I want to include interactive features in the course so the students not just consuming videos and doing quizzes. So examples, I would like to have them make mind maps, or I would like to make them galleries to show off their results to other students. And every time I ask for things like that, it's not possible because there's a very small American company offering it. So it's just a pity that I cannot take it to the next level because it's not with the official tool. Or I have to pay for it myself. So how do teachers actually influence your toolbox?
yeah, I'm afraid that's the problem with us also, that we have Moodle. Moodle have certain activities, certain features, so that's what they keep complaining about. Why can't I have this one and why can't I have that one? And it's also, so no, we we don't have the answer to that, because that's the same question that we are
so you are limited right now by the environment, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Moodle is the course space,
Yep.
and also the other one where we have the MOOCs, that is also that's Moodle based. So basically we have two Moodles and we just have to deal with that. And yes, we have complaints about from teachers about that it's too restricted and doesn't really answer to their needs.
Thank you. Please.
Yes, so you present an approach of how to make courses using the tool. Did you have also made a statistics or how that had the effect of the quality of the course itself? So how are students that make this course later on satisfied? Was it better? Was it worse?
Yes, we are about to launch a feedback questionnaire to the students, because now we have only asked from the teachers how they feel about the model, and also we asked if there is something from the students' feedback to the teacher that would give us some clue of how the students find these courses now, but unfortunately not any statistics at this point, but it's under construction, the feedback, yeah.
Thank you. Please.
The production team. Yeah, we are 4 people. There are two audiovisual experts, so kind of a technical, and then there are 2 pedagogical, more pedagogical consults and Moodle experts. So yeah, only 4 people. Mm.
It's a big concept.
Mm. Mm.
It's a big framework.
Mm.
You have to scale it.
Mm. Mm.
If you look at the roles that you need to lead them, you might not have the capacity to fit those roles. You mentioned about project management well, the nice part of the lead that is that you're not fitting into the project management. It's based on common ground, communication, same level of knowledge and trust. So I think you have it in your team, it's a small team, but I think to cover all those roles is quite challenging. You have to adapt with it. You have to identify who's the product owner, who's the consumer, and how do they interact, how do they change. It's quite interesting. I like it.
Yeah, and maybe, sorry, maybe the teachers' comment about needing a project management doesn't concern so much the work between the production team and the development team, but inside their faculty or inside their project, because there are different types of or different kinds of production teams. In some faculty it may be just 2 or 3 persons, and then in another faculty there might be more people, and then they are kind of as it was stated, that it's scattered between too many teams, or so that's why they felt that they should have a person in their faculty or in their team to keep kind of the things going. Yeah.
I also have a question. Did you consider involving students in the production as support due to the scarcity of resources and stuff like that?
Yes, some development teams have recruited students, like summer workers or students that are in the almost having that taking their degree or just taking their degree, and they have recruited them to help them with building the Moodle course base, and so but not in the design or in the pedagogical script. No. Okay. But a good idea.
Yeah, I was thinking because they are mainly the beneficiaries, so can provide real-time feedback in regards of what they receive as production team.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm inspired by this book, Design Thinking in Education. We'll use design thinking, and the subtitle, it's called Innovation Can Be Learned, which is, wow, what a news. We can learn innovation. So for doing this, we have Ramona Samson with us. She's working for European Commission as Chief Economist Unit at the Directorate General for Research and Innovation. I have to confess, I have no idea what means the Directorate, but looks like it's something big. She worked as Deputy Head of Unit for SMEs, Financial Instruments and State Aid, providing advice as regards the designing of ways to increase private finance, closing market gaps, and in research and innovation investment. So we'll have Ramona. She will provide us some hints in regards of Industry 4.0, which is directly linked with innovation and design thinking as methodology.
Yes.
So please, Ramona.
Yes, thank you very much, Mihai. Indeed, it's not very obvious what Director General means at the level of the European Commission. You have to think of it as a ministry at national level. It's the same, yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
And there, indeed, we are not only designing the framework program, but also thinking at policy, right? And today I'm going to cover the topic of future work. Last year I covered Industry 5.0, and now we go a step further. And so I'm very happy to be able to join you this morning. I will give you an overview of where we stand at the European Commission, and in particular the Director General for Research Innovation on the topic of future of work. But before that, I would like to start by saying that we are now in the middle of not one, but 2 great transitions to an economy that is both digital and green. And this is changing the world we live in fundamental ways. Just, you know, to tackle climate change, we have to change the way we power our world. And this transformation is so complete that in the history of humankind, it has only taken place once or twice. At the same time, our economy needs to adapt to a digital future. And this is a future that offers company, of course, more opportunities and the chance to become more productive, more competitive. But it's also an economy where waves of new technologies will come even faster. So our ability to innovate will make the difference between leading the way or falling behind. So in this context, digitization brings a lot of benefits, opportunities for the economy, but also enormous changes to the labor market. And this is why I'm going to talk about future work. And this needs to be acknowledged and prepared for. Yes, exactly. So what we are doing right now on the future of work, first of all, if you remember, 2 years ago, we came up with a European Research Area Communication and an action plan. In this action plan, you're aware that research innovation is a member state's competence. It's not like trade policy where we have exclusive competence. So we work together with the member states within this action point called future of work to propose by spring 2024 a strategic research innovation on the future of work. What does it mean? It means that we would identify the gaps and what are the strategic priorities. We would have a dialogue with workers, with employers, with SMEs, with startups, with researchers, with funders, policymakers, and we will align those priorities with the European Pillar of Social Rights, because that is, again, a competence which is within the Director General for Employment and Social Affairs. And then all these findings will inform our policy making. We had a couple of workshops with member states already, 3 or 4. Some more are coming, both on the green transition and digital transition and the challenges for the future work. In the area of green transition, the main challenges identified with stakeholders has been low uptake of education training, then lack of skilled workers to deliver the transition, investment in public good to support transitioning workers is key. For the first time, industry is coming to the Commission and tell us to help them. They can't manage it alone. We can't leave the industry and the markets to train workers or to manage the green and digital transition. And this, for us, has been a very clear signal already in the pandemic that we have to do something because this is a public good. If we don't invest in skills, in digital skills, if we can't come up with let's say, with investment ideas and so on, the industry will not make it, and nobody will make it. Then, of course, reskilling of public administration is also important to manage the transition. We call this transition capacity. And we also need this uptake of digital skills and more on-the-job training. I think yesterday in the panel on the artificial intelligence, one of the conclusions was that in the future, AI skills, and to have those, will be a condition, a criteria to get the job, right? And that we need to be prepared for. Now, the challenges identified in the digital transition area and the future of work has been, clearly that digitalization is value creation, both for the public and the private sectors. But it's also creating this digital divide, between organizations. Some, they have the potential to adapt, they have become productive, well, some others not, right? So you need so to tackle those changes in workforce, structures that impact workers, and they have identified stress, they had identified this adaptation to new technologies, which is very difficult, or, skill shortages. You don't have the people. You have, let's say, the resources to employ them, but you don't have the people with the skills. Another challenge identified has been that we need publicly funded research and innovation to adapt in order to provide solutions. We can't carry out, the policy and the program, and this I'm talking about the framework program at European level, in the same way as 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. So we are now already reflecting on the next framework program, which will start in 2027, and how can we adapt to this, more tailor-made to the needs. And there we identify that it needs to be more human-centered, forward-looking, transdisciplinary, and holistic in nature. It's not enough to look at one discipline, we have to be holistic. So that's a bit about the challenges that we identified. As I said, we are not there yet to have a strategy. This is going to be developed together with stakeholders and member states, and Romania, of course, is part of this in spring 2024. But already in 2018, we have a high-level group on the on ethics that came up with a report on the future of work and future of society, and I was reading it when preparing for this presentation, and actually it is valid today because it looks at the impact on AI on jobs, on the use of smart tools, on the data to recruit and track workers, and the evidence shows that there's increasing hardship for many and a widening inequality gap. And it also warned 5 years ago that new forms of work will bring unparalleled flexibility, but also precarity. More recently, so a couple of months ago, I'm managing a high-level group on the economic and societal impact of research innovation. We are renewing this group actually 1st of January 2024, so the deadline for the call for application is still open, I think, until tomorrow at 12 o'clock. So if you're interested in applying, do apply, because we do need people that have experience from the real world and from the industry to tell us what is it we can do in the area of AI, computer science and others. And what they found out in this report is that advises us, is that this Industry 5.0 approach that is key for the future of the European economy, and the difference between Industry 5.0, I think, as Adrian said yesterday, is that it is more human-centered, right? So if you recall when we had the internet, but then automation, there were fears that this will mean loss of millions of jobs and so on. It didn't happen, right? It was a myth and so on. Now, on everybody's lips is the question: how will AI impact the labor market and the workforce? Will my job as a computer programmer disappear tomorrow? I don't know. Will my colleagues in the executive agencies replace the evaluation process of proposals by AI? Which indeed it endangers their role and so on. And all this, and we're actually working on a paper in the Chief Economist Unit on what will be the impact on AI if we use AI fully in the evaluation process. Because, I mean, face it, it is a human process. And when you have, and you recruit and you select somebody, there's a certain bias. Of course, we have learned from the past and we have made it so it's as objective as possible. But how would it look like if your proposals to access Horizon Europe funds would be evaluated by AI? Perhaps you will be the best, you know, the top of the class in Europe, right? I mean, I don't know, because that remains to be seen. And also what it means for the, what it means for the impact of the funding and so on. It also means that the future of work is a very important topic, because Europe, we think, and the experts agree, or the experts think and we agree, that Europe is really well placed to leverage this demand for good jobs, right? Today we're still struggling to understand AI, and the topic of this conference shows that, and how will impact the quantity and the quality of the jobs. But also, you know, you could say, listen, use robotics, use AI to automate certain tasks, but create at the same time many new tasks, you know, for humans, resulting in creating jobs. One of the things that in the discussions yesterday with the participants was that AI could never replace a software programmer engineer. Why? Because they're not so good, it's not so good at math. It's good maybe at drafting, or, you know, language skills, or, you know, whatever, thinking and so on. But critical thinking, no. Math skills, no. So if you ask me, I don't think there is anything to worry there. But we'll see. But then, well, I mentioned the two great transitions, but what we cannot really avoid is the fact that we are also in the middle of a geopolitical tension. And this has led countries to or friendshoring policies, which means employers face higher labor costs and thereby greater incentives to automate labor. If you go to the mall, you will find one or maximum two workers, you know, scanning your products manually. The rest is automated, right? So this contributes to the aim of promoting the systemic industrial transformation that goes behind digital technology in industry, and embracing this new paradigm that we mentioned, which is human-centric, resilient, and at the same time sustainable. So the proposed new approach by the experts is to really take into account workers' well-being and quality of life, right? Because, you know, a worker that knows that, you know, his or her, let's say, well-being and quality of life is well taken care of, it will most likely turn down maybe a more, I don't know, a better paid job to stay with an employer that, you know, shares the same values and respects and appreciates the work. These experts also call for this new vision in the broader context of this net zero and Fit for 55 global endeavor. What is interesting in this map of future regional intensity and distribution of new high quality jobs in the EU is the fact that national borders effects are much smaller than expected. You have a clear east-west divide where, you know, jobs requiring more complex elements concentrating in the west and less complex ones in the east. You also have the north-south divide, but it's less visible. And the most striking pattern is, as you know, the concentration of good jobs in capital EU cities and also big cities. This is less, let's say, true for less developed countries. What is true is that we really need to take into account this, regional patterns of specialization to really fully accelerate the creation of good jobs. What we always say in particular regional policy in smart specialization, that we can't expect all regions in a country to be good at exactly the same things. It's a much better use of resources and investments if they really become the best in, and we heard Lisa's examples, in Finland, you have to be very good at something, but it has to be something that you bring, either as a university, as a region, as a city. And in this, I would like to conclude by saying that it's very, very important to have this ecosystem, this innovation ecosystem. And you mentioned design thinking, that I've seen in the courtyard of the Faculty of Engineering. We have created this, let's say, we started this ecosystem with Sibiu Innovation Days, but is this enough? That's the question. For us, a successful ecosystem, if you look at the Netherlands, if you look in Denmark, if you look in France, you really have, you have in the same place, actually you attract because you have something to offer, let's say, be it ideas, be it research, or be it in one area, you attract others to come and ask you how, I need your specialization, to build this project, or let's do this cluster together, or let's do this project together, or let's, and this is, I think, it's, of course, I'm super proud that we have started this ecosystem, but looking at how others work, is that you need to complement it with real, I don't know, accelerators or incubators. It's not because you don't have the talent, and we will see tonight with the hackathon prizes and so on. It's not that you don't have. I think Romania is one of the best trained countries in digital and IT skills, and this is why, I mean, we have so much investment and in this. So I really think that this conference and the discussions have led also to some concrete ideas and proposals of projects that can develop this ecosystem further. Thank you. Happy to take your questions.
Okay, let's see if we have some questions from the room. If not,
yes,
will.
there is.
You surprised
yes.
me.
So here on the slide I see clear East West divide, and the simple products are made in the East. And you write here that's the future of that. So is it then in the sense that's the current state, or is it the goal state that you say?
This is, yeah. So this is a map produced by the experts themselves with the data that they have on green transition, on digital transition, and this is what they say is the current state. Current state, not the future, is the current one, yeah. Yeah, but they have a disclaimer in the, and I'm happy when we circulate the thank you letter to the participants to circulate the link to this, because it's just a few months old, and the map is there, and the explanation of the data used is there, because this may also give you further reference on this. We cannot say that we endorse this data. It's an expert's, high-level expert's report. Thank you.
And then
yes.
You said, second question, then you said it's good that if not everyone does the same or is specialist at the same thing. So how do you see in this context the role of Eastern Europe?
Yes. I mean, we have been in contact with the Ministry of Research and Education and Research in Bucharest, and with Mr. Adrian Curaj, who has developed, I think, 2 or 3 national strategies for research innovation. And in these strategies, of course, he uses, because Romania has the benefit of the structural funds and regional funds, can afford to have such, to have such a strategy which builds synergies with this, and you can attract for a project, money from Horizon Europe and structural funds as well, and other funds. And what he's been trying to do, but it's not easy, is because, why is not easy? Because it comes top down, and it cannot be only top down. It has to be, if Lucian Blaga University feels that you know, the strength of this university is AI, computer science, engineering. But then this is why we should go for when we apply for projects, when we, you know. Now, of course, you have the cluster with Cluj. And you cannot say that, well, you know, Cluj should do something different, or we should do something different. So this is okay to have as a cluster, as a region, because we're talking about region, right? But then, for example, in the medical field, you know, it is too expensive for the infrastructure, for the, you know, whatever is needed, investments for Sibiu, for example, medical school, to start something new. But if it looks at Iași University, or what do I know, Craiova or Bucharest, and say, well, you have already the infrastructure for this particular, I don't know, treatment or lab or whatever disease, we have a great idea. You know, one of our PhD students have developed this, and we would like to scale it up, so to see what will be the result. Let's work together. So, you know, so not starting from scratch, because then if everybody, each university starts their own, you know, without taking into account that the others can complement and build synergies, then for us, from European perspective, it's much better to have, we call this smart specialization. It's much better to cooperate rather than say we are competitive and therefore we want to develop our own thing and start from scratch. It's much more, let's say, uphill struggle. That's what I mean.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to compliment that. It's also what we're trying to do through the European University Alliance for them, whereby we're connecting our university hospitals between the 9 partners and trying to build on the strengths. My question relates more specifically to artificial intelligence. And we need to think about how this is going to shift the balance of power in the world in general. And yeah, I'm just slightly uneasy about the idea that sorry, it's not a very formulated question, but just
the future is overwhelming. Looks like, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think there's no. I totally sympathize with your comments, and one of the things that we're working on with this experts. So there's a subgroup really working on AI, and they're going to publish a few op-eds, which are these short, sharp articles, you know, in different newspapers, exactly on this, you know. But maybe I think of that in a different way. I mean, the other way around. So not for us to fit for the technology for AI, but rather for us to use the technology, right? Because, like you mentioned, you know, we have societal challenges, we have inequality, we have, you know, the access to health systems is not the same, right? Or the quality is not the same. We have the rules, you know, for climate change, fighting climate change, which are different in Europe than in the US and in China and so on. We have issues of competitiveness. And I think the important thing for Europe is of course to master the technology, but also to use it to its advantage. I think that we have been a little bit naive with sharing the data that now creating billions elsewhere, right? We have invested in connectivity, as you know. We have we have these hyper-performing computers, and out of the 5, I think, in the world, out of, I think, 5 best in hypercomputers in the world are European. So that's already something. We invest in skills. We invest in well, we put money into this, but it's really something that we have to be, smarter at, also taking and reaping the benefit. And I don't know if you recall, but very recently we have come up with this digital Market Act, and also on the platforms, where we have asked this, big companies to also pay their share, to say that it's simply not fair. It's not fair competition. And we are coming now with OECD. We are working on rules, governance rules, and I wouldn't be surprised that in very soon we will have something like a supranational organism, something looking at this very carefully, because for the moment it's a little bit out of control. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, sorry, colleagues, that I need to limit the space for the conversation here, but I encouraging you to get in touch with Ramona after this panel to debate and expand more the sharings in this topic. We are counter-timing, let's say. We're lacking time, and I will invite my colleagues. We still have 2 panelists. Thank you, Ramona. We have another 2 panelists, and I kindly asking you to stay in a 10 minutes presentation, if it's possible, just to not extend too much our panel today. So we'll have next colleague in the panel, Sergiu Valentin Dilimot. He's a Square Line manager in Visma Software. Very shortly, AI Ops and DevOps.
That's okay.
Shaping the future of society through technology. A short description, some text.
That's the text from last year.
From last year. Looks like this future is as should be ahead us. So,
yes.
So please update the information.
I will update the information. The
Thanks.
topic that I will talk today will be related to creative disruption, redefining the success in the modern workforce.
Let's see how can be shared also with the public.
I have no clue.
We have the specialist here. Not yet. Thank you.
Okay.
I just like a slide.
Okay, so my topic today is about the creative disruption, redefining the success in the modern workspace. This take my mind to the anti-fragility for the organization, and the ways that company or organization can actually move forward in a crisis situation, or uncertain situation, or challenges, to use that in their benefits. And this theory was made by Nassim Taleb, and I'm very close to it, and I really enjoy to see how the company's organization system can apply that. And for today, I will use a use case related to Team Jumbo Visma. I'm hired in Visma, and it's very close to my heart, this team, since 2019. And This team has been established in 1980s. Was a Dutch squad or team, cycling team. And during the years, they evolved. In the beginning was like a national team and with local riders and so on. Starting from 1996, it became more international. They changed also the name in Rabobank, and after that Belkin, and since 2019 become Team Jumbo Visma. And they was not in a good shape when in the beginning in 2019. They have some financial issues and so on. Fix that and start to plan for the future. And for this, they do a lot of, apply a lot of techniques, yes, that are in the link to anti-fragility. And they start having training plans and focus on adaptability. Start building training plans for each individual rider. In their training plans, they also add unknown situations. So each rider will, was starting to also to know and how to react during the unknown situation like accidents, rains, weather changes, and stuff like this. They start to take the riders out of the comfort zone. They start to have KPIs and objectives and missions. The team did become more diverse, and starting from different nationalities in the team to riders on different ages with different experience behind them. So we have also experienced riders, but also the new ones with a lot of engagement and willingness. So it's a shape and a combination between these two. Since even if they are a team, each individual rider, right, it's unique. They start implementing unique nutrition plans, unique training plans. We start using technology. We have a lot of sensors and start using AI to see how each individual rider actually behaved during the race, during the trainings, and so on. Start collecting the data. We continue to learn from the past and what's happening in the last races. After each race, it's debrief of the race, an evaluation, lesson learned session. Start building strategy for each race, proactive, different scenarios on what may happen in different situations and how to react on that situation. If another competitor start pushing on some part of the race based on the live data from the sensor, we know how to go there, stay behind, react, not react, what kind of decision to take. Who in the team is the one to do based on the strategy to protect each other, because even if the yellow t-shirt in Tour de France, it's for a person, cycling it's still a team sport, and they need to support each other. I don't know what's happened. And also, based on this, actually to work as a team, to support, make the strategies. And the team also become more diverse. So we start to expand not only on the men cyclist team, we also have other sports like ice skating and women cycling tours and so on. And all this data, it's very relevant for the diversity and for the team to learn and to be able to grow and to continue the innovation. I don't think innovation can reach in a team when everyone is on the same level, on the same mindset and so on. The team need to be diverse, different cultures, different ideas, different ages, and based on this to be able to grow and come with something new and evolve. And the teamwork, to be able to support each other, to be able to share knowledge with the colleagues, to the younger ones or not so experienced, to share our knowledge, not to keep it on ourselves, because we are good. We need to share that information and to give the opportunity to the other to grow. And in this way, us also make a step forward in our evolution on different areas. And the team spirit is not about us as an individual, it's also about us as a collective, as a team, as a company, I don't know, community. And to build this kind of community and to work together for our progress. So all these ingredients, actually after 4 years, the cycling team to win in the same year all the 3 big cycling tours. And this is the first time in the history. So that's the reason why I choose as an example this team this year to redefine the success and to find that components that will be very valuable for the future in a team or in a community to be able to grow. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergio.
Yeah.
Thank
Open
you so
for
much.
the questions.
Let's see if we have some cycling, I don't know, passionates or not. If, congrats for the team, congrats for the prizes, and congrats for using technology in growing further, pushing team above the limits.
Thank you.
Congrats again. Good. We'll go further with the last panelist. We'll have Alexandra Luca with us.
Hello, everyone.
She's an engineering manager in R&D in Rignology, Romania. Alexandra studied engineering and project management here in this university. Became an agile certified IT professional with technical background and over 10 years of experience in international software development projects and IT delivery. And for today, she will share with us her thoughts, ideas, and research in regards of what will the future skills requirements looking like compared to today. So let's see a little bit of projection in the future and explore in the same pattern the future skills. Looks like you are in good hands here.
I'm thankful for participating to Sibiu Innovation Days.
Thank you.
As a speaker, and I'm honored to end this panel after such great presentations. This will be rather a light but hopefully inspiring talk about the skills for the future, considering the presumed technological evolution, with highlights in the IT sector, the driver of this evolution. I would definitely not dare to call these ideas predictions because the last years proved that even what was predicted to be coming in 5 years has already surpassed, and the only certainty is that we cannot even imagine what doors will open in some years of viewing the current state that we reached. Think about AI. 5 years ago, we knew that it might replace repetitive tasks, and now, for some while, we are talking about AI in terms of creativity, AI-powered emotional insights, so not just what we talked about, the usage of AI 5 years ago. All right, so the only certainty is the continuous change, and therefore, a core soft skill would be the adaptability to change and to the unpredictable. And in uncertainty also lies opportunity, opportunity to learn, to grow, and to adapt. So what we think will be the world like in 2050? Maybe more like science fiction that we call now than what we call now the real world. Okay, now before digging deeper into the future of work, let's take a brief look on today's situation. Despite the fact that we start seeing more and more skills like creativity and emotional intelligence, the research says that the most in-demand skills this year were still the core ones that we are used to, like communication, teamwork, time management, problem solving. So we are still in a classic pattern. On the IT side, we have the most wanted skills of the year in the used web development, database, mobile development, but also the newer technologies like cloud, AI, big data. And this because the majority of companies are still in migration phase from the old world to the new world. And also the customers are needing to adapt to it. That's what we also were doing in Regnology. We migrated our financial reporting solution from on-prem to cloud, and now the customers need to migrate as well. So no one will skip this. Everyone will need to keep going. Okay, and from recruiting perspective, up until now we were used with similar job descriptions, job positions, and responsibilities, but we will start seeing more and more personalized job names, responsibilities, and also the selection will be decided by the candidate's potential, because what we will need for the future is not already existing in the skill set of how many people we need to work with in order to achieve the goals. Now digging deeper into the future, let's take a look on the most wanted soft skills. A must to keep on every job will be advanced digital literacy. We heard about it, and with concrete examples in the first presentation of this panel. This will be the ability to navigate effectively and responsibly our digital world using technology to find, to evaluate, and communicate information. And the World Economic Forum says that by 2030, almost all of the jobs will need advanced digital literacy, regardless of the sector. If we are talking about the skills in relation to human centricity, we will need to nurture in our work creativity and curiosity, empathy and resilience, and learning agility, the continuous learning that we talked about, and how to adapt to what will come. And on top, especially for leaders, but not only, we will seek for critical and abstract thinking, what was also referred to earlier, and also leadership with humility in order to build trust and inspire into the collective wisdom beyond one's ego, and ethical decision making to empower the right combination of human and machines. We will basically look for alternative solution to every classic way. We will look for anti-pattern, because this will encourage and stimulate innovation. We will look for change drivers, not just for change followers. Collaboration with consultants over employment maybe, but speaking of collaboration, it will get a wider meaning. It will not mean just collaboration between teams of human individuals, but also effectively providing input to machines. Sustainability will also get a wider meaning. If we now refer to sustainability as the ability to survive over years without destroying, we will discuss about sustainability in terms of the capability to regenerate over years, not just survive. And in some decisions, it might even weight more than just the profit. Companies will really need to embrace the power of these advancements in technology in order to stay competitive on the market, because otherwise, even with very good value in a traditional way, they might not keep the rhythm. And now we get to the highlight of my presentation, the transformation of the IT industry and the evolving of IT skill requirements from today up to 2030 and even beyond. In general, today, IT professionals are expected to have a strong foundation in program languages, databases, system administration, network protocols, and these are the bedrock of our digital world. But moving to the future, they will remain crucial, but in depth and in breadth, these skills will expand, and professionals will need to get deeper understanding on the emerging technologies such as AI, quantum computing, and blockchain. And these critical skill requirements will be the bridge between the present and the future. And we'll need expertise around the following concepts, starting with AI and machine learning as a core knowledge demanded for the future of IT professionals. Today, we are understanding it as algorithms implementing machine learning in various applications. But in the coming decades, we will see more focus on involving AI in all the aspects of our lives. Therefore, AI ethics, explainability, human-AI interaction, machine creativity will be the demanded skills around AI. And the ability to adapt and retrain AI systems will be as essential as creating them. And to harness the power of AI, AI models will often require prompts to provide the intended output. And here comes into play cool skill of the future called prompt engineering. It's the skill of crafting precise, strategic, and contextually relevant prompts that elicit desired responses or actions from AI models. And it's the art that combines linguistic finesse, understanding of machine learning, and the domain expertise. And this will play a pivotal role in enabling seamless interactions between humans and machines, and will be an invaluable skill. Next, we have quantum computing, which today is in its infancy. Now we are just understanding the quantum bits, algorithms, and basic concepts, but in the future, it will revolutionize computational power. And IT professionals will need in-depth understanding on quantum physics, quantum circuit design, quantum error corrections, quantum software engineering. Everything will be quantum somehow in a quantum-powered future. Cybersecurity is already becoming the hottest skill today, and we lack in know-how on cybersecurity, but I will not go into depth because we had a whole panel for this topic. Blockchain will also continue to disrupt other industries like healthcare or supply chain, and skills related to blockchain, architecture, smart contracts, decentralized apps will also be very wanted. In terms of the emergence of technology with the medical sector and with the chemistry, we'll have biotechnology and nanotechnology. And also here, IT professionals will need to contribute and in this niche, and to understand it, they will need knowledge around genetics, bioinformatics, computational drug discovery, and so on. We'll have also robotics and personal robots. This will play a significant role, and proficiency in robotic programming, human-robot interaction, robotic ethics even, will be also skills for the future. And because it will increase the demand in robotics, we'll also need to shift the current workers in the manufacturing to be trained to program and operate and configure robots. Then we have driverless technology that will revolutionize the transportation. But I will not go too deep into this because the next one is even more interesting. It's human-brain-computer interaction and augmented reality and virtual reality. By the way, the difference between augmented reality and virtual reality is that in augmented reality, you still are in person and your powers are enhanced by technology, but in the virtual reality, you have a clone, an avatar that you will play around with in the virtual world. Coming back to human-brain-computer interfaces, today it's emphasizing creating intuitive, user-friendly interfaces for applications, but in the near future, this will enable users to overlay digital information into the real world. We will use augmented reality, for example, when wanting to buy a product to just instantly know the information about the product, or when navigating or walking through a city to just get navigating instructions just by, for example, smart glasses or smartphone. Brain-computer interfaces will enable people to control computers and other devices simply by thinking. I think this is insane now, but who knows when this will be reached. This will unlock new cognitive abilities and experiences for humans. For example, we could use brain-computer interfaces in the future to control our prosthetic devices or prosthetic limb, or experience virtual reality in an immersive way. And understanding of here what the skills would be needed to work around these technologies will be, besides the technical ones, also human psychology and how the human psychology interacts with the virtual environments, and professionals adapting in neurobiology or neural network design and interface development will be highly wanted. And finally, we have the metaverse, which slowly but surely becomes a fully immersive virtual reality space that will allow people to interact with each other and also digital objects in real time without leaving their home. And coming to the bedrock of the digital world, in terms of software architecture, the trends will emerge from what we see now as sustainability in resource consumption, beyond what we know now about serverless, low-code, no-code, cube green, cloud carbon footprint. Everything will go into the direction of self-healing systems. Okay, so after we discovered the journey of the technology and the corresponding needed skills, I just want to show you some possible new jobs that might arise in the future. I will just mention some of them: augmented reality journey builder, or metaverse planner, or drone traffic optimizer, and so on. And summing up the takeaways, the digital advancements in technology and the digital transformation will definitely have a profound impact on the world we know today. But all the fancy concepts I just presented will shape new opportunities and challenges, transforming industries, homes, and everyday's life. And the widespread use of these technologies will bring new opportunities, shift in skills, leading to a high demand in professionals with expertise in these areas. And what we saw as skill requirements were actually combination of technical skills with psychological and domain expertise. So we will not need to be just technicians or just psychologists. We will need to understand the interactions, actually. And digital fluency and learning agility will be key skills for humans to keep up with the whole revolution in technology. And this will also raise important ethical and societal questions about the impact of automation and the usage of AI surrounding privacy. And the idea is to try to create a positive future guided in a responsible manner by principles that prioritize the well-being for the humans and for the society as well. And it's up to us to steer it in a direction that benefits all. And I want to close my talk with a question. What you want technology to solve, a problem that you think about? What skills will be required in order to solve this problem, but also how you can contribute on this? Or is this in the responsibility of others? Will you just use the benefit? Does it have an impact overall in years? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Okay, very enriching presentations today, a lot of content, a lot of information. And yeah, thank you for your contribution. I will encourage you to get in touch with the speakers, share your perspectives also. So for what I took from today is just a few simple words. I see education as a backbone. I see learning as a continuum spectrum throughout our life, and trust and curiosity as attitude towards the future. So with this in mind, looking to the future.
Into the future, the closer future is the lunch now.
Gamification in our day, the lunch.
Until 2 o'clock, and from 2 o'clock we'll start another big challenges of our society, climate neutral smart cities, with all aspects that we can discuss about smart mobility, smart governance, smart parking that kill us in a small city is very tremendous. So I invite now to the lunch. So please enjoy.
Will be the same place as yesterday.
Yes,
Yeah?
yes.
Good. So thank you so much for your contribution.
me by email to download. parlamentarul european nu o să fie, știi? Nici măcar online.
Ok. Atunci o să se prezinte local.
To start, because also will be a panel about smart health after that, and the students want to see their results from the hackathon, so I try to be in time. I tried, and everybody, I hope, do the same, but also it's a pleasure to disseminate interesting things. Thank you again that you come here, also in this afternoon. I have the pleasure to have many speakers at this panel because this is a hot topic of our days. That means climate neutral smart cities, smart mobility, energy efficiency, circular economy, sustainability. Each of the panelists will touch such perspective in their presentation. We have a representative of companies, we have representative from Romanian, but also from Portugal and from Switzerland, from academic side, and also colleagues from Sibiu local city county. So to see what happened from local side, from the administration point of view. Then just to shortly present, the first speaker of this panel will be Mr. Cristian Pațachea, who is also, I may say, a good friend of ULBS and mine. We met, I think, 4 years ago, and we try to collaborate further. He's representative of Orange and Innovation Orange Fab and other activities from there. But he will present shortly. So, please.
15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Adrian. Yes, indeed. So thank you for welcoming me and also my colleague, Ioan. He presented yesterday for the second or third time? Third time here?
Yeah, third time, definitely.
Yes. And yeah, I choose this new topic for today, which is very well fitting your panel topics. It's called Net Zero Cities, and actually it's an PNRR, I don't know how to say it, in a National Resilience and Recovery Fund from Romania. This project, it's about one of the EU missions, which is on the climate neutral smart cities. I don't know if you are aware about the European Commission missions on different verticals. This is the one which is addressing the climate neutral and smart cities. There are others which are addressing cancer, waters, food, and other type of important topics. And I will present briefly the scope, the objective of the project, the members of the objective. You will also have the link to the webpage, and I will also then focus more on the architecture and the elements that are provided by us, by Orange, inside this project. Maybe a good point will be to, as a takeaway, just to consider us for other collaborations that you may have in your organization, being, I don't know, corporate or university. So briefly, where we are, let's say, targeting in terms of objective with this project. If you know, in Romania, in 2020, the greenhouse emissions, gas emissions from domestic transportation, commercial activities, and residential sectors were overpassing the emissions from the industrial providers, and especially on the energy supply. Which is, this is from these three sectors, only the transport sector, so private transport sector, it was increasing with 60% comparing with the 89 years. The the milestone actually proposed by the Paris Accord in terms of the greenhouse emission monitoring. And yeah, there is a clear monitoring made by the Commission, and all the states members are obliged to provide such information. And there are also penalties, or let's say infringement type of penalties, which are let's say sometimes are affecting the member state. In our case, unfortunately, in some cities, the Commission also took this action in the past. And this is the reason that with this new let's say project, and also the other project which were financed by the PNRR, we are trying at least to create a common framework, common let's say objectives, and the way to work between the large enterprises, the small companies, and the universities. And one of the main beneficiaries in this case is the, let's say, the municipalities, so are the public sectors, and especially the municipalities. They are somehow in the center of our activities. Net Zero City is practically a consortium, a Romanian consortium, which is targeting to create also a Romanian National Competence Center in the climate neutral smart cities. And here you can see the main objectives of the project. So first of all, I mentioned the framework, the methodological framework, but also the city governance. So it's trying to help the city managers from different, I would say from more open cities from Romania, being small or large, to define action points and to, let's say, define also the KPIs meant to monitor the action that they will take at least in the next 3 to 5 years period. Because there are some commitments in the Paris Accord, and Romania definitely needs to also to respect that kind of obligations. Then there is a collaboration platform, so we are trying to put together all the actors, and you will see that there are some places, and also there are some technologies behind. We will also provide services, being a competence center. We will also have an accord. We already have a kind of memorandum and a contract that we are now proposing to administration to public administration in Romania. And in terms of the technologies, what we are doing, we are trying to build together with the partners kind of digital twin, city digital twin that we are going to pilot inside the UPB, so Polytechnic University Bucharest. This is the, let's say, the headquarters of the project. And inside that mini city, we are going to deploy a lot of sensors, a lot of technologies from all the partners in the consortium, and in the same time to build a digital twin that will be proposed as a showcase and to be used by the consortium, by the competence center, to demonstrate all the actions that a small city or a large city can take in order to respect this, and also to have a governance and to respect the obligation. Here you can see also the page, which is hosted by the UPB. UPB is the coordinator of the consortium, and here you have all the partners. So there are 12 partners. There are, first of all, 5 universities. First, University of Polytechnic of Bucharest, which is the leader. Then from Bucharest, it's also the National Institute of Research and Development in Informatics, and also the University of Civil Engineering. Then we have a Technical University from Cluj-Napoca, and Ștefan cel Mare University of Suceava. And also there are 5 SMEs and 2 large enterprises. The SMEs you can see here. One of them is also the Cluj IT cluster, because it's also public, it's a private entity. And the 2 large enterprises are Bosch and Orange Romania. Why this kind of, let's say, split is because in the consortium, the main points that we are going to tackle, the 3 main verticals are the energy, the buildings, and the mobility, the future mobility. So these are the 3 type of verticals that we are trying to use to target with all the technologies and also the regulation and the actions, and also these kind of partners are helping us to build the digital twin at the end. And you can also see here the split in terms of geography. Probably you know the 100 cities that the European Commission selected 2 years ago. Cluj is one of them, so we have the Cluj, the Technical University, but also we have the companies which are located more on Cluj. Then it's Suceava, and then it's Bucharest. Actually, it's Sector 2 from Bucharest. So it's good that we have also the letter of support coming from, first of all, from the cities which were on the 100 cities list from the European Commission. Then all the supporting partners, and thank you here because also Lucian Blaga, University is since the beginning a supporter of this consortium and the activities that we are going to develop in the next period. By the way, the project started in 1st January this year and will last for 3 years at least. The competence center, it's planned to continue the activity also after the project will be finished from the state's point of view. Here you can see that also we have public government and administration backup, city administration, and also a lot of interest from the large enterprises, and there are also companies which you have here in the conference, and thank you for this also. This means that it has a quite huge interest in terms of, let's say, involvement, first of all. Here there are the partners that signed the letter of support since today, and definitely that now we are extending this through the help of our partners with municipalities especially. So it's a call to action especially for the public municipalities, but also for the universities and companies. Now, in terms of the, it was Orange Romania contribution, so this slide. So now I'm going to go more in the technical aspects. So what we are doing from Orange Romania side in this consortium and why we are there. First of all, I mentioned the digital twin development. So I said that we are going to have a lot of sensors, technologies. So basically, we are relying on the cellular technologies, which are, in our case, more on the 5G. It will be a 5G private network that we will use from UPB campus. So if you know the geography of Polytechnic University, it's like a mini city with a lot of buildings and small intersections, you know, pedestrian people, also cars. We are going with the help of Bosch and with the help of the other SMEs to bring also different type of telematics, especially thinking about the future mobility, smart intersection type of solutions, and IoT type of connectivity, so not only 5G, but we are also using the macro layers from LoRaWAN, NB-IoT, and LTM, which are the 4G IoT related technologies. The verticals that will be, let's say, enabled by these technologies are the three ones that I mentioned before: energy, environment, which are mainly buildings, you know, because the carbon footprint of the buildings is increasing and it's affecting a lot. What I mentioned before, the commercial or residential type of activities. So practically in all the faculties that are inside the UPB campus, there is a huge activity which is generating this, say, carbon footprint increase. On the transportation, for sure that we are going to use the competence coming from Bosch and also from 2 SMEs, plus the transportation faculty from UPB, which is the leading one of the work package. In our case, we will rely mainly on the connectivity, cloud solutions, IoT, so both broadband and IoT, 5G and LoRaWAN plus LTM and NB-IoT. And there is another enabler that we are going to use in this project is the 5G lab that we have in Polytechnica in UPB, which is jointly operated with Polytechnica University from Bucharest, and in which practically we are aggregating all the data that we are collecting from the mini campus, and then UPB plus another SME is going to build the digital twin that will use all the data that are aggregated and are processed inside our facility in the 5G lab. So basically this is the simple architecture, which is also demonstrated here. In the same time, we are also connecting the facility, the one from Bucharest, with the 5G lab from Iași. Why? Because we are trying also to bring or to demonstrate the facilities that we are creating as based on the experience in the campus, also to other cities which showed the interest for the project. And this is one of them is Iași municipality, and it's very simple for us to extend the dashboarding and the experience from Bucharest also in Iași. Here basically you have the concept, at least from an operator point of view, which is dealing not only with 5G private network that are deployed in both Bucharest and Iași, but also with the IoT LoRaWAN connectivity that I was mentioning, and the type of the parameters that are, let's say, used by different applications, such as the V2X type of connectivity used by Bosch, or the smart intersection sensors that I was mentioning. So we are able to provide around 5 milliseconds latency. This is one way, plus the speed, especially for the video processing part, because there is a lot of computer vision involved in the project. So mainly 100-150 megabits per second for the uplink, which is the most important part in case of the video analytics part. What else? Definitely that we need to bring some more, let's say, sensors in legacy systems, which is by simply installing kind of smart pillars, so it's not a new concept. The way that we decided to implement is based on a solution that we have from one of our startups, because you mentioned that, yes, indeed, we are also involved in this area, meaning that we are collaborating with startups, not only from Romania, but from the countries in which Orange is operating, through one of our vehicle, which is called Orange Fab. It's an accelerator, it's a corporate accelerator. So what you see here in the picture is now in the deployment in one place inside the UPB campus. And this kind of pillar is enabled with different sensors, starting from the cameras, also to counters and air quality monitoring. So practically it's able to collect a lot of data and then to send this data back to the processing unit, which is in the 5G lab data center. Another point which we are trying to bring inside the analysis and to be used also to demonstrate different patterns in one, let's say, city or mini city area, is the cellular analytics and component, which is basically an analysis that we are doing on the cellular network, meaning 2G, 3G, 4G, computing different patterns based on the signaling from the devices. I will not say from one device, from two devices, basically a collective analysis done on top of the network that we are operating to provide the services that you are using. How we are doing this? Definitely, very simple. No? The network that it's offering the mobile services, it's also used to collect statistics that then are meant to demonstrate or to provide insight for some other type of usage. And one example here, and because I was also mentioning Iași, that is one of the main backers of our project as municipality, we did an analysis for the Iași color run. You know what is color run, no? As a experience, as the people which are running in the city, at the end of the show, they are putting a lot of colors on just to celebrate the finish of the 10 kilometers or 5 kilometers road. So we had one in Iași in June, on 10th of June, and we decided to do an analysis on top of that based on the data that we are collecting. Why? Because we need to, to just save a lot of information and then to post-process. In order to be relevant, definitely that we had to take the information also from before this date and after. And as 10th of June was a Saturday, we had to do it in each Saturday, so one before and one after. So I have actually 2 Saturdays before 10th of June and one after. And this is the path that they used in the city. If you're not familiar with Iași, this is the city center, is the palace from Iași. And usually the start and the finish were around the palace, so it's quite a center area. Plus there is a mall very close to the palace. And we decided to split this in 3 central zones in that area because these are more relevant and definitely that these are also linked to our architecture, the number of sites, the typology of the sites, I'm referring to the cellular site. And then we use these three statistical indicators, you know, the number of unique visitors in the selected areas and the interval that we choose to monitor. It was starting from 8 in the morning, going up to 10 p.m. Then to count the stationary duration, which is a chunk of 15 minutes, or more than double 15 or multiple of 15 minutes intervals, plus the home location, the visitors' provenience based on the sleeping area, because we know exactly where the people are, let's say, staying for more than 7 hours, 8 hours, and so. So that is considered a home location of a certain device. This doesn't mean that we know where one people is staying, because often we are receiving that kind of question. So definitely that on top of this we have to add some additional statistics, like last census results, subscription type, because at least we know the 2 or 3 types of subscription, if it's gold, bronze, premium, and so on, and the market share of Orange in that particular area, which you know very well in terms of split between the operators, because that is compensating with the results. And I mentioned that we also extended the analysis over some other dates, just to be sure that we are comparing apple with apple. And here you have the results, so the 4 lines. The black one is the date of the event, which was the 10th of June, Saturday. Previous, it was on the 27th of May, because on the 3rd June was another holiday, so it was out of the discussion. And the next Saturday after the event. The result was revealing a difference of around 30,000 of people. And the total number that we saw in the day of the event was 160,000, so an increase of 80% over the usual type of activity. Definitely that the Palace Mall, it was very close to the finish line and the start line. Of course, it had the most impact in terms of the number of people. But some nice results were that, for example, in the Palace Mall area, we observed an increase of 11% after the event ended. So this is linked to the people that were going to shopping or to the, food area or to drinking area. These are statistics very important for the retailers usually. The point is that the event didn't have let's say, a national impact. It was just regional, meaning that if you can see the orange line in the first part, that is mainly from Iași. So the other small percentage came in from other counties, Suceava, Vaslui. So this means that the event was having a more meaning for the local retailers areas. And then you can see the split on the small regions in terms of Iași County. So no international impact. In the start-finish area of the event, we look and we observe a 35% growth in the presence and 28% growth in the stationarity time, comparing with the usual results calculated from a normal Saturday days. These are just basic information that we can collect and analyze based on this type of dashboard. And we also decided to do the analysis. If you check the news, it was a World e-gaming contest in the same place in Iași, and that is having a more international impact, and definitely that the results in that case will be more relevant for Iași as a, let's say, retailer plus the municipality meaning, but that is not yet available. So overall, the project that we are in this moment and in which we are partners, so Net Zero Cities, I mentioned that we are looking for collaborators, especially on the public sector, because we want to demonstrate, we want to bring the results to them, and also we want to make them part of the project. But also we are looking for the SMEs with, with impact on this type of verticals. From our side, we are also open to discuss any type of project, being, Research Horizon, Digital Euro Program, Connected Euro Facility, or even national ones, which are involving this type of components. And here, I also mentioned the IPCE type of, because I know that there are companies such as Continental, NXP, and others which are involved in consortium, and definitely that you will need to test what you are going to develop, at least on the connectivity side. So we have right location, like facilities, 5G labs in Bucharest, Iași. We can also bring it in another part of Romania. And yeah, definitely this part with the startup acceleration. So if you are interested to find out what we are doing there, you can check Orange Fab program from Romania, because there are others in other Orange countries. And you will see also the type of the use cases, the type of the project that we are doing with the technology startups that we have in our program. So thank you very much. And,
thank you very much,
if you have
Cristi.
questions, I can take it, definitely. So,
I invite some questions from auditorium. Please, Rui. Cristi, rămâi. Keep.
So, what I show you in terms of the dashboard, it's, yeah, I can answer if you want to receive the answer. Okay. Okay. It will be difficult for us to to activate in Portugal, but I know a Portugal operator, because we are collaborating with them, that is doing quite a similar part. Yes, we are providing reports based on the Romanian, let's say, network. I mean, what we are operating in Romania. We can provide this kind of information. It's part of a service that we are, it's called Flux Vision, and it's available on our website. But I can give you more details here. Thank you.
No, thank you. So you said that you don't know exactly where one person is at the moment, but on the Cluj event, you have the residence of that person, right?
I have the what? The resident? Ah, yes, 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 yes. Because it's about statistics, aggregated statistics. So we.
And you also have camera feeds connected to this network. My question is, do you have a plan to protect this huge amount of data from misuse?
The reason that we cannot identify, the person, is that we need to respect the privacy, and this means that we need to do all the pseudonymization and all the let's say the architecture security behind, which we are doing, because yeah, otherwise we cannot sell this service. Like I mentioned, it's a service, and we are not using the web cameras here in this part. It's just the network and the signaling of the devices which are attached to the network. It's not these are not combined with video analytics. The video analytics part of the Net Zero City, it's a different approach. We are not operating web cameras, if this is the question. No? Or, I mean, the data are aggregated in the data center. The one that I mentioned, it's in the UPB, which is totally different than the streaming from the web cameras, which are used by the V2X type of vertical, and is not mixed up with the.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Also, I invite for other questions in the coffee break, but just to don't delay too much. And now I invite Mr. Radu Natia from Continental Company to share his lecture and vision about motorcycling. The PowerPoint, yes. I put the PowerPoint.
Hello everyone. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It feels really good to be back here. I graduated this university about 11 years ago, and it feels good to be back in contact with the university. Okay. Thank you. I will start presenting today the future motorcycle braking systems and how we can apply our processes and new technologies to improve them and to have sustainable products. A short introduction of the company. We have discussed yesterday this kind of topics. It was presented. I won't go into details, but most of you know that it has a lot of experience in the automotive field, and it has over 150 years experience. Mainly, it started with rubber products, but in the last 40 years, we started the production of electronic brake systems as well for passenger cars, and in the last 27 years, as you can see, the suspension systems as well. If we go forward to our main topic today, the product history for motorcycles, of course, it's a lot smaller. It started only 17 years ago. We have different products on the market. As you can see here, we have a new product that will be implemented on the market this year. We offer many functions. Of course, we focus on the main function, which is the ABS function, the anti-lock brake system. But at the same time, we offer, depending on the requirements of high-end production sites, we offer different functions like traction control, like riding modes, like optimized curve braking, and so on. And just to show what's the difference and what are the implementation points between projects, you can see that we have one project named 100 MAB in 2015, and the one this year is named the same, just added a PIA. So just to present the system architecture of this product. It's a highly integrated two-channel ABS, and the main difference between the older version and the newer version is that we managed to integrate the PS sensor, which stands for pressure, yaw, and acceleration. This sensor allows us to measure the rotation rates and the acceleration of the unit, and it gives us advantages because based on its data, we can improve or offer better functions such as curve braking or lift-off detection of the rear wheel. One thing that we really tried to keep as the older version of the product is to maintain the same box volume dimensions. So we managed to implement the new sensors and the optimization on the same motherboard. Now I want to explain to you what defines our market and how the market will evolve in the next years. So the market is mainly driven by the regulation, but also the increasing safety awareness. And Continental has done this for the last several years. We were partners in many programs that are meant to increase the awareness, and at the same time, we want to encourage a world free of road fatalities. The trends in the market are changing every single month, especially for the motorcycle brand. The ABS market is expected to grow in the next few years from 12 million to 15 million. The legislation is forever changing, and the main driven is the Asian market. A big trend now, of course, with all the vehicles, including passenger cars, is the electrification. This normally applies mostly, at least today, to the smaller motorcycles. We also try to provide domain control ECUs. This is a function that will be integrated in the future in the smart cities. For now, it's only in the base of implementation. We don't have new products with it. One of the main topics here is that we try to include also advanced rider assistance systems. You can see in the photos we have emergency brake assistance, and this is already used on our products. We use specific sensors to integrate and to use the information from the smart cities to integrate it with our products in order to facilitate the functions. And unexpectedly, the market for freewheelers and ATVs has grown in the last few years. Until now, at least in most of the world, the ATVs were considered as agricultural units, and they didn't have any regulations to it. Now, the topic of sustainability. It's a really big topic for us. We try to align with the requirements of, as I said, the rapidly and evolving market, it's hard to include everything, but we try to include climate neutrality, smart cities, smart mobility, energy efficiency, and I will approach all these topics in the next slides. For the climate neutrality, it's really important, and we can start with every project with the material selections. And we try to reduce the demand of new raw materials and to reduce the carbon footprint by using recycled materials. We also use locally sourced or renewable energy for production facilities. Those who are from Sibiu know that Continental already has solar panels implemented, and we have a program to implement this in all locations. The emission reduction is a really big topic for us because it applies to passenger cars but to motorcycles as well, and we work with most efficient components such as motors, but we program them to use like only 70 or 80% of their capabilities in order to use less current. And the topic that has to be addressed is that the local sourcing is more and more implemented in our processes. We have to develop products which target a certain market, and all the components and the material have to be sourced locally in order to minimize the transportation emissions. For the energy efficiency, the main topic is using ABS control algorithms, which are crucial for the energy efficiency. If we have the correct algorithm and if we update it yearly, as we do, we can reduce unnecessary brake actuations, which can save a lot of energy. A topic for passenger cars as well is regenerative braking, and this has to be implemented for the motorcycles as well. It's in implementation now, and we try to store the energy produced by the braking. Another topic would be low friction components. We have in each of our products sealing elements, and we have to calculate their compression ratio in order to reduce the friction between the components and assure that the energy efficiency is improved. For example, when we start any kind of components, we try to have it as small as possible, to use as less material as possible. The product itself has to be lightweight in comparison with all the product that we've done until now. And also the energy management during idle is really important. When we first started doing motorcycle products, we didn't focus on how much energy the unit was using when actually it was not in function. And it was more than you would expect. Circular economy is a really big topic because we have to focus to be prepared and show the customers that every product is easily dismantleable, that every product has a high degree of recyclability, and we have an internal process which defines the way the units are dismantled and recycled. At the same time, every time we source new components, we focus on using eco-friendly packaging, and we minimize the packaging materials in order to remove any waste in the process. And we have a complete separate team which focuses on the life cycle of the product, and every step is under investigation to see where we can reduce any kind of emissions or even materials that should be avoided. Repurpose is a big word for us. Normally we can't reuse components from one system to another. We can't just recycle a component and use it. But what we do, we design all the components or all the units with a family concept in mind, meaning that if we define a new component, we keep trying to have it used in different other products as well, to have the same components used in different products. No matter how good the products are, we always have to try to educate the customer as well. And user education is really important to us. We have different trainings, especially for the motorcycle drivers. And the most important thing is them knowing that a proper braking system can impact the fuel consumption and the emissions. For example, for the ease of use, we have asked the market for feedback, which are the worst conditions or is the worst feedback from our functioning. And one of them was that the brake lever would feel really stuck, or it would generate big vibrations. And we managed to improve the algorithm and use new valves and orifices to improve the hand lever feeling. A big topic for us, of course, always is safety. We have as our motto, or one of our mottos, safety first, and we continue to prioritize the ABS function. It's the main function that has to be 100% functioning at all time. Advanced driver assistance. We try to incorporate all features now. Examples, collision avoidance and pedestrian detection. Of course, this is with the help of the smart cities technologies. One thing that's really important is collaboration. Just having a unit which is efficient, it's not enough. We try to collaborate with the urban planners, with the government, in order to align with smart cities initiatives and mobility solutions. And at the same time, we try to have a circular economy and to promote the sustainability. We have partnerships even with the competition on certain production or on certain legislations, because we want to align and have a clear market and to have the same expectations from the market. The regulatory compliance, as I said, we try and we do our best to think ahead about what regulatory compliance or requirements from the legislation would come. And because we take at least 2 years to promote or to design a new product, we have to be prepared once we launch the new product that we are regulatory compliance. Data privacy and security is a really big topic for us as well. Of course, cybersecurity now it's added on all our products. And another topic would be research and development. We always try to find new measures to stay upfront with the technology advancement and to include them in our designs. Smart cities and mobility. Yes, we have the vehicle to infrastructure integration. We want to ensure that our components and our products are compatible with whatever new sensors or information or data is provided by the cities, and this will help us improve the traffic flow and reduce accidents. The autonomous vehicle compatibility, yes, I've been mentioning this all over the presentation. We designed the ABS system to support autonomous motorcycle features based on high precision sensors, wireless connectivity, and even AI.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
If there are questions for
yes,
the speaker.
Yes. No. We cannot assure the safety once it's dismantled, that the unit is being assembled back again by a certain or third party, and we don't want to sustain this kind of process. Normally we replace it. Okay.
Okay, some other questions from the audience? I have a question. How far are we from autonomous bikes on the streets?
Normally I would say pretty far, but in reality the sensors are getting more and more precise. We try to implement them in each and every product, but the regulations do not require them, at least for now. And even the electrification topic. As I showed, it applies to smaller motorcycles. And some would say yes, but if you have electric motors, you don't need a braking system, for example. But normally this is not the case, because we need to implement more function like traction control. Anytime they would want to add an additional function, they will need a new braking system from us.
Okay, thank you for the questions, and we will take another questions from the audience.
Normally this doesn't really apply to motorcycles because the units are so small and we try to make them really cheap and it doesn't really make sense to repair them. We show them how it should be recycled, yes, but as I said, once you open the unit up, no one can assure that the function is still maintained. And we are talking about an automotive product and first of all a safety product. So allowing someone else to handle it or repair it, it's not an option for now.
Okay, so safety first.
Safety first.
Not yet. You want to call? I will call. Yes, but will be another speaker and then you will be. Yes, just to. Yes. I will ask in case something is not working. Just a moment.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Just a moment. I will stop the presentation and you will share yours. Yes, please.
Yes, please. I will do so now.
Yes, please.
Okay. I am. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we see.
Let me just start presenting in full screen and then see how it looks. I do not see anyone, so please tell me.
No, we see you and also your presentation. Just a small intervention from my side to present you, and then you can continue. And dear colleagues, dear friends, I have the pleasure to present, let's say, a new partner, a colleague of us who help also with our PhD student, is Mrs. Florina Ciorbă, who is chair of the High Performance Computing Laboratory or Research Center from Basel, Switzerland. And together with Remus Brad and myself, we send our PhD student Teodora Vasilaș with a high peak scholarship there and intend to apply for further project together. But because this year she cannot be here with us, we have the pleasure to see her at least online. So Florina, thank you very much that you accept our invitation to Sibiu Innovation Days, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the very honorable introduction and for the invitation. Hello, everyone. Bună ziua tuturor. I'm extremely happy to be here, at least online, and hopefully at the next edition in person to meet the Romanian and the Center of Romania IT community, academia, and young talents. As it was mentioned before, we already have an ongoing and successful collaboration. That was on a different topic. So today I will be presenting you something else, something that fits this panel on climate neutral and smart cities. It's about sustainability and how it relates to very large simulations, to very large supercomputers that not only relate to AI, but AI training and AI inference, but also help us advance scientific discovery. And in this case, I will be presenting you a study that I have been doing with my team, which you can see all of them on the slides. They are from different institutions at the University of Basel, Zurich, the Swiss Supercomputing Center, and other collaborators, about how we try to understand the universe and its evolution using scalable simulations in a sustainable way. Without further ado, this presentation is about sustainability, which is at the center of the discussion and of our research in this project. So what is this about? We have all experienced, especially those born since 1970s, that the summers are getting hotter, the winters are getting warmer, there is less snow, and this has been represented as the stripes on showyourstripes.info. The global temperature in the last century has increased, and this is why we need agreements such as the Paris Agreement that will limit this acceleration of global warming. And this also has an impact on how we conduct science using very powerful and very energy hungry supercomputers. Astrophysics is one of those communities that could run on the largest supercomputers that men or humankind could ever build. And that's why they have made a roadmap for what their science vision should be and what their infrastructure requirements are for the next 13 years. And they formed 8 panels. One of them is on computing and big data, and the other one is about how astronomy relates to society. So this is not just our opinion that sustainability is important. They have formed given different recommendations, and the most important recommendation is that astronomy projects and research should include environmental footprint and try to reduce it. In one of the panels, one of the key recommendations was made that not only to reduce it, but how to reduce it by using energy efficient programming languages and computational architectures, and of course by educating the community that this matters. So how do we educate the community? We first can measure the carbon footprint using different opportunities out there, and I have here just a few snapshots of the different solutions out there, the green algorithms, the code carbon, also other energy measurements for simulations executed in the cloud or for machine learning workloads, and also another calculator for that takes into account different hardware devices. But what is carbon footprint? It is the product of the energy used, which also includes the time that we used energy on some platforms, and the carbon intensity means how much carbon was emitted into the atmosphere as that energy was being produced and used. So we will be focusing in this talk about the energy component, which relates to time, as we can see here, and how much power the components of that particular device are. I'm trying to change this to a laser pointer so that it's a little bit better, right? So the power that has been drawn by the different components. And of course, the energy efficiency of the data center, but we as scientists, we cannot change that. We just have to be aware of it and see that this has a direct influence on the energy that we are using for our simulations and can increase carbon footprint if we're not careful or ignorant of it. But I wanted to cover quickly carbon intensity, and for 3 countries, one, Romania, because this is where Sibiu Innovation Days is taking place. Second, Switzerland, because this is where I currently work. And Finland, because this is where we're running our simulations. And over the last years, we see that carbon intensity has thankfully and gladly decreased. But we see that there is still room for improvement, especially in the intensity, which has slowed down in decreasing in the last 2 decades. And this is more important to continue all the efforts of Romania to approach the carbon intensity of Finland and Switzerland in order to sustain climate neutral research and businesses and cities. But we need a holistic approach. It's not just a country, it's everybody in every country, from the application developer, from the algorithms developers, from the programming language choices we make, from the software stack we decide to use or not to use, from the way we encode and store our data, from the architectures we use, and of course the technology we use that matters for lowering the carbon footprint, because the energy and the performance at each of these levels are key for a global sustainability. We don't want to be sustainable in terms of technology and then have no concerns for sustainability at all the layers above. And we have to be careful that these layers are interconnected, and one gain in one layer may cancel all the gains achieved by the other layer. So we need to think holistically in order to solve a global and planetary scale problem. I will quickly mention Jevons paradox, which is also referred to in many contexts as the rebound effect, which states that as costs drop, for instance, the energy costs drop, the demand for energy rises, which might be a dark cloud on all these energy optimization efforts, but the idea is we have to be aware of it and we should integrate it in the picture, but we should, because we are aware of it, we should be able to lower the carbon footprint by taking this holistic approach. So that's all about sustainability and why this is so important to address. I'll give you a short intro into computational astrophysics and cosmology, and I will focus this talk on a project that I know very close. It's near and dear to my heart because it's the effort of all those people you saw in the first slide. It's called SPH-EXA. It's a mouthful, so let me present it slowly. It's a scalable and fault-tolerant simulation framework that uses the smoothed particle hydrodynamics method. So this is one of the algorithms choices that we make in order to simulate the way fluids, such as you see, the universe in the background picture can be seen as a set of particles that follow the fluid motions, and that can be simulated with such a method. But how do we simulate it and how do we develop this framework? It's an interdisciplinary co-design by computational physicists and computer scientists, such that we can exploit exascale computers. We have different components here. We have a way to parallelize the problem, to solve it once it is parallelized using SPH hydrodynamics solver, and then to calculate gravity for some simulations that require it, and of course to add any other physics that might be required, because this is just a framework. Think about it as a tool. What you do with that tool can be very versatile, and the idea is SPH-EXA can be such a framework that can support building different simulation scenarios. But that's about physics. Here it's about computer science and the performance and energy optimization strategies, not only for scalable science or for optimized scalable science through load balancing, scheduling. We also run the code on different architectures, CPU and GPUs, on different supercomputers, and we want to make sure that the simulations produce the right results. But today's focus will be on energy measurement and reporting, and of course, understanding the energy efficiency of our simulations. The title of this talk is Sustainable and Scalable Simulations. So scalable simulations means that as we increase the number of particles that we want to simulate and the number of computing nodes that we deploy those simulations on, we maintain throughput, or how many particles per second per node in million we are completing the calculations for. And we see here for an experiment that has 1 billion particles per node for a total of 1 trillion particles, we have a sustained simulation throughput, and this is what makes SPH-EXA a scalable framework. But how does it perform in terms of energy consumption? In energy consumption, in a classical sense, any machine should be able, if they are using Slurm and energy accounting plugin of Slurm, they should be able to give us the energy that a particular job has executed. This is just a sample for one of the SPH-EXA runs. But this doesn't tell us which component has contributes most of this energy consumption during the simulation. So this is something we try to improve on. And in addition to this, we have another question. Which component of our simulation, and we see here different components that were also mentioned in the slide introducing SPH-EXA, are most energy hungry? And for that, we have two approaches. One of them is the power measurement toolkit that allows us to measure on a modular level which code module takes most energy, but also comparing it to the current state of the practice, Slurm, which is what I showed you in the previous slide. We perform such an analysis for two applications. They have overall different number of particles per graphics processing unit device, and they run for a short number of time steps just to make this analysis possible. Of course, this needs to be scaled up to tens of thousands of time steps. We do this on 3 architectures. One architecture of the Lumi supercomputer, which is hosted in Finland. This is why I wanted you to see the carbon intensity of Finland. We use about 12 nodes of a very large supercomputer. We use another 12 nodes of a much smaller but very new supercomputer that is hosted in Lugano in Switzerland, and we use one node of a small system that we have here at the University of Basel. They have different numbers of GPUs and CPU cores, and their power consumption is estimated using green algorithms. So they are different architectures, right? So heterogeneity. First, we wanted to see whether we wanted to see if this power measurement toolkit matches or is not a good tool to use in our simulations, and it actually shows that it's comparable to the standard state of the practice, and sometimes it slightly underestimates because it measures fewer things than the whole job measured by Slurm. And we will have a closer look at these two examples to see on a device level which device spent most time in consuming most of our energy, and we see that the GPU consume in both cases on both type of devices the majority of the energy, followed by memory, and by the other components. So the energy consumption follows time, meaning we spend a lot of time in GPUs. We also consume a lot of energy with the GPUs. But we can go further. We can measure the energy not only per device, but also per function of the code. And this is a very busy slide, so I'll try to walk you through it. Here we have on the x-axis the same simulation you had seen before, run on the different GPU architectures. But it's important to know that while the GPUs are performing their calculations, the CPU is also powered up and consuming energy in proportional percentages to the functions that the GPU is executing. And the energy is normalized for every case to the energy of that particular device. And we see here that, for instance, the dominant function in this application here, which is the subsonic turbulence, is momentum and energy, consuming almost 12 megajoules, whereas on a different architecture on the GPU, it consumes much less. But when we now look at the other simulation, the error collapse simulation, we see the same function has a different profile, right? Still slower on the Lumi GPU than on the CSCS NVIDIA GPU. But actually what we also see here is that there is another function that becomes the dominant function, the AV switches. So basically we can improve this particular function on AMD GPUs, but also the other functions will have a different role depending on the simulation we run, the architectural and programming framework we use, and the hardware device that we use underneath. Not only the tools we use to measure and the functions that are actually part of the code matter, but also the programming language matters. And we are happy that we are using CUDA on NVIDIA devices and Hippify it to run on AMD GPUs, because it has been shown that it's actually the least carbon emitting and the fastest language to program for GPUs. But not only that matters, but also the degree of parallelism. So we are using the right programming language, but are we using the right degree of parallelism? And contrary to what one might expect, using double than 96 cores is actually not most energy efficient, because on the x-axis, y-axis here, we have the energy to solution. So lower is better, and here performance higher is better. So we want to be more to the right of this curve and to the bottom. So this is the 0.96, and this is what we also want to understand for our simulation. So in general, for CPU codes, CPU frequency throttling has been shown. We see here that lower frequency is better in terms of energy to solution, not in terms of performance, but we can still afford the loss in performance because we gain in energy to solution. And we also know that there are other efforts in capping the power used by a particular device in order to bound the energy and the time used consumed by that device for a particular code. And that's exactly what we did in our case. Because this is a GPU-centric code, we didn't throttle the CPU frequency because that wouldn't have given us any gains, but we throttled the GPU compute clock frequency. And we have here again the turbulence simulation, which is one of the two simulations we examined in this work 4 different problem sizes. So this is the number of particles cubed, because this is a 3-dimensional simulation domain. And we normalize the frequency, we normalize the results of energy and delay products, so multiplying the energy consumed with the time it was consumed in, to the normal frequency of 1410 megahertz. So we see that performance degradation is actually expected, right? But it's a little bit expected. When you reduce the frequency of a GPU, you expect things to take lower, but actually it saves a lot of energy. So this is something to explore further. And we looked at the blue line here is one of the largest simulations in the left plot. How does it affect this GPU frequency throttling, the energy delay product for the different functions? And we see for all the functions below these two, so the green function and the momentum and energy, which were also the most energy dominant in the previous slide, this throttling actually makes the energy delay product savings quite substantial. So I'll try to wrap up a little bit and say that we can put all of this into the perspective, and we can examine the green algorithms estimators, whether we run one simulation on one machine here on the left or another machine on the right. It's 2 different simulations on the same machine, or the same simulations on a different machine. The idea here is, and I will go back one slide, even though this is in grams of CO2, this computing center is carbon neutral, and so is the computing center in Finland carbon neutral. And even though here we see hundreds of grams, the simulation took longer, which is proportional to the time the simulation took. What we are proposing in our team is that we go beyond the standard way of running computational science codes on supercomputers, where you run a code, in this case SPH-EXA, you submit it to Slurm, and you get a performance number. We want to use energy plugins and to also report energy consumption as a baseline. This is the minimum that everybody has to do. But it would be great if we could extend that baseline and also use the carbon footprint calculator scripts that are provided online by this platform, for example, or we can use PMT, Power Measurement Toolkit, as we have seen in this work, in order to have an extensive report of all of these aspects that matter for sustainability. So scientific developers also should use the algorithms that we said in the holistic approach slide that contribute to energy efficiency. A supercomputing facility should support all of this reporting. Hardware designers should continue to do energy efficient devices. And all of this is to bring the mindfulness to all the scientific community that there is not only an accessibility cost. I need to access a supercomputer. I also need to be mindful whether that has a meaning and that has an environmental cost, because no longer it can be ignored. Energy providers should continue to find and offer renewable sources, and the power grid should be managed efficiently. And PIs, such as myself and other colleagues, should submit proposals for running large simulations to the sustainable supercomputers out there. Because this will bring not only sustainability and scalability to scientific discovery, but it will bring the smartness that we have seen and heard about in the previous slides, in the previous presenters. So I will quickly jump to the key points and the next steps. The key points of this presentation, I think, are already clear. We need a holistic approach to lowering carbon footprint. We can measure our consumption of our computational simulations at different levels and at different frequencies in order to have a smart scientific discovery path going forward. But all of us, even beyond computational science, we have heard telecommunication companies, we have heard from automotive industries, and we will hear in this panel from many other fields. All communities need to embrace greener principles, which are spelled out here, and the slides will be available to be studied further. And in this talk, we only covered a few of these that are highlighted. But beyond these greener principles, all communities need to implement the environmental responsibility framework in order to reduce all the energy and carbon footprint that we are emitting. And with this, I am at the end of my talk, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Florina. Before to invite our guests to put a question. I have one for you.
Yes.
Actually, I'm in front of a dilemma, maybe many of us, but just from automotive point of view and from machine learning point of view, Python language is very welcome. It's easy to apply, to use with scientific kit-learn and other. But as I saw in your picture, and I agree with this, Python consumes a lot of CO2. What do you think about this? How to proceed further? Because, of course, image recognition is useful in automotive, necessary, I may say, but also
Yes.
have a footprint,
Yes.
carbon.
That's a very good question. So we have to balance high performance, which is what languages such as CUDA and C++ and Fortran offer, with high productivity, which is what languages such as Python and Java and other, less high performance languages offer. I think we can always start doing things in Python, but that we should be careful not to do too much in Python, because then converting Python to CUDA and very high performance computing languages will be too hard. You will have thousands and millions of lines of code written in Python just to get things started, that once you deploy those products, you will not be sustainable and carbon neutral, right? So I think to get things started, everybody could and should use Python. And even us in computational sciences, we use Python to analyze data, to prepare the data for the simulations. But we are not afraid to move to C++ as soon as we have an idea of whether, the analysis makes sense or not.
Yes, that chocolate is good, but just with measure, with equilibrium.
Exactly. Perfect answer.
Okay, thank you very much. I invite for question from the room. Also, a final question from my side, and then we congratulate again for your work and your team. Why it's important to keep an eye or to think a little bit to the whole universe if the problem is climate changes on our planet?
Yes, that is, I think, a question that many people might have. And the answer would be, we have fundamental, unanswered questions about the cosmos, right? The physics models don't know, for instance, cannot confirm the models of gravity. It doesn't explain everything that we need to understand about the universe. We do not understand how the first objects and galaxies form. So this is driving a large scientific community forward in different ways. And SPHEXA, in this case my team and SPHEXA, we are contributing to answering those questions. But we have to understand that we cannot support such inquiries without by killing this planet along the way. Because the answer to how the universe formed is not important if this planet doesn't exist anymore and the humanity died. Because humanity, in the end, or the scientific community made of humans, made this question a fundamental question to answer and pursue. So therefore, we need to bring sustainability, and that's why I focused on this slide, in astrophysics and astronomy, because that's the only way forward.
Okay, thank you very much again, and hopefully to see you soon in Sibiu.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I will go to the next speaker just to make some technical things. share again. Florina, do you see the Professor Benson presentation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Then I invite now again Professor Lasse Berntsen from University of Southeastern Norway to present his lecture about smart grid and aggregators. Please, Lasse.
Thank you. Okay, I will talk about smart grid and aggregators, and this is first, I'm a professor in information systems at University of Southeastern Norway, and what I'm going to talk about now is what we have been doing in 2 European projects during the last years. And most of it is taken from this book chapter that we wrote about this role of aggregators in smart cities. So the Smart MLA project was an ERANET project with partners from Denmark, Norway, Romania, Sweden, and Turkey, and it took part in the period from 2018 to January 2022, and the project included an investigation of prosumer and aggregator roles, and we have continued this work after the project finished. So in the energy market, the traditional model is that the consumers buy energy from the grid. At least in Norway, we have a deregulated market since 1991, and it means that you choose what energy producer that you want to buy your energy from. And on the electricity bill, you pay for the energy, but you also pay for the transmission cost, the infrastructure. This is delivered by the transmission or the distribution operator. So in a smart grid, the big difference is that we can send energy both ways. So if you have solar panels on your roof, then you can sell your energy to the grid. This is accomplished through a smart meter, and this is the black circle. This measures the amount of energy that is sent from the network and to the network. And we normally have a collection point for these smart meters that collects all the data. And the key word here is flexibility, because flexibility is very important, and I will get back to why flexibility is very important in the smart grid context and smart city context. The flexibility is important because if we have enough flexibility in the grid, we can delay or avoid infrastructure investments, because in the electricity grid, we plan for the peaks. You have to be able to supply enough energy to handle the peaks, and if we can reduce the peaks, you know, then we can get better performance. So the whole idea about flexibility is to stabilize grid operations. But there are some barriers from the prosumer side, and it's a lot of lack of trust in energy market actors, because we made some surveys, and they say that, okay, we don't trust energy companies because they have too much in small letters. They try to get most from the customers, and they don't really care about getting the prices low. So one of the things that we have worked on is how can we achieve more trust in the energy market in order to actually achieve this flexibility that is very important. The aggregator plays a key role here, because the aggregator is some kind of organization of prosumers. And if we have this kind of aggregator, then the customer can define some constraints, like I want my electric car to be charged in the morning, or the temperature should not get below 15 degrees, That is the kind of constraints you can set. And then you give the aggregator the power to use your energy for flexibility purposes. So it may say that, okay, we don't charge your car from 10 to 1, from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m., but we charge it later in the night, because then we can get more flexibility in the market. We can shave the peaks, as we say. I will show that in a second. So the aggregator can use algorithms to decide when to turn appliances on and off to fulfill these constraints while getting the most beneficial rates from the energy market. And the flexibility is essential for the grid management, since it can reduce the chances of overloading the grid and delay the investments in upgraded electric power infrastructure, which can be very costly for the electricity companies. So in Norway, we have a very high peak in the morning, because everyone takes a shower and all the water boilers kick in at the same time. They are electric. So we have a very high peak from 7 to 8 in the morning, and we have also a peak when people are getting home from work and they turn on the ovens to make dinner. So if we could change that a little, it would be very beneficial for the power net, because, as I said, we always try to fulfill the peak demands. Load shifting can be explained as moving the load to other time periods. And it means, like for the water heaters, if we could say that, okay, not all water heaters need to kick in at the same time. We had an experiment with a water heater producer that made intelligent water heaters that communicated between themselves to shift the load. So 25% of the water heaters, they kicked in from 9 to 10, 25% from 10 to 11, 25% from 11 to 12, and the last 25% from 12 to 1 o'clock. It means that instead of having this high peak, we just share it over more hours, which is very beneficial. Another example is to charge electric vehicles during the night when the load is lower in the total grid. So this is how it looks like. So here you see the peaks, the blue, but if we are able to control when appliances and cars are charged and all the electricity used, then we can get what is in the orange part, which is much more stable. So peak shaving have to do with storage. It means that if we can introduce a battery or some energy storage, then we can use the stored energy to shave the peaks. Tesla introduced something called the power wall, which is basically a battery for use in the home. The problem is that the Tesla Powerwall is quite expensive. It's like a gadget, so it's the same people that wants the latest iPhone and Apple Watch. They also buy the Tesla Powerwall because it's fancy, but it's not for everyone. And one of the reasons is that the Tesla Powerwall is 50% for the battery and 50% for the packaging and the control logic. So it's quite expensive to do it that way. Instead, we have some amateurs that buy some used leaf batteries, put them in the cellar and solder them together to make their own power bank. The fire department is not very happy about that. What we have worked on is to take a look at if we centralize storage like in a neighborhood, can we get better off? And we can do that because if we have the storage in the neighborhood, then we can reduce the money spent for packaging and control. But you will need to have a building, but you don't have the fire problem, so it may be a good idea. So we have the prosumer, and the role of the prosumer is emerging. The prosumer is both the producer and the consumer. It's mostly about photovoltaic or solar energy, but also some geothermal and wind. It's not like the big windmills that we see around here, but more cylindrical windmills that is now in the market for smaller households. It's about renewable energy sources, and they can sell to the grid. And then we have the aggregator, and the aggregator operates on behalf of prosumers. And the aggregator negotiates with the energy brokers and the distribution system operators, and the aggregator gets some marketing power, because if you represent 500 households, then you can go to the market and you can say, okay, I have some offer for you. A very important part of the energy market is something we call the frequency market, and this is when the capacity in the network is overloaded. Then they have to put in, to make it simple, if you have a coal power plant, you have to put in more coal. But it takes some time before the heat is getting there, so you have to buy this energy to fulfill the demands for a short time. This is the frequency market. And if you can be in that market, you can get quite a lot of money. So if an aggregator has the capacity to sell storage capacity for a lot of users, then they can reduce the power price for all the customers. So the thing about the aggregator is to create value for the prosumers and create profit, and also they can also create an internal market. So here is the aggregator. We see that the aggregator aggregates from the different prosumers, and they connect to the distribution system operator, the DSO, that is the energy grid. I said that the aggregator can also be a storage provider, and if they can do that, it would be an interesting concept. So I put it in here with the battery in the aggregator, and then the aggregator can store on behalf of the prosumers. We actually talked about the possibility to have this as a service, so just as something to make it familiar, we said the drop box of energy. You put in the energy and you can sell it or you can take it back later. So in the storage service, prosumers store energy mostly for self-consumption. That is often the best way to do it. Even if they make a profit out of the storage and sell energy at peak times to maximize the profit, it would be inefficient if there are, when taking many prosumers as one system. The scale effect also works with aggregation of many prosumers, respectively, and for prosumers it's not only the cost of batteries, but additional hardware to handle charging and discharging of the batteries and installation costs that needs to be considered. So that is why we talk about this neighborhood battery storage that can maybe handle 100, 200 prosumers. So this is how it looks like. We have this is where each household got its own storage, typically the Tesla Powerball. We pay 50% for packaging and control system. And we use batteries to save the peaks. But this is the concept we have been looking at. We will let the aggregator take care of the storage. And if the aggregator take care of it, they get less money for the control and the packaging. And it can also improve the business opportunities because they can operate in the frequency market where they can get a lot of money for the power that they not normally get. So, as I said, this provides the possibility to do this energy storage as a service. It would be like a Dropbox for electric energy, and the prosumers can choose to sell to the market or take it back when they need it. So the conclusions: smart energy is an important part of smart cities, and smart cities needs to be energy efficient. And the role of prosumers refers to buildings and households that can produce renewable energy. And the aggregator is a new role in the energy ecosystem. The aggregator can represent a group of prosumers dealing with the energy market, and the aggregator may also offer additional services to help its prosumers achieve more energy efficiency. And when fulfilling the balance between energy demand and supply, especially for load shifting and peak shaving, energy storage is an important component. So that was a little story about the aggregator and the opportunities for storage.
Thank you very much, Lasse. Stay for some question. Yes, please, Adrian.
Actually, it's at the moment it's not worthwhile to use the battery with today's prices. If the prices get up, we made some simulations actually with where we compared Norwegian prices to Danish prices that are higher, but we still are not able to do it within the lifetime of the battery. We don't get a return on investment at the moment, okay? If we look forward and we see that, okay, if we have an energy crisis, then it may be actually return on investment within the lifetime of the battery, which is good. But the key point is that I agree. You spend quite a lot of money, not money. You spend quite a lot of carbon footprint on making batteries. But think about if you need to, the alternative is maybe you need to expand the capacity of the network. And if you make like a new power line from one part of the country to another part of the country, that is also a lot of emissions. So it's a way of not only reducing the total footprint, because I think the total footprint will be lower by using the battery part, but also about protecting the nature. So do we really need this power line? Can we manage to the electricity better? So we have run some simulations, but the problem is that the energy demand is increasing and increasing and increasing because the industry wants more. And also we have these data centers that want to establish themselves to show what was that YouTube video? You know, we heard about that this morning. What was it? Ganga Star. Yes. It was like a city of 20,000 people, you know, that's footprint. You should stop looking at that kind of videos, I think. But it's I also, because I speak with some people in the battery business at the moment, and the batteries are getting better and better every year. Much better than the improvement in solar panels. And they are also looking into new technologies for batteries that will reduce the footprint and improve the capacity. So I'm technology optimistic. I think batteries is part of our energy future, to be honest. I'm not sure if that answered your questions fully, but...
Question, please.
The thing is that today you often don't charge the car in the middle of the day because then you are at work. But the concept here is that if you have an aggregator, today you have something called, you can be a plus customer. It means that you can sell energy to the network, but you don't get very well paid for that. So it's even here in Romania, I checked that, it's, you can, in theory, sell energy to the network, but the price you get is not really good. And of course you have to sell it when you have the energy, and that's during the day when the sun is on top. By using an aggregator, the aggregator can get more market power, and they can override this agreement for single customers that is often unfavorable for the customer. So it gives you market power, like 200 households, 500 households, then you are in the business in a way. Then you can trade, like, you know, if I can offer you like 1 kilowatt, and instead I can offer 500 kilowatt, it gives me a very different negotiating position. That's why. It's not about charging the car or not. It's about how to sell your surplus at the best price. And we also had another paper where we looked at different ways. So should the aggregator be a private company, or should it be a corporation? Should it be owned by the owners, and so on? So it's a lot of things we could talk about in this context. But the aggregator is, first of all, it's something that is representing the customers against the other actors in the power market. Did I answer your question? Yes, good.
Thank you very much, Lasse. Definitely, I think could be other questions, but I propose to the dinner or in the coffee break later, because as I said in the morning, is a hot topic also, the, let's say, the independence from energetic way, but also create a profitability channel for everybody. Now we'll connect again online with another speaker. Just a moment. Okay. Dorel, can you share your screen with slides?
Yes, I'll try to share my screen. It will work better this way. I think you should give me access to the share. Oh no, now it's okay. Do you see?
Works. Just F5 to full screen or something.
Okay. Okay. Just a minute, slideshow, and start from beginning. Okay. Now, hello everybody. My name is Dorel Stănescu, and
yes, Dorel, please give a slideshow from the button from your...
Do you see the first slide?
We see the slide, but in the design mode, not in the slideshow, you know? And
okay. Let's see here how to do it. I think we'll proceed this way because otherwise I'll lose the control, okay?
Okay, but we lose the sharing.
Okay, once more. There. Okay, if it doesn't work, maybe you share it.
I will share you then. And
okay.
Just to see if you see, then
Okay.
you just tell me when to move forward, you know?
Okay.
Did you see?
Yes, yes, better this way. Thank you very much.
Okay, just tell me when to move forward and I will be here.
So, first of all, I want to thank the presenters before for their very interesting presentation, especially to Mr. Professor Lasse Berntsen, because he already underlined all the main topics that I have also in my presentation. So, what I try to do, maybe you advance to the next slide. Just to see how the problem of prosumers in Romania is looking today. I look at several public sites for informations and try to understand why in these recent days the topic of prosumers became again a very debated one. And then what I try to see is what are the hurdles before prosumers evolution, and then I try to present you a possible solution that would help both parties or all parties to get the most benefits from renewable resources. Maybe you on the next slide. I took information from public data sources like reports prepared for National Regulatory Authority, NRA, and from the site of Transelektrica's transport operator, where we can see in real time the load profiles for consumption and production. And if you advance the next slide, here is just a brief overview of how prosumers look for one part of the distribution company there for 6 counties in the middle of the country. And if you notice that the number of prosumers in the left part has risen very much in the last year. Here are data for the August month from 2021, 2022, and the last August. With blue color are prosumers, household prosumers, every in residential areas, and with red, or in this case maybe orange color, are represented the industrial prosumers, the businesses that use the facilities to install photovoltaic generation on their installations. And what is interesting is that even the industrial prosumers are only 12% from the total. They have over 50% of the installed power in their installation, and they produce also almost 50% of the production that is seen in the network, that is actually injected into the network. So when we talk about prosumers, we should be very careful and try to understand that the residential consumer, which has a medium installed power of only 6 kilowatts hour in Romania, is better to be protected. The problems that are arriving are mainly due to medium and large prosumers until 400 kilowatts hour, where also the energy produced is the quantity of the energy produced is bigger. Then the next slide. Here is some actual screenshot from the transport operator site, where we can see in the left part is the history for the last 3 years, and in the right part is just a week in August this year. Just to see from where the data that I'll present later came from. And then if you move further to the next slide, what I did was to take the data from the last 3 years in August and compare the profile for the consumption with the profile of production from photovoltaics. What I saw is that in the last 3 years, the profile, the median profile over a week in August decreases each year. If you look in the left graph, there is a red line which shows how the energy consumption decreased from 2021 in 2022. And then with the gray color is how the consumption from 2023 decreased when compared to the consumption in 2022. Then in the middle are the actual low profiles of the aggregated photovoltaic power plants that are dispatchable. So that are all this information is read online from this kind of installations over 5 megawatt installed power. And what surprised me, it's for me it's very interesting, and I wanted to present to you, is that the difference in consumption from 2023 to 2022 is almost the same as the profile of the combined productions of the power photovoltaic power plants. And this led to idea to see where this reduction in consumption came from. Then, if we go further, I make some assumptions about the randomness of the photovoltaic installation in the centralized power plant, which has 40 megawatts installed power, and so that in August 2023, for each megawatt of installed power, there is 187 megawatts produced. And when compared to the total power installed in consumers and households, I noticed that it was only 70 megawatts hour produced by the same installed megawatt. So the idea is, where is the missing quantity? It's almost the production from solar power panels installed in homes is almost 1/3 of what it should be. And this is the reason that combining those two information, I can say that the reduction in consumption at the national level is actually the quantity of energy that prosumers produce and use themselves. Is not seen in the market. It's just missing. So this is a very important thing, because if you we look back, I present now, we can go to the next slide. this was somehow foreseen by some researchers in California over a decade ago. And they presented what would happen when large-scale renewables will appear. And comparing the load profiles for one day with the probability of production in solar power plants, we saw that at one time there is a very big difference between the lowest value during the day, in the middle of the day, and the evening peak. And this is what the real problem is, because when the solar energy isn't available anymore, you should get the power needed from other sources. Now, with that, power sources is a real one or can be replaced by smart solution, like in the previous presentation, from storage or even from intelligent use of home appliances. It's a matter to be discussed. And this is where the big money could be, because in covering this big increase in demand during a short period of time, you should act very quickly and with a very high precision. Then, another topic about prosumers, please press once more on the, it's an animation, please press 2 once more. And one more. Another topic nowadays when discussing about prosumers is the level of voltage in low voltage networks. And here I present some actual data collected from meters, from electronic meters, installed at prosumers interface with the network. And what we see is that values of the line voltage is in the high end of the admissible interval. That means that already in the network where many prosumers are connected, the medium value for the voltage is already high. So here is another place where aggregators can make a big contribution by compensating locally these over voltages. Okay, then if we see the influences of photovoltaics in the distribution network, we can take a restrictive approach to ban prosumers, to make regulations that would inhibit them in pursuing investments, or take proactive measures to encourage aggregators that can use distributed resource and make it look for the market like just one solid piece of energy that can be traded. Usually prosumers are very interested in their contribution to the market, but they don't have the capacity to go by themselves on the energy market. So when an aggregator is put in place, he could harness all the benefits of the renewables. And as said before, if used in combination with other solutions like storage or maybe virtual power plants, that means you can use energy as a source of energy reduction of consumption in some areas. You can provide the service that is needed in order for the distribution or network to operate. If we go further, we can try to find some solution for this problem. The aggregator should have a lot of information very fast. If he is going to go on the spot market for energy and on the market for frequency regulation, then the information should be very credible, very accurate, and to be processed very fast. And in this stage of development of the distribution network, we have, let's say, the building bricks for this to be enabled. The first level of digitalization is already taking place in distributed networks. We have large-scale automation systems and development and rollouts for smart metering. In the same time, the big systems for processing measurement data are developed. Then we also see that at the customer level, the digitalization is very, very present. All inverters, so not all, but most of the inverters are connected to a central hub, and the information is exchanged. The final customer would see in real time which is what is his production and so on. What is missing is the third layer of digitalization that would put all those capabilities together to bridge the gap between the premise of the actual client and the other operators on the market. Please go to the next slide, where I try to just summarize some differences between how the energy market participants are looking at metering and how smart grid is looking at metering. There are some big differences because on the energy market, the most expensive and reliable is the electricity meter, which has very high quality capabilities and is very is subjected to a very good regulation for metering purposes, for meteorological part, and even its standard of for the language of communication between meters in the field and central systems. Also, we should not forget about cybersecurity that is built in electronic meter. It's provided by must be provided by the distribution operator. And just another very important thing, energy market is very strictly regulated. On the other part, on smart grid, we have a lot of different possibilities. We have intelligent devices that could send very accurate information if it's possible and very fast. But what's left there is the part of cybersecurity that must be provided by the owner. And in this stage, there's not a very clear regulation on how those data provided by IoTs can be used on the market. So if we go to the next slide, I wouldn't stay here very long. In Romania today, at the prosumer side, premise, we should find 2 meters, one for billing purposes and one just to record the production, to register the production. These are usually collected through a proprietary system by the distribution operator and then aggregated and delivered to the market operator. And now, how we can use the actual configuration in the field to access the new functionalities in smart homes and to try to bridge the gap between the final customer and the energy market. This is a solution presented some 5 years ago. It was a European project and was done in Romania by Polytechnica Bucharest, Professor Mihai Sanduleac was one of the promoters that looked to the electricity meter, energy meter, in a different way. And the unbundled smart meter means that the metrologic part, the part of the meters that actually reads the values and register the energy flow, is separate from the intelligent part. That means communication, aggregation, or other functionalities. The methodological part is very stable in time. There are not so many developments for the last 20 years. On the smart part, on the other side, the developments are, I say, very, very rapid, and the technology is pushing the limits for speed of the communication, for reliability of communication, and so on. And that's why I try to remember about this European initiative to make an architecture that is future-proof, to have a meter performing its basic functionalities and also enabling it to contribute to the smart grid solutions. What's very important is that the meter, the electronic meters, is also very precise measuring equipment for currents and voltages, and can provide, in some cases, very accurate measurements with 1 minute time base. And if we look to the next 2 slides, where some of these equipments were put in actually in Sibiu at 2 sites to see what's the capability of this meter with our own intelligence, we see that we can really have a better insight of the production of a prosumer with less than 1 minute time-based interval. I said 1 minute because with 1 minute, almost all the meters we tested could provide 1 minute sample. There are some special meters that can provide even 1 second interval reading for current, power, and voltage. On the other hand, if you look to the other side, the voltage can be also monitored very well and very accurate with this kind of added intelligence to the existing meters. And in the last slide, in this summary of this unbundled meter project, is the comparison between the readings from a pure analyzer, power quality analyzer, and the readings from this extended capabilities meter. And as you can see, in this necessary, I insist more, the values for medium voltage or the spread of the values is similar. So you can even use smart meters not to certify power quality, but to monitor very closely where problems could appear. So this led to the idea that this unbundled smart meter can also have the functionality of a gateway to take information from intelligent equipments in the premise and put it in the same place with the readings for energy, send it to whatever will read it and use it, and even get back with some actual commands to control some loads, or even more to control how the electric car is recharged, or how the boiler is working, in which hours. And this architecture for the mass meter is, from my opinion, should be taken very closely into observation, because it was an initiative came from mostly academic part and was, I can say, many years ahead of the actual possibility for implementation. But as I said, I think this can help aggregators to collect the data they need for doing their business. And in the final slide, I just want to say that the universities can have the major role in this third level of digitalization, because here you can bring together specialists from different fields and get to the solutions that can benefit all of the participants. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dorel. If you have some question for our speaker. If not, yeah, please, Lasse. Lasse invite you to be in a physical way here to speak more about the subject. I know that you wanted to be here, but unfortunately cannot.
And, I'm sorry, I'm traveling. I'm still traveling. I stopped in the parking lot. Sorry, I'm very sorry also that I couldn't be present there to dig more on these specific items.
Yes, but anyway, all these conferences only for setting the starting points between partners, and we will continue with future moments. Just only one question, because as you presented, it was like a Pareto, you know, only 3%, or maybe it's not the correct value, from industrial prosumer will produce the same quantity as the rest of the residential prosumers. And in the future, which is the best, to continue from the residential level, or could be some prosumers from industrial part or aggregators that, what do you think? What is your opinion?
My personal opinion is that we must encourage both. Because what I saw is that the real problems posted by the say medium installations are somehow very wrongly put in the to the residential consumers. The residential consumers are a very good thing. If we look back and see what was driving the subvention for renewables, it's just this: to provide clean energy and to provide the energy where it's needed. And this is happening. It's just, I just show you that what Mr. Lasse said, Professor Lasse said, is actually happening. The peak in the middle of the day disappeared. What remains is just the peak in the afternoon or in the evening. And now, and on this part, maybe you can look better at the industrial prosumer or business prosumers, because an aggregator could find different solutions and different resources for making this energy package. A small business can have, for instance, refrigerators that can be a very good storage for energy. If you store energy in frozen ice, then it's very good because you just use it. You don't retransform it. So in this respect, for aggregators, maybe they should look at this part of the energy market. Here they find additional ways of making this energy, I say, block that is needed for the market. And also, when electric vehicles will be more present in Romania, the residential customers are very good to take into account, because we just heard that controlling the charging of the battery and maybe even use the capacity of the battery to reinject it in the system, it's a very good opportunity. And one last thing if we see prosumers, millions, not millions, it's just 70,000 of them, that are performing like one giant photovoltaic power plant, maybe we should think at 70,000 batteries that could be managed like a one giant battery. It's the same. On aggregation, you'll find that the total of prosumers are comparable with a large photovoltaic power plant. If, let's say, just half of them install also batteries, then you'll have a virtual battery with a very large capacity. And this can be harnessed for purposes of regulating the frequency and the voltage.
Of the national system. Thank you very much, Dorel, and hopefully we will see soon, definitely in Sibiu. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
And now I invite one relative new partner, Mrs. Simona Almăjan, who is the country manager of NXP Semiconductors, and just to please.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much. Thank you to the university for being so kind and inviting us here, and for the warm welcome we had early this year in Sibiu. So I'm representing NXP Semiconductors, and we have just opened a site in Sibiu, and I am happy to be here to talk about what do we do, to remind us a bit about that it's not any era that we live now, it's an era of transformation, and this smart city, its implications, having serious implications, and we have the opportunity to contribute to all this. So I will start with a bit of intro in terms of the 10-year cycle times, what's happening now, and then I will direct the presentation into onto the automotive side, because the car is just the most complex edge device. And a very important piece in the smart cities. After talking a bit about automotive, I will talk about smart cities with focus on other areas and brief on the most important technologies. Okay, so skipping this transformation. So yeah, it's an inflection point. We are again in an inflection point. It's something big happens. The history proved that something big happens at the 10-year cycle. So we remember that in 2000, laptops appeared, desktops, mobile phones. 10 years later, in 2010, we have seen smartphones in the world. The data centers were developed, and so on. So now, what's happening now? And now it's actually 3 years late, because this transformation, the revolution in the tech industry started in 2020. And this is the era of smart connected devices. It is the so-called edge processing, or we have heard about it, the secure edge, the explosion of IoT devices. That's something which happens now. We look around and it's already happening. It's not a projection. We talk everything is smart, everything is connected, smart city, but what is the smart city in the end? Smart city is a connection. It's actually billions of connected devices that for sure in 20, 30 years will get to trillions. So if we talk about, it's an explosion of devices which are connected. Where is the car? Where is the vehicle in this circle, in this domain? So the car is actually the most complex edge device, because it's more and more content inside, it's more and more software inside, it's more and more functionality coming. But coming back to the smart city, this IoT explosion of devices, what are the most critical areas? So if we look, for example, onto the personal devices, so these are mobile phones, tablets, we see phones connected to the cars, we see connection to the cloud, and so on. If we look into industrial, because we shouldn't forget that in the city there are, or outside there are factories, so we see that there are automated factories, we see robots that are remotely controlling the product lines, we see robots that are involved in the agriculture saving a lot of efforts here. We see on the medical device, so we don't forget about medical domain where we see robots doing surgeries, or we hope and looking forward for the smart cabinets or medical cabins which will be in the cities, and we will get there, we will check our blood pressure, and we will get also a subscription. About the home, yes, in our home, many of us probably already have the phones connected to the home appliances and so on. But coming back to the transportation, yes, smart cities, we see e-bikes, we see e-scooters, it's more and more coming in the country. In our country, we see that from one year to another there are more, this is getting spread, and the shared transportation is getting more and more. And we are happy about that because we are reluctant and we waste a lot of time in traffic, so everything good happens. We see the car, the vehicle. We see a totally different car versus what we have seen 5 years ago. We see a car which is switching the lanes. We see a car that, not all the cars, yes, some of them are more expensive, but there are cars in the market who stop or slow down when a speed limit sign shows up, and so many. But yes, there was a question. Professor Brat asked previously how something in the range of autonomous cars when they will. Yeah, there is still. So now we are somewhere at the level 3. Few companies announced that they have level 3 cars, and actually there is a lot until the level 5. It's also about corner cases, it's about the precision of the sensors, it's a lot of development, and also we shouldn't forget about legislation that is not there yet, and acceptance of the users. Yeah, will take a while until we will have the confidence to let our children in the car and go to school alone. But coming back to this crazy word, to this ultra connectivity in the world. So yes, the statistics says that, and there are projections up to 2030 that will be more than 75 billion connected devices. In terms of electrification, because that's something that it is really just one of the trends in automotive, but it's coming more and more because we see more and more charging stations, and because we see more and more electric cars on the road. So yes, we don't have enough charging stations in Romania. That is clear. So far, we need to plan very well a trip in order to make sure that we get there in the time that we need. But we are getting there. The statistic says that around 60% of the cars will be electric by 2030. Of course, this is on average at the world level. China, for example, especially on the public transportation, they are getting there much faster, also because they do not really have choices anymore. Speaking about smart cities and 5G. 5G is super important because without 5G, devices cannot basically connect to each other, talk to each other, cannot be controlled. So 5G the projection says that 5G will be around 60% in the world. Now, again, differences from one country to another. In Romania, it's pretty low currently, but there are huge efforts here. Artificial intelligence, this is key, and I will touch it several times in my presentation. And also, but okay, coming back to these connected devices that I have mentioned that are in several areas, personal, healthcare, cars, okay, what do they have in common? All these connected devices generate a huge amount of data. We all heard about big data. Big data, it's something popping up everywhere. But what do we do with this big data? Things are pretty simple because all these devices would need to make decisions in the end. And how to make decisions as long as there is not enough data behind, as long as there is no AI tool who processes the data, to collects it, processes it, classifies it, and enables a smart decision. So it's about having sensors, data being collected from the sensors. For example, in the car sensor, we talk about radar, lidars, cameras. And actuations happens at the edge. Okay, but all these devices are connected to the cloud. Cars are connected to the cloud. Currently, many cars are having the over-the-air updates for the infotainment, but we expect soon that the full software from the car will be updated. So yeah, code will be in the cloud. But in that case, we are all aware of the cybersecurity constraints and risks. And yes, there are lots of effort in the industry to introduce protection measures, to secure the data and protect it, and that's happening at all the layers in the manufacturing chain. Regardless we talk about tablets or mobile phones or we talk about cars, it's the same. And everything all starts from the semiconductors. So representing semiconductor industry, I cannot I cannot leave from here without mentioning the fact that, yes, there are chips. We know that there are chips all over the world, all over the places, and currently the market size of the semiconductors is somewhere around 600 billion. Well, the number doesn't say too much. If it's okay, is it bad? Is it small? Is it to what? Depends to what to compare it. So yes, it is big. If we compare it, for example, to data centers or to the cars, of course, it's much smaller than the market of the cars. But still, talking trend-wise, the expectations is that in 2030, the semiconductor market will be 1 trillion. So from 600 billion to 1 trillion in few years, it's a lot. But how we'll make this possible? Because chips are getting more and more are getting smaller and smaller. They need to fit. Chips in the car are somewhere around 70, 80, 100 in a mid to high-end car. How would they fit? And how is the technology of the manufacturing technologies of the semiconductors progressing? So if we all remember, going back a bit in the 2000, what chips do we have in which technology? I can speak in the name of automotive more and say that yes, and I recall the MPC 5510 devices from the 55 family in the airbag, vehicle dynamics, early safety applications. That was in the technology of 90 nanometers. Then technology evolved, and we have seen a lot of semiconductors in the 45 nanometers, many of them in the areas of general purpose, ADAS, radar, and etc. Then we have seen 6 years ago companies going towards 16 FinFET or 60 nanometers. Well, in this case, yes, semiconductor companies like NXP launched their portfolio in this new technology, spanning into radar, general purpose, even vision at that point in time, and so on. So yes, as we go lower in the semiconductor technology, we see basically the transistors are smaller and smaller, so we need more and more transistors. These are smaller and smaller. From the frequency perspective, as we have seen in the last years, when in the technology involvement, it's pretty flat, and increase in the logical cores. So logical cores go up, number of transistors, they are cheaper, faster, and more energy efficient. And we are getting towards 5 nanometers. 5 nanometers technology, STMicro is having 7. It's FinFET, I think. Not. It's a different technology. It's not similar with this one. NXP has been launched 2 weeks ago, actually, and we are now in the second week of bring up the first chip in the 5 nanometer technology. This chip, it is going and into the most advanced car architecture in the central, so will act as a central computer or the central brain. But also it will be also in gateway use cases. Now going into automotive a bit, from the automotive, yes, we see this disruption happening, and we expect that the car is simple. The car will be updated also for the full software, as a mobile phone will be a message, and we will not be needed to go to the dealer in order to refresh it, and we will have the latest and greatest software on the car. So automatically the value of the car extends, the value of the car keeps over the years, because what can we say now for the cars we drive? It's basically after 5 years we can say that no, we don't have anymore a longer car, a new car. Everything is old inside, but in the cars of the future we will have, with all these updates, with the life cycle of the car being extended from few years to 10, 20 years, the cars will be fresh, more time. So yes, looking forward to see that as well for many applications. When it comes to mega trends here, I have touched a bit the electrification part. Yes, there are efforts in the industry in order to develop electrification processors, to develop battery management systems, to develop digital twins for the car batteries. On the safety, on autonomy, it is the same focus, and we go for, especially when going to autonomous car, safety and also cybersecurity is top. Here, when it comes to autonomy here, and we need to work on the sensors, and there are more and more radar solutions on the market. So not only from the simple radars that were available years ago, now we talk about more complex radars, for example, those which span left, mid, and also forefront, and surround. From connectivity perspective, what's most important besides the fact that the cars are connected to the environment, so V2X. And yes, the cars talk to each other, cars talk to the environment. In the smart city, there is a system that monitors the traffic, that gives signal to the cars in the moment when an accident comes, that talks to the cars who does the garbage, collects the garbage in the morning, and reroutes those cars smartly. Yeah? So when we go to our cars, we are not in the traffic jam with the cars which picks up the garbage, for example. So rerouting of the traffic. I'm just giving some examples. But going forward, I would like to talk here a bit about the architecture of the cars. I touched a bit at the beginning and said that talked a bit about the complexity. Yes, the cars are more and more complex. We see it today, and will be even more and more complex and more software driven in the moment when the cars will be fully autonomous, and we will be the driver and the passengers will have their conversations without taking care of driving the car. More and more processors in the car. Talking about, maybe not everyone knows, but it's not so visible and not so public, but in the current cars, there is somewhere around 75 kilometers of wire, and around 2 kilograms of wire, and around 2 kilometers length. So this is an issue. This is an issue in the moment of when it comes to requiring more and more features. The architecture is not sustainable anymore. So there are several factors here to be considered. It's this wiring harness. It's the huge amount of software which is currently, I would say, somewhere at 200 million, and we expect in 2030 to be in the range of trillions. So from 200 million to 2 trillion in few years, it's a lot. So data, yeah, again, I have mentioned the fact that all devices are connected and data is processed, and processing is performed in the cloud. Well, at the car, from the car perspective, only the car generates somewhere 40 gigabytes per day, and it is expected to get to the range of the 20 tera. So from 50 gig up to 20 tera, it's a lot. So this is about generation. From the data transfer perspective, from 2 gig happening today up to 40-50 gig going forward. So these are the challenges. That's the reason. From the reason of this facts which are happening currently. Few years ago, the car manufacturers, together with tier ones from the chain, started to sit together and started to think about how could the car architecture change so everything gets simplified. So they, from the flat architecture, which happens today in most of the cars, maybe except Tesla, they are a bit more advanced, and for sure they have their architecture. It's somewhere getting closer to the domain controllers. So from the flat architecture, where each functionality communicates with the others via various means, we talk about the restructuring of the architecture into we talk about a logical restructuring into domains. So in the car will be, for example, domain controllers, and for what? Domain for what? For ADAS, for general purpose, for infotainment, for vehicle dynamics and control and others, with a service-oriented gateway in the middle. Well, what does this service-oriented gateway is? Handles the communication practically, reroutes the data, so everything is a bit more manageable. Speaking of gateways here, NXP S32G device, G from gateway, it is actually doing that, and that is the full portfolio and integrated applications that NXP provides, accompanied to that, and that's pushed into the cloud together with our cloud providers. But domain architecture is not the last one. The most fresh one, which is currently in the OEMs are having it currently in development, separate or together with the domain architecture, is the zonal architecture. What's the difference between these two, between domains and zone? In the zonal architecture, there are gateway controllers. Well, and all the domains, basically, which I mentioned previously about, are centered around these zonal controllers. These zonal controllers placed in several locations in the car. What do we have in the middle? In the middle, we have that supercomputer, computer on wheels. We all heard about that the cars will become computers on wheels. Well, that's exactly in the architecture, that super vehicle or vehicle computer, how it's different terms, in the middle, which orchestrates everything. And in the corners or on different sides, we see the gateway controller, we see the zonal controllers. Okay, so especially the zonal architecture will bring significant improvements in terms of lowering the wiring harness. Now, because there are lots of things to be said, and I want just to give an example here of how it looks like from a semiconductor company perspective, so from to develop a solution in the, let's call it, picked up electrification area. So not the gateway, not the infotainment, but because this e-mobility, it is so talked, and there is such a huge advancement here, and I can talk about a fresh launched device that is called actually a box. It's a green box, and that's why it's really green, and it's having inside the S32Z microprocessor. It is a ultra high performance processor. It is safety. It is safe, secure, reliable. It allows multiple applications running in parallel. It's coming with the battery management functionalities inside. It has also BMS for monitoring the state of charging, for example. It has inverters. When it comes to the range of the battery, it has some functionalities for optimizing the range using predictive models. And it is connected to the cloud together with our partners. And it does also, it is used also with the electronic power steering application, chassis control, and others. Now I would like to talk. Yes, I would like to talk, last but not the least, about the smart cities in the context of not necessarily automotive but others. There is a lot of connectivity in a city. So if we're talking about smart cities, so what is here? What is here? So smart city themselves with all kind of monitoring and controlling systems when it comes to traffic and others, buildings themselves, medical sciences, and so on. Here I can give some examples of what NX3 provides in terms of smart cities. This is in the area of our infrastructure, so this is e-mobility part. So S32G, for example, connected with other integrated circuits, could provides this enablement for the electric chargers. On the transportation side, NFC technology for the readings of the information on the QR codes from the mobile phones, payment, passport, e-passports, in retail market, all kind of solutions, so the the goods are tracked easily. Payment solutions and others. So in terms of technology, okay, besides the chips, technology in the chip, in the software, what would be worth to talk about here? It was talked also earlier today about 5G from our colleague from Orange, so I don't think we need to touch it a bit more, just to know that we are in the 6G, going towards 6G, and we expect that with 6G will be an even lower latency, will be an even higher processing of the data. Downloads or upload speeds will be even higher, lower, and we expect that 6G in the future will connect more and more devices, and devices on a higher range. Ultra-wideband technology, that is a technology used for localization, for tracking of the objects. Also, we have technology ultra-wideband 5G, which is used in the video processing, for example. Not to forget about Wi-Fi, that is used as well. V2X for connecting the car to the environment. And when it comes to smart homes, for example, or smart buildings, some technologies like Zigbee, Thread, Matter. So Zigbee is pretty old than Matter, and Thread and Matter is actually one of the most frequent, most new, appeared recently. At least years ago, the spec was not, probably the spec is now approved, but it was drafted a long time. The Matter, for example, for it is more versatile versus Zigbee, and it is secure hardened. So I think this is pretty much all what I had. I didn't have a project for today, like most of our colleagues had in the previously. I wanted just to give an update and to stress the importance of the technology and the fact that we, technology providers or contributors, we have the opportunity to change the environment, to contribute to the green. Yeah, everything green, everything smart, everything connected. So yes, the cars that we will drive, we have the opportunity to contribute to the cars, to the safer world, and so on. So it's super. It's very important.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Almazan. I invite to put some questions. Please.
Yes, one of the objectives of the new car architecture is also the energy efficiency. Now, if there is a study which says precisely how much, I don't know, but for sure there is something. And let's think about that also in the car. There are all these technologies and standardization that are designed also for energy efficiency.
I want also to put a question, and I will connect to a presentation also from your company from yesterday. You said, and it's true, for AI to have, let's say, to transform from data to knowledge, need a lot of data. This is very true. On the other side, we have a lot of data in cars per day, 30 gigabytes, no? But also, yesterday we saw that we need to quantize data to reduce the quantity of data, actually, in order to reduce the energy and reduce many other things. But will this affect something regarding safety or the other things? Because you reduce the data, you reduce the accuracy in some places.
In safety is, so first of all, we are using AI also to process the data and so to increase the safety actually. Because we are actually, it is, you know, safety and security are correlated. Decreasing having cyber security risk, there is a probability that the car would crash. So investing, yes, it is true that we need to cluster the data, we need to remove what's
because
not
it's
useful.
important, the right data, not all the data.
Yeah, but in the end, it's a balance between this. And it's always like, there is a balance when we think about how much safety do we put into a car. Performance, because more safety that we put, more redundancy mechanism, performance could be impacted. It's the same trade-off that we see here.
And you use the age of the people as a threshold? I'm joking.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Almojan. Okay. Now I invite also new partners, new colleagues from University Fernando Pessoa. For the beginning, Professor Jose Torres to present deep learning for building stock classification in seismic risk analysis. What I want to say that is not here in this moment, but Professor Ugo Fiore was very frightened what happened in Naples these days, and also in the Romanian newspapers is written that they sought to, how to say, to evacuate people near the volcano. So we are quite interested.
Hi, good afternoon to everybody. My name is José Torres. I came from Portugal, University Fernando Pessoa. And well, the subject of my talk, it's a little bit different because I will be talking about dramatic consequences of earthquakes and also describing the work that we have been developing in the context of a national funded project, AI for DRR, Artificial Intelligence for Disaster Risk Reduction. And as we can see in this slide, earthquakes have tragic consequences, particularly in urban areas, and our project was interested in investigating the possibility of creating exposure models to allow to have policies and take actions to understand better the effects of the earthquakes on buildings, on urban areas, and the history is unfortunately full of tragic events. I'm having here, I'm not sure if we are able to see. No. Probably not.
No, it's I remember. But anyway, we...
Okay. Yeah. This was a very short video which is available in YouTube, but you have lots of videos available. And in this particular video, where we can see the effects of a recent earthquake in Turkey, Syria, and what we call the pancake collapse of buildings due to deficiencies in construction. And of course, sorry. Of course, the idea and the motivation of this project was basically to try to assess the risk of each particular building using automatic ways, because we are facing an era where the urban areas are growing due to the growing in the population all over the world, and those constructions many times they are made in areas, in specific areas in the globe where the risk of earthquakes is very high, as we can see for the examples of the Turkey-Syria earthquake. So basically the outline of our presentation is first to talk a little bit about exposure models and how can we build those exposure models, and then our approach in the context of the project, which was composed by these three steps. First, the creation of a data set. So we concentrate on a particular neighborhood in capital of Portugal, Alvalade, and then the pre-processing of the data set, and then the creation of a deep learning model to infer major characteristics of the buildings, and using those major characteristics of the buildings, we are able to create much more easily the exposure model. So, exposure models are obviously very important because with those models the authorities are able to design and planning much more appropriately against the tragic consequences of those natural events, such as earthquakes in particular. And until now, how it is the traditional approach that we want to replace with our approach. There are several traditional approaches. In here we can see some of the approaches to gather some information about the building characteristics. Those are Portuguese ways of dealing with the problem, but these ways are also extended to other countries. And typically we can have census which are periodically done by national statistics institutes. We also have mechanisms or tools like in situ surveys, which are done by civil engineers or technical expertises, which of course are very expensive. And sometimes, occasionally, we have what we call cadastral data sets, which gather also information about the buildings, but they are far from being extensive. Besides that, of course, when we have an event like an earthquake or other kind of natural event, we have observations in situ of the damages, and of course those observations have as goals to estimate the damages for insurance purposes, for reconstruction purposes, and we want also mechanisms to accelerate those kinds of measures, post-event measures. I want to emphasize that in our project we are interested for now, because we plan to have follow up of this work, but for now we are interested in inferring automatically the building characteristics. And using those building characteristics, it's much more easy to create those exposure models, which those models are the tools that the authorities want to have to produce those kind of policies. This project AI for disaster risk reduction, the goal is to rely on big data sources like Google Street View, OpenStreetMap, satellite image sources, and other kinds of big data sources to create and annotate a data set which will serve as a training and test set to create a model using state-of-the-art technologies in machine learning, like deep learning, to create models to infer particular characteristics of the buildings. In our approach, which is, of course, a prototype yet, but we plan to improve and to extend the model to a group of models. But in this stage of the project, we are using just 2 characteristics of those 15 characteristics that are annotated in our data set. So one of the outcomes of the project was the data set. I must also mention that the data set is publicly available. So we are training our models. We have our results, which I am presenting today. Of course, we already have published some papers reporting these results, and I'm, of course, available to make those papers available to you. But other persons or other groups are also invited to use our data set to improve, to increase the data set with extra data to train better models. This is an overview of our pipeline. So basically, we have selected an area of a district of a very traditional and old district in Lisbon, Alvalade, we will see in a moment. And we used 2 kinds of data sources for this particular experience: Google Street View images and also in situ images gathered by our team of the project. And those 2 groups of images were used to create the model as training to create our model. So after those images gathered, we were able to register those images using a kind of database with a record for each building, and annotate that database. And then we have done some post-processing on that database. We have trained the model, and of course we have evaluated the model. This is the Alvalade parish that was the target of our study. And in this stage of the project, we concentrate on this parish, but the goal is to generalize this kind of approach to other parts of Portugal. And of course, we believe that this approach is also applicable to other parts of the world. In our first stage, we were able to collect some images using 2 methods. One, Google Street View images. We were able to collect around 260 images, and our team of students, of master students in civil engineering, were able to collect more than 4,000 images. So in total, we have around 6,000 and something images, but some of them were discarded due to a lack of quality criteria, such as occlusions. This is an example of the result of the work developed by our team. We can see 3 images of the same building, and gathered from 3 different viewpoints to enrich the model, to help the model to detect characteristics. Which kinds of characteristics are we interested in? Number of balconies, windows, doors, height of the building, age of construction, deficiencies, material of construction, just to cite the most important. In this example slide, we can see on the left side, due to the trees, the image was discarded. On the right side, we have an image with the horizontal black bands, which had to be processed to remove the bands. So, in the end of this stage, the images were ready to fill the database, and with the help of our expert team, we were able to annotate the characteristics. This, I must remember, this is the training data for the model, because after having the model, the idea in a near or in a future is to use directly the model in images which are collected from the urban landscape. During the annotation process in the web application, we were also able to remove or to filter additional images. And then, in the end, we applied even a final filtering stage. This filtering stage, well, actually, this filtering stage was also applied in other similar works, and the idea is very simple. We use more than a well-known model called the Places 365 dataset, and this dataset is basically a dataset of landscape images with 365 scene labels, of which those 365 scene labels, 24 labels are of interest to us, because they refer to urban aspects which we are interested in. Those 24 labels that we are interested are the ones in red. And the idea is to pick each image from this image database of 5,000 and something images, and to understand if each image represents a building or a building construction in a certain way, using our model, our pre-trained model VGG16 in the Places 365 dataset. We used a very simple rule. This model is a soft score model, so it classifies its image according to according to a soft score for each label. If the first in the first 4 labels, if at least 2 of them are in this subset S, then we consider the image as a facade. Otherwise, the image is rejected. After this processing, we remain with the final images which were effectively used for training of more than 4,000 images for the model creation. For the model creation, we tested with several architectures, but the most successful architectures are these 6 over here. We are still using deep neural networks, but we plan to use in a near future transformer-based models. And the characteristics that we are interested in this stage are construction material and number of floors. We combine those 2 characteristics to obtain those 5 classes. It's a combination of two types of construction material, masonry and concrete, and several 3 to 4 classes of height of the building. After the training, and for the training we have used the usual data augmentation operations, the data set splitting in training, test, and validation. And first we try without hyperparameter fine-tuning, but the results were not so good, and we tried fine-tuning, and the best results with fine-tuning were ResNet 50v2, which is clearly above the best results reported in the literature. So the approach is more than successful. We can see the accuracy and the loss results for ResNet. And this is very important information, because the confusion matrix allows us to understand the misconfusion of the model. In this case, the most relevant misclassifications were to distinguish between the material, if it was masonry or concrete. With respect to the height of the building, the model was very robust. So, to conclude, we propose in our project, AI for DRR, we propose an automatic way of solving a very important problem, which is the construction of exposure models. For now, we are more focused on building characteristics. And this is it's more than a European problem, although the European Union is very committed with this problem, but it is a worldwide problem, and with effects all over the world. As future directions, we have lots of plans, but we want to test, I would say, a cluster of models to infer each model to specialize in a particular characteristic, to combine those models to obtain the most possible number of characteristics of the buildings automatically, and then with those characteristics to construct the exposure models. Of course, we want to diversify the data used for training our models, using images from buildings from more than one place. In this stage of the project, we are concentrated on the parish of Alvalade, as I mentioned before. I must acknowledge our national Foundation of Science and Technology for the funding, and also our lab, LIAC, and the University of Nantes.
Thank you very much, Jose. Yes, please, Raxma.
Thank you for the presentation. Have you evaluated the impact of the resolution of the image on your model? Because I suppose images from Google View have different quality.
Yeah, that's a very nice question. In the Google Street View, we are limited to the resolution of the GSV API, which is relatively small. And we tried in our field work to have approximately the same resolution, which is 1000 by, well, less than 1 mega. And we think that the resolution has a direct impact, but we were not able to do that kind of experiments. But the results are also very promising, so it is definitely a good approach.
Please.
Well, what I have read in the computer vision broader area, where that kind of discussion is being done now, the comparison is very. For now, the results are a little bit similar. Transformers are better in some scenarios, and the deep neural networks better in other scenarios. But it is an area where many things are happening every day. I believe that in a very near future, possibly transformers will be the way to even to this approach. But for now, the difference is, I would say, negligible.
Okay. Thank you very much. Even could be more questions. I propose to stop here and continue in the next coffee break. Thank you very much, Jose, again.
Okay.
Now, a colleague of Jose, Professor Rui Moreira, with other lecture about IoT and smart city. You know, the pressure is all the time on the last. Not, you are not the last, but okay. Please.
Okay, my name is Rui. I'm coming from Fernando Pessoa University, same as. Sorry. Good. Testing.
No, it's okay.
I'm coming from University of Fernando Pessoa, the same as Jose, which is in Porto, the north of Portugal. And I'm going to present you an IoT system for managing industrial fog separators. Work? No? Okay. I'll just try to explain what was there. So the title of the theme of this panel is about smart cities. So the way toward the smart cities means that we have to make something about the activities of humans that interfere with the environment. We have a lot, if not all of the human activity interferes with the environment. And we are proposing to, we have other projects related with this. We are proposing to a solution for the use of fog separators. I will explain a little bit more what they are, to address the collection of fog. Fog means fat, oil, and grease. If you go to McDonald's, you must know what it is. So, the outline of presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about the proposed value for the approach. Then I explain the IoT sensing architecture based on 3 levels: cloud, fog, and edge, which is necessary in this case. Then I will talk a little bit about, if Adrian doesn't stop me, I will talk a little bit about the phases of testing and the contributions of of our work. And then finally I will address the conclusions and future work. This is only a small seed or a small cog in the whole engine. So fog separators are these boxes, metal, big, huge boxes, that collect water and grease and fat and everything, food debris in general, from the kitchens and tries to avoid them to go into the sewer systems. Why? Because they can make clogs and provoke a lot of damages. Not only that, because if they remain too much time in there, they get acid and they cannot be recycled into biodiesel. I have to explain something also, because one thing is the company that operates the industrial kitchen, which doesn't do anything, just uses this, and the other is an enterprise that collects these wastes and transports them to recycle into biodiesel. So there are 2 different companies, each one with their purposes. Okay, these are the main requirements of the IoT system: to measure assess the level of water and fog in the devices, because if, as you can see here, if they pass this barrier here, they go into the sewage system. What we want to avoid is that when this amount gets too higher, we want to alert the company and say this kitchen needs to have a maintenance procedure. So we need to assess the fog and water levels. We want these edge devices to be monitored for battery and to increase the autonomy. We want to collect periodic information, not too periodic, because we want to extend the edge devices autonomy. And we want to use a fog device to collect local information, and that device is plugged into the energy, so it doesn't operate into batteries, to the other ones, which has a smaller duty cycle, to be able to connect with those 24 multiplied 7, so 24/7. And as that devices, fog devices, don't confuse fog device with the grease, the fat, and the and the oil. And the local fog device receives information from several fog separators and then sends them to the cloud, a summary of that, to process and management information like alerts and maintenance procedures. So this is basically the combination of architectures. We have the 3 levels. I'm going to speed up. The fog device was implemented with the Raspberry and the GPRS modem. Basically, the fog device is a bridge between the Wi-Fi with the edge devices and the GPRS with the cloud devices. The edge devices which are operated under batteries are connected with the sensors, and they send information to the fog devices. This is a message sequence chart. It's very simple. Periodically, the edge devices, not too periodically, 1 or twice a day, collect information. They are very fast. They connect to the first time they connect, they take around 6,000 milliseconds. But then they save the information of the network, and the next connections take half of the time, so it can extend so the duty cycle is around 3 seconds, and they can extend the autonomy of the nodes. Then they send the information to the fog device, which collects them, process them locally, and sends a summary to the cloud. And only the necessary information is sent to the cloud, because the enterprises don't want to release that information, okay? So in terms of security, it's better. So we had 2 prototypes. The first prototype was built by hand. It has several probes spread vertically, a reference probe, and when it is in contact with the water, it has conductivity. When it doesn't have. It's a very simple principle. And by the way, sometimes we don't have the sensors for IoT. We have to try to use our head and put it to work. On the right side, we have another one that was used on the second phase of tests. So this is what I have explained. The probes in contact with water have conductivity. The probes that are in contact with the oil doesn't have any conductivity, and that's how we try to assess the levels. We also use the turbidity sensor to measure the food debris in the water to try to assess if it has too much or not. This is an off-the-shelf sensor, of course, but we don't have all the necessary off-the-shelf sensors. This is what I meant. The first time that it connects, it takes too much time, but on the others, they don't. We have developed 2 phases of testing. The first phase with the previous sensor that I showed you. Initial tests would carry out with used cooking oil. Used cooking oil is the oil that we have at home. I believe that in here you also have bottles where you put them and then deliver it into the waste points of collection. The subsequent tests were done with fog samples collected from the restaurants. The results were very interesting and promising. The second phase of tests were done in 2 restaurants. One of them was actually McDonald's, one of the McDonald's points. The conductivity readings were quite effective. We have some problems because, you know, the grease floats. And sometimes we had emulsion areas around the probes, which causes problems, of course. those problems can be mitigated by the use of repeated measurements, and a long time the bubbles also move, so we are able to read in those areas as well. The major contributions are the architecture itself and the conductivity-based sensor that was very effective in our tests. The scalable solution reduces the transmission time, which allow us to have smaller duty cycles for the edge devices, which must be battery operated, and so we cannot have them replaced constantly. The solution promotes a scheduling of the maintenance procedures, so it will promote as well the blockage to avoid the blockage of the sewage systems, promote recycling and sustainability. Yeah, that's it. So, as a conclusion, am I getting there? You have to pay me a bit as a conclusion, the fog and the food debris are a problem for the industrial kitchens, and we have a lot of them. They are a significant pollution of the sewage system, not only as a polluter, but also as a problem for the clogs in the pipes. A sensorized solution for these processes may help reduce the problem, the pollution, and promote recycling and sustainability. Future work, improve the conductivity-based sensor, because it's not a product yet. We have thinking about a new design for the sensor, and also we want to use machine learning. Obviously, everyone wants to use machine learning. It's the sword of Christ. Everyone wants to use it to, in this case, to improve when we have errors in the measures, to try to improve the measures. So I want to acknowledge this was a joint project with the company. We worked very closely with several all of our master students, or probably 90% of them, have bursaries from enterprises, and we work together with them for solutions for their problems. So we have actually performed technology transfer between the academia and the enterprises. The enterprises are level. They are a recycling company, work for used cooking oil, for restaurants, and for some other activities, joined together with our group called Intelligent Sensing and Ubiquitous Systems. You can visit us here. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much, Rui. I think Lasse should have a question due to the oil from the restaurant, because I know how is the food from restaurant in Norway. No. But I want to see a connection between this kind of project and what happened in Norway regarding the biogas that is created by, and here is also another topic, but also using the waste from restaurants and other things. Yeah, yeah. For this reason, I don't want to take you from surprise, but... And I have a question, or if somebody from the audience have a question, please. If not, I want to say, beside this project about sustainability and waste management, do you have another, or do you think or envision some other project?
Okay, before I ask, I forgot to thank you for the invitation for being here. Yes, I have other projects. Actually, if I had time, I have at least two more projects that I particularly like. One is called UCO picking. It's also an IoT system for automating crowd collection of used cooking oil. The problem is that if the people don't gain anything to put the oil in a bottle and take it to the recycle, they don't do it.
So it's a gamification.
We didn't do the gamification, but we are working on a previous step, which is identifying who puts the oil there, and if the oil is correct or not, because we have cases in which people put car oil, which is not acceptable, and in some of the other cases they put water jointly with the oil, and that's not also acceptable. And we are trying to use flux sensors and also trying to use several sensors. We have the prototypes in the background to try to assess which person made the deposit and if the deposit is legal or not legal. Another one, it's very interesting. Do you know what is aquaponics? Anyone knows? Aquaponics? No. If you put fishes on an aquarium together with plants, you have a sustainable system because the fishes feed the plants and so you grow the both together without soil. Okay. What is the problem here? The problem is that fishes produce ammonia just like us, and ammonia kills them and kills the plants as well. So aquariums where people, well, this type of solutions must be used in the future, from time to time we have to assess the amount of ammonia and pH of the water to put to control the quantity of ammonia and pH, and that's a problem. We want to automate that as well. So we don't want someone to take the water, put it on a, and we are using colorimetric tests, and then computer vision to, according to the colors, to assess the amount of ammonia and pH, and then pick up the right quantities of the chemical components to control and do that automatically with an app, and you have the results over there. It's very interesting. It was finished last summer, well, the first version of it, and I think it's very, very interesting one. So as you can see, you have every human activity can be used to improve automation or the quality of the solution, whatever, and we don't have one solution for sustainable cities. We have a lot of activities, and if you put your mind to work, you will see that you can do something for improving that activity and improve the way we deal with the environment and our planet. Instead of looking for a new planet to live, we should put our mind into saving this one because it's easier and probably cheaper.
Yes, but as you said, we need to be forced by some incentives to put our mind to work.
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much, Rui.
Okay,
and now I invite the last but not the least important, because he will say very important things about our city, is Raul Apostoiu, who also is part of the board of IT cluster, Sibiu IT cluster.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you for the introduction. I think I have a, let's say, difficult job to conclude this session. Very nice presentations before. I want to get an overview regarding our city because, let's say, none of the above technologies presented today are gathering value without the citizens, in the focus of the citizens. So let's get started with some interventions and concept in Sibiu to mitigate the climate change, because the panel is about climate change. Okay, I want to notice 2 points. So two threats regarding the climate change. One is the increase of 2 degrees Celsius in the last 35 years in our city. So that's a big threat, because you'll see it generates some strange effects. And the other is the reducing of number of days with snow. Sibiu is near the mountains. We are used to have a lot of snow in Sibiu. Unfortunately, we have very few days of snow in Sibiu. And for older of us, it's a big change in our lives. What is significantly growing and addressing the climate change are the urban heat island that are very common in urban populations and cities. And this phenomenon, it comes from the urban areas where there are a lot of buildings that covers the green spaces, the green zones. Another climate level or another objects that can be, let's say, set as targets for the municipality are stated in the strategy and plan for mitigating and adapting the climate change in the municipality of Sibiu with a horizon of 2050 is the participation in the object of reducing the GHG emissions by 55%. It's just a participation. I will show you later that it's about another percentage, but we are willing to target this value. The other object is to increase the production and consumption of energy from renewable sources, and we have a nice presentation about renewable energies. Maybe we can discuss later about this, how aggregates can, or how the city halls can become aggregates, because this is a very interesting concept. Another object is the improving the efficiency of infrastructure, and here we are talking about buildings itself, how the buildings can become smarter, and how the buildings can become more energy efficiency. And the last is the increasing of carbon storage. Of course, one of the measures is to increase the green space in the city. Those are the threads. Now let's discuss about the smart city verticals, and I wish to start with the smart building and smart economy. Of course, some interventions in this area are the smart lighting projects. Yes, most of the Sibiu is covered by LED lighting, public lighting systems that are very energy efficient. Other interventions are made by the municipality in the area of the buildings, the public buildings, which are equipped with BMS, with other building management systems. I want to show you some examples which are private but are very relevant for our city, because that show the interest of investors for our medium, for our climate. And one of them is the EFNO production plant, which is the first green building in Romania, certified by the German Organization for the Sustainable Buildings. One interesting fact for this building is the green concrete with low CO2 emissions. It's one of the first buildings, as far as I know, here in Sibiu using this kind of concrete. And another interesting and smart idea is the active flooring. It's a flooring which is recovering from a heat exchange system, the cold and the warm temperature, transforming the cold in warm and reverse. Another example of building which is green, certified as a green building, is the Visma Hattrick Offices building in Sibiu. It's also an A+ class building, also certified by the Building Research Establishment and Environmental Assessment Method. Yes. Okay, I want to present you the vision over the urban mobility in Sibiu, and this is a concept that must be well explained to all the citizens. So this is a strategy of our city that want to become, let's say, effective up to 2030. So this is the target starting from 2022 to 2030. And there are 4 numbers. 10 means at least 10% from the budget will be invested in public transportation and projects regarding public transportations. 20 means the reduction of the greenhouse gas emission, as I mentioned previously. This is the real target that can be assumed by the municipality from the mobility strategy. So means we assume 20% until 2030 to fulfill the climate obligations assumed at the national and European level. 30 is the development of the infrastructure, the public transport system, as well the mobility alternatives. So that means you can pass the city from one side to the other. Doesn't matter the cardinal signs, yes, on 30 minutes, using any kind of transportation. And the fourth is the 40, which means an addition of 40 kilometers of bicycle paths in the municipality of Sibiu by 2030. So that means we want to become green in mobility, adding these numbers of bicycles paths. Again, about smart mobility, because most of the projects in the smart area are for mobility, are the green public transportation, and I want to showcase just the green line, which are some small minibuses that are traveling and driving around the city center of Sibiu for a very low cost. And this kind of transportation can be extended also for other locations. Then, of course, there are some other implementations like smart city stations, like smart bus stations, and of course some other buses, eco buses powered by compressed natural gas, and electrical buses, which are the latest buses achieved by the City Hall. We have also an infrastructure for smart ticketing solutions for using these transportation systems, powered by the Sibiu bus. This is a dedicated application on the smartphone, so you can use this application to exchange tickets for any kind of transportation. Again, another interesting project for smart mobility, and why it is smart, this project, because it's just, basically it's just the street, but it's the first street which is, let's say, share the model levels, yes? So it's smart because now the cars doesn't take too many lanes. Before they take two lanes. Now they are taking two lines, but are sharing the width of the profile of the street with a dedicated bus line and bicycle lane, as you can see, the green one. So the main reason for this kind of street profile is to reduce the CO2 emissions, and this is the first one, but we'll follow more of them. Also, there is another one, which is with a bus line dedicated. Again, smart mobility, we have to talk about active and green mobility. We have a public bike rental system, yes, which is very popular in Sibiu. You can see it on the roads, even here next to the building on the entrance. And this system is powered by an application that can manage all the rentals of the bikes everywhere in the city, so you can take it from one place and leave it in another station. Yeah, it's interesting because it's monitoring by GPS, so you can locate the bike everywhere in the city. I have to mention very importantly that this action, let's say this bike movement, it's supported by a strong ONG. So are a lot of people which are acting and supporting this activity in Sibiu. About smart mobility, I have to mention the charging infrastructure for electrical or hybrid vehicles. And here I have to mention the private and public charging station. And finally, this year they are more than 55. If you check on PlugShare, which is the most common platform for charging station, you can see we reach the number of 55 charging stations. And also you can see on the lower photo also the charging station for the buses. A very interesting project which was open for public this year is the bike path of the banks of Chibin River. This project consists of 3.6 kilometers of bike path and of course a lot of infrastructure regarding the smart poles and the surveillance cameras and public lighting for the path, sorry. And what really makes this path smart is the counting system. You can see on the upper left picture a totem consisting of a counter, which is a induction loop on the road, counting bikes. And this totem is collecting passes of bikes, which I consider is very important as an analytic data for other companies to plan and to build connection lanes for other bikes lanes. As a number for today, till now, sorry, are from the opening in July, it passes over 40,000 bikes passes on the lane. An interesting connection over the river is the round circle, which shares the passengers, also the bikes on the same bridge. I have to mention an interesting concept for smart parking, which is in the strategy of Sibiu for the future. This smart parking concept is an ecosystem of IoT sensors, video cameras, and software that is collecting data from the parking places, showing which are occupied, which are free, and providing to the management information regarding how can be occupied and how is possible to set a political cost for each parking place. A last interesting concept is the ITS, that means Intelligent Traffic System. The municipality is investing in this system. Currently, if you can see on the image below, there is two lines. The middle one, the purple one, is the passing of the city. This will be the first covered by this system, and the second one is the green one, which is the ring of the city. Both of them is willing to be managed in a control center, running in behind, again, an ecosystem of IoT, detectors, counters, AI cameras installed in certain points over the path. Also, the willing is to have specialized cameras, yes, running on machine learning and AI to detect specific objects like buses, like cars, like pedestrians. And maybe this is a challenge for all the previous speakers, which showcase the technologies to involve in this kind of project and, let's say, cover and offer to the municipality such solutions in this area. This is the end of my presentation. I think it's a brief presentation, willing to showcase some best of or most important of the projects in Sibiu. So it's an invitation for you to visit those objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raul. And I may confirm that it's very nice to go with the bicycle near the Chibin River. I did, and I like to do more. Unfortunately, it's only for relaxing. If you have a job, you cannot use it only to reach from one part to another, but it's a good start. And in the rest is very difficult due to the fact that the Sibiu is a crowded city. In the morning, and as you said about energy, in the morning everybody makes shower, but everybody start going to job. So it's quite difficult. I invite you one question before to start last coffee break, because we will have another panel and the medical doctor and the other colleagues are eager to start, and I hope not kill us because delay too much. So one question from the auditorium, or somebody who didn't see Sibiu for a long time, if was impressed or not about what happened. Marius, what do you say?
We were just talking about the path on Chibin, and I was quite captivated by that because it changes the look of the river, which I think used to be quite underutilized in the past. It was one of the quite great attractions, and then all these trees that were leaving the river.
Yeah, that's true. It was a long debate about the cutting of the trees on the Chibin River, but the debate starts from the old citizens because they know how the river looks several years ago. The problem is now that the municipality planted a lot of other trees. I don't have the numbers now, but definitely they didn't cut the trees just because the trees was, let's say, they have a real reason to cutting these trees, because the lane is going to the tree, so they have to cut it. But they plant a lot of other trees in this situation. So definitely it's a regeneration project, and it's a green project for the city, which makes our city very remarkable in Romania. It's the first project in Romania. Yeah, that's true, yes.
Also, if you have proposal for Raul to go in front of our municipality to change or improve something, we are happy to do this, but in the coffee break. So thank you very much, Raul.
Thank you very much.
10 minutes, not more, of coffee. I invite all, even the students that are coming here, and please take a coffee and something sweet. Pui tu? Da? În principiu, fă folder aici, la fiecare cu numele lor, că e așa, știi? Un pic, că trebuie să sună.
Hai.
Așa cum asta la 11, mai trebuie să mai pești de 2 ori ca să meargă treaba ok.
Este sunet pentru eventual
Da,
pentru
da,
video?
este.
Un video cu sunet.
Da. Este sunet, deci merge pe HDMI și merge. Avem aici, ăsta e forward, ok. Așa.
Sala asta e mult mai bună decât acum.
e mai ușor.
Da, păi aia e problema.
Decât a noastră, bine ar să fie. Că n-am știut că e așa fain, așa mai
No, care?
Claudiu Matei.
Partea 10-a?
Aia.
Ok. Bun, o avem.
Ceva notițe ori merge cu vizualizarea.
Da, merge.
Dar nu, de să vedem.
Merge, nu, că merge.
Și președintele
Așa?
Iliescu.
Da, deci merge.
From the trucks.
Opa.
Haideți să rămânem.
No, F5. Opa, ce face asta?
Și click dreapta, cred că e cel mai simplu.
Nimic, aici dăm așa.
Aia e, da.
Și nu, și avem așa și aici notes. Da?
A, uite la acolo.
Și, da, și să vedem.
Dai numai click pe el, da.
Da, numai un pic, să vedem. De ce nu? Așa, system. Așa, sound. Nu suntem pe Matrix, ar trebui să scoată sunetul pe...
Brain is a mystery. No question about it. We understand very little about it. But it is also exciting and fascinating because it's got so many paths that need to be discovered.
de pe una pe alta. Că doar am mai încercat.
Sorry?
Păi nu, că le dau eu drumul. Eu tot medesc.
N-am apucat să mai fac foldere și
Nu, nimic, unde le-ai pus?
Prima dată e which is smart health. Of course, medicine nowadays it's mainly technology. We can see that the ICT has a very deep implication in the field of medicine. The techniques used for non-invasive are mainly the one that are saving lives, CT, MRIs, echography, but not only those, have a large impact of the quality of life in the whole world. Using images as their source, of course, ICT, but not only images, also signals and other measurements from other sensors can be used to improve the diagnostic and, of course, the final income, the quality of life, and also the willingness of the patients. So we are starting our Smart Health panel with Marius Linguraru, who is professor at the George Washington University in the USA. Marius is also an alumni of Lucian Blaga University, actually the former University of Sibiu, how we like to call it, and we are welcoming Marius to Sibiu. Please.
Thank you so much, Remus, for the kind introduction, and thank you and to Adrian Florea for having me back at Sibiu Innovation Days, where I participated once before, but online, although I managed, I remember at the time, to come all the way to Sibiu, but everything was shut down during the pandemic. So I know we're the last session, I'm going to get straight to the story, and the point I'm trying to make here is that smart health has to be equitable health as well. And also a point I like to make is that artificial intelligence is the single and greatest tool for improving access to healthcare for children, and also for patients with rare diseases and other vulnerable populations. And to start the story, I wanted to show you something that, at least in the United States, was making waves. This is a story that showed up in the New York Times, showing a child, Lachlan, in this picture, and a story about pediatric hospital closing down. This was not smart health, this was a health of economy. And these hospitals were shutting down because pediatric wards and pediatric hospitals were not economically viable. What does it mean? That you get kids that will be seen by general hospitals being sent only to very few specialized hospitals where they get adequate care, but this hospital become overwhelmed. We don't have sufficient personnel, healthcare becomes very expensive, and kids don't get the right treatment. So this is a child that had both a very rare and severe condition, and also lots of other common conditions, allergies and asthma. You can see the whole plethora of medication that Lachlan was getting. So, as I mentioned earlier, I think that AI is the tool that can help with such situation, being a great tool for improving access and also quality of care. And this is a story that I showed 2 years ago when I gave the keynote here at Sibiu Innovation Days about our technology for looking at facial features for discovering genetic conditions, which is also shown in The Economist. However, this is all great, but when we look once again at what's been done for kids with artificial intelligence and PubMed, which is the greatest repository of publications in healthcare, only 1.4% of publications, including AI, include kids as well. In the United States, children are 20% of the population. So there's a huge discrepancy here, and I think lack of equity for this. And why this is not right? Because you can say, well, why don't you use something that is being developed for adults? For several reasons. First of all, something you may have heard before, kids are not mini adults. So we cannot treat kids like we treat adults. And doctors, pediatricians, that we have some here with us, are trained to take care of kids, not of adults. You have a specialty level. Artificial intelligence algorithms don't know that. So they have to be trained in a similar way. And this is for very, very obvious reasons. First of all, is the size of the body of a child, is the development of a child. But then if you're looking at this image I'm showing here on the right, this is showing reasons why kids die versus reasons why we die later in life. So cancer, cardiovascular conditions, neurological, diabetes conditions become very prevalent as we get older. But kids die because of specific neonatal conditions. Diarrhea kills a lot of children in the world. So if diseases are different, then we have to treat them differently, and so does AI. And another thing is pediatric conditions that are severe are always very rare. Like pediatric cancers, they are very different than adult cancers, and every pediatric cancer is extremely rare. So we have to work also with small data. And this brings some challenges, right? That we know about artificial intelligence, how smart it becomes when data is plenty. But if we have little data, that's a challenge, and we have little data for kids. Because again, they are vulnerable population, they are underrepresented in research and in healthcare. As I mentioned earlier, kids grow. Development and maturation are very important factors in a child's life and in their health. So we have to take care of that too. And then there are other reasons for more general inequitable healthcare in the world. This is a pediatric ward in Kampala, in Uganda, where we work with some of the healthcare clinicians there. And I think you can tell from the photo that kids in that ward may not get optimal care. So with these challenges, I think we have to think about AI that has to be specialized for kids and, again, for rare diseases. And I just want to emphasize about rare diseases because I think we're finally at the point where we're changing our minds more about that. A rare disease, it's in the United States, is a condition that affects less than 20,000 people. That's for a population of 350 plus million. But if you look around the world, more than a quarter, or actually a third billion, and probably even more because this is anecdotal data, more than a third billion people suffer from rare diseases. So rare diseases are not rare. Particularly to kids, 1 in 3 children will die because of with a rare disease will die before they turn 5-year-old. So that's very, very impactful in a child's life. And finally, rare diseases, 80% of them have a genetic cause. So understanding rare diseases, it's also fundamental for understanding healthcare. So this was a point that I was trying to make about why pediatric healthcare and rare diseases need to be treated differently. And it all comes back to fairness, to accessibility, availability, and quality and efficiency of the healthcare services, which are what I think the 4 important pillars of equity, and particularly of equity in healthcare. So for the rest of my presentation, I'll try to show you an example of some of the work that we do that fits in each one of these pillars, again, to see how artificial intelligence can work, particularly with medical images, and can be helpful in particularly global health. So let me start with accessibility, because this is access to healthcare. And if we have access to elite healthcare system, it's fantastic. If you don't, then how can you benefit from artificial intelligence there? And coming back to rare diseases, I wanted to show you that more than 8 million children are born every year with a birth defect, and most of these are of a genetic cause. And we know that there are more than 7,000 rare diseases. And if you just do the math here, you immediately understand that we don't have enough data. Even if we capture all of these kids, we don't have enough data for AI. And when it comes to genetic conditions, we don't have geneticists either. And green is good here, and as you can tell, not many parts of the world are green. But yes, Northern America, Europe, Australia, Japan, South Korea have great genetic services. And you can take my word, they're not fantastic anywhere here either. But the majority of the world has little access to genetic specialists, and some countries have actually 0. For instance, with a project that we do with the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we train the only pediatric doctor that is also trained in genetics in the country. So there's only one, and he's not a geneticist, and I'll show you a photo of him in a moment. So what we did here, and this was the main topic of my talk a couple of years ago, we have an algorithm that is based on artificial intelligence, no surprise there, that is looking at the phenotype of a face of a newborn, and we're trying to do screening for kids to understand if they have a genetic condition as early as possible. This is like everything else that is in the work that we do, based on deep neural networks with big architectures and data coming in and out, but this is not what I'm going to focus here on today. I just wanted to give you a flavor of that. This is a study that we published in the Lancet Digital Health 2 years ago. And we use data from thousands of kids, which it's actually a lot for a project like ours. And we're doing like this little video shows just a deep phenotyping of a child's face. This is a child born in Washington, D.C. with Down syndrome, missed by our geneticists. And I think my only takeaway message here is that Down syndrome is hard to identify also. But if you look at more rare conditions that are of genetic causes, those are even harder. And we're using this with our partners from the National Institutes of Health. We work with the Ministry of Health and Prevention in the United Arab Emirates. Those are the photos at the top where we piloted this. And then here at the bottom, I'm showing you some photos from Kinshasa, from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where we don't do just newborn screening, but we also want to understand how to put these kids into a healthcare system that takes care of them. So just doing the screening is great. This is where AI can help, can shorten that path for the child to arrive at the hospital. But then you have to also provide care for those kids so that you prevent more serious, very serious conditions like, heart attacks that they can have early in their lives. So what we do with them in the Congo is very different than what can be done in Sharjah, the image at the top. Here we take samples, we do nasal swabs, and we take echocardiograms for these kids and do preventive care, parental education, and so on. So that was accessibility, availability. Coming back to the point, and now thinking about something much more sophisticated. We were speaking the other day with Dr. Mate here about getting another MRI machine in Sibiu. Well, if you look at what you do with machines and what you do with images in the world, the story is very, very variable. Here I want to show you just that one neighborhood in Boston, and this is the Longwood area, this is where the Harvard Medical School resides, has more radiologists than the entire Western Africa. And 1 in 3 people in the world has access to 0 imaging machine, right? That would be a chest X-ray, that would be ultrasound, MRI, it's even more rare. So how do you help with availability of these vital machines around the world? Here is a graph that shows availability of MRI machines per million people in different countries. Japan leads, the US comes in second, and then it gets worse and worse. But there are countries that have no MRI machines, again. So here with the project that we started about a year ago, funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and working with this company called Hyperfine, we're looking at how to introduce low-field MRI. If you know about MRI, you get into the machine and you hear all these sounds. Somebody called it, I remember there was a book when I was studying that in French called Le Chant des Protons, the song of protons. It's not a song, it's a huge noise. But that's a big machine, an expensive machine, and hard to get and hard to use. This machine has some amazing advantages. It's using 64 millitesla instead of 1.5 to 3 Tesla, what a big MRI machine uses. It's 10 times lighter, it's 10 times cheaper, it's portable, and you can go yourself in there even with your cell phone. Preferably not, yeah. I don't think anybody has studied how the cell phone will come out of that, but you can take it in the operating room, which you cannot do with an MRI. In hospitals, you build a hospital around an MRI machine. This one you take with you on a corridor. However, there's a huge disadvantage. If you look at the 2 rows of images here, the one at the top, it's showing you an image taken with a 3 Tesla machine, the expensive, heavy loud one. At the bottom, you see the same patient with a mini Tesla. Obviously, there's a big loss in the quality of the image. So what we're working with, we have this group of about 30 sites around the world where we develop the technology mostly in the US and Europe, but we have our clinical partners mostly in Africa and Southeast Asia to actually improve the quality of these images and to improve the quantification of images. So again, increasing access to imaging through technology and through AI. Also for fairness, I wanted to show you what happens with a disease, rheumatic heart disease, which is a complication of strep throat. Yeah? Everybody had streptococcus and got penicillin shots in the childhood. If you don't get that, you get a very serious heart condition, possibly. In the United States, this was almost eradicated because when young men were going to war for the Second World War, they discovered that lots of them had cardiac problems. They started giving penicillin to young people, and it's almost gone. But in the world, there are more than 40 million cases with rheumatic heart disease, and it's estimated that 300,000 young people mostly die every year. And just like with everything else, if you look at this map, I think it's speaking for itself. We have areas with resources and areas without resources. So here we have another big project working with institutes in the US, with institutes in Europe, and right now we're piloting in Uganda with the Uganda Heart Institute using ultrasound to detect this condition. Now, ultrasound, that I think many people know from being the tool that is used to check pregnancy, is also used to look at the function of the heart. And I've seen ultrasounds for many, many years, and I still find them hard to read. But if you know how to tell a machine when and where to look, the machine learns how to read it with small data. Again, we heard a lot about small data and how important that is. And right now we have ultrasound machines such as this, that is basically a probe that goes into a tablet. Some of them cost about $1,000 versus a machine that you have in a hospital which costs $250,000. Again, you lose some quality of imaging. So what we're doing, we actually did this in August this year, so just 2 months ago. This is my colleague, Craig Sable. He's in Kampala in Uganda, taking the images. You have the probe, you have the tablet. We're talking about energy. The tablet talks to a laptop through AirDrop. So we're not using Wi-Fi, we're not retraining algorithms, we're trying to get everything to run as fast and with as little as possible. And in 1 minute, you get all these measures. You get the diagnosis, you get visual indications, explainability, and details in that. And we're starting now, at the beginning of next year, we're going to screen 200,000 children in Uganda for the next 2 years. And very briefly to tell you something about quality and efficiency as well, we heard one of the keynotes, right, talking about ChatGPT and how important it is. It's important in healthcare, obviously, too. So again, we have a project funded by the Gates Foundation. We use ChatGPT in the form of an app to educate youth in Kenya about risk of non-communicable diseases. So basically preventive care, which is really important in healthcare. And this is also something for all of these things, I also want to show that we work with industry, we work with other academic institutions and with healthcare providers because we need to understand from them how to do things. And I think AI needs to be in the medical curriculum of any medical school. That means that we have to train early about AI and how to use it in healthcare. And that means a lot about how you have to use data and how to structure it and how to understand it. And we do a lot of education as well. And this is a summer school that we just ran. The date is incorrect there. This was at the beginning of September. Unfortunately, we had to run it online because of the earthquake in Marrakesh. It was during the week the earthquake took place. But we're basically trying to also educate for some of these projects that we're doing in low and middle income countries, the specialists in that area. So we had the first summer school on AI in medical imaging that was hosted in Africa. So equity comes in all of these things, but equity and green AI, right, are big words. But access to equity and to artificial intelligence comes at huge costs as well. Yeah, we all know what computational costs are. And obviously, the picture is dramatically different, right? When you look at servers that we use in some institutes, and then you look at the healthcare worlds that exist in others. So this is something that we have to keep in mind as well. When we do things, we have to run them indeed on small devices with few resources, so they are really available where they are needed. And I think for kids like Lachlan, with whom I started this story, right, smart health is really important to give him access to things, but this is also equitable health that has to be into that. So I'll end up with that. I'll say thank you and mulțumesc, and thank to all the partners that are participating in this project and others. And if anybody is interested in participating in any of these things, you see my email on top there.
Thank you. Now we will take some questions from the audience. Do you have some questions for myself, please?
Yes, thank you very much for a very interesting, informative presentation on the wonderful work that you're doing. Question just related to ChatGPT, which you slipped in there, and we can talk a lot about it, true. Do you see it as something which could possibly have a positive impact also on the way patients discover their conditions? Like, we worry a lot about people doing auto-diagnosis, self-diagnosis with ChatGPT, but could there be maybe positive outcomes of that as well?
And absolutely, that's a fantastic question, because there are always dangers into how you interpret your information, how you get the sources to it. So a free conversation with ChatGPT, we all know that it can go in any direction, right? And it can be very uncontrolled. But one of the advantages of using technology like this is that you can also guide it to where to put the answers. So what we're doing with this project that I was mentioning about youth conditions in Kenya, this is not just a conversation. First of all, it's engaging for young people because they like to use the technology, so that's good. The other thing is we use the technology to guide it to where to put the answers. So it's conversational and it's personalized, but it will not give you a random answer that it finds on the internet. We guide that with our healthcare specialists.
Okay, thank you. Some other questions? Okay, I hope that not only ChatGPT, but also the advances in medical imaging and the connected areas will make something that we can see also in the automotive industry. The fact that we have those ADAS system, driving assistance, we will have medical assistance due to the work of the IT personnel.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Marius, for your presentation.
Thank you, Dennis.
Now we are moving to the next speaker. It's about lung cancer without smoking. And we have Kinga Henning, who is a researcher, and she worked for more than 20 years in research regarding the influence of radiation. She's now a transfer officer at Babes-Bolyai University in Cluj. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for introduction, dear audience. My time has expired now, so thank you very much for your attention, and see you on the next days, on the next year at the Sibiu Innovation Days. I'm just kidding about this. I want to talk. Oh, sorry. Yes. I want to talk in next, I hope, 5-10 minutes about something new, about something that we live in some kind of indoor air, and we need to talk about indoor air quality, because when I saw the people, I understand that everyone's work in the indoor places, at the office, in the labs, like researchers and teachers and students also. So at this hour, I want to ask you, are you being poisoned right now? Probably not. But because we need to talk about indoor air quality, and if everyone's stay a little bit and thinking we are almost 94% of our lives we stay in indoor. So we can stay in all kind of type of buildings, but because we are at this beautiful and great events, we need always, everyone stay with computers and in the office. So it's very important to know the indoor air quality and the homes, kindergarten, schools, universities, workplaces, and some invisible danger hiding in our air. Some of them probably know or not. It's about radon. But why is the ventilation important in our days? Because yesterday, the house of yesterday, it was very okay, with ventilation, normal ventilation, with wind and everything else. But in our lives, in 21 centuries, we isolate our house, and unfortunately, all kind of we can say enemies stay in our place indoor air. We can talk about air temperature, relative humidity, concentration of CO or CO2, about volatile VOCs, volatile organic compounds, aerosol sprays, cleanings, and disinfectants. And we need to talk about something new, the radon concentration. There is two types of relevance in Romania and in European countries also. It's about 100 becquerel per cubic meter, which means the World Health Organization told us, and 300 becquerel per cubic meter that our law and in the law in European Commission told us need to radon concentration to be lower at this value. But why is the ventilation important today? Because it's most important, and it's usually the sick building syndrome appearance. It's like when you are sick and go to the doctor to see what's happened, what is your problem. This is our buildings now. And why radon? Because one source of natural radiation that presents a danger is radon. The radon is a radioactive gas without color, without smell, and without taste. So we just talk about that, but we don't see, don't smell, don't taste it. And we need to talk about natural radioactivity, background radioactivity. So where is uranium, radium? That's its radon also. And it's not, we don't talk about gamma radiation on beta, it's alpha radiation. Yes. And why is radon and lung cancer? Because radon is the leading environmental cause of any cancer. We can talk about almost 15% of lung cancer. It's about radon concentration in indoors. It's the second leading cause of lung cancer after the smoking. So people who smoke and are exposed to radon have 10 times greater risk of developing lung cancer comparative with the other people without smoking. And why radon? Radon is deadlier than drunk driving or fall in the home or drawing and home fire. But because we spend our time with across of lifetime but we stay across in indoor. We can see, for example, the radon equivalent with these numbers made by the laws, for example, with the radon concentration with 300 becquerel per cubic meter. The radon level is 400 chest X-rays per year or 16 cigarettes per day. If we want to imagine these results about us and about our body. And what is the source? It's two types of source for indoor radon source, the ground, first of all, and the other part is the building materials. We have a lot of indoor radon measurements method. We're using passive detectors. It's for long-term exposure. We have procedure when and where we need to put these detectors to measure the radon concentration. We have a lot of measurements in Romania, in indoor, at homes and in workplaces also. The first of all is the screening step by step. We get the results, and this is the first step. 3 months of measurements is the screening. If the concentration is higher than 300 becquerel per cubic meter, it's a problem, and we need to diagnose, to make the diagnostics detailed measurements. It's about 1 week to get what is the source, where is the source when this radon gas can come in our places. And after we have the personalized mitigation solution. For example, this is for houses, this mitigation solution. And because we talk about all kind of prototypes, we have made in our lab an intelligent indoor air monitoring system. We get results for 7 indoor air quality sensors and results. We have an online monitoring platform at which this prototype can use put with the ventilation system to be useful the mitigation result. And this is the world and mostly Europe, and where is Romania with on the radon map. It's our results from our lab. And the evolution of indoor air measurements in Romania in 2025, it was black, all the map, but now in 2021 we have almost 10,000 measurements. We have investigated cells, a lot of them, and unfortunately we have almost 15 high radon priority areas. So unfortunately in Europe we are in the 3 or 4 place. It's not so good, this place. So we have measurements in residential places, in houses, in the workplaces also. It's the same, the criteria, and it's the same, the results almost. And because we are in the Sibiu, we have a lot of measurements in Sibiu indoor place, in houses, and we have in workplaces also. We have a lot of measurements in hospital, in Sibiu, and at Polisano also. And everything is good. Everything is good. I want to say, so if you have some problem in these hospitals, the radon concentration, it's okay. We don't have this type of measurements at university. We are open to make this. We can collaborate. And this is the beauty when we need to talk about technology transfer, because how it's important to be an accredited lab and to make measurements. This is so the services is products also. We can make money with that. Yes, some mitigation, the complete solution for radon control in buildings. It's a little bit strange, but we have a lot of studies and we have a good remediation results. Almost 19% of efficiency, so we are very proud of our mitigation results. And we have in Romania the first school, it's in Cluj that it's remediate from radon concentration. We are almost 2,000 becquerel per cubic meter, so we can make the mitigation, propose the system of kind of pipes, and we make the negative ventilation, negative pressure, sorry, with the ventilation system, and we don't let this radon to come in the building. So it's better to be healthy in your own radon-free home and workplace than in a hospital. And if you fix this problem, after you measure and you have a problem, living and working in a radon-free place keeps the people happy and healthy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have questions from the audience? Okay, of course, you mentioned the soil, for instance. Do we have a relation with the fact that in most of those areas we have houses built with bricks made of air gyre?
Yes, yes, we have that, and because in Romania, mostly in Transylvania, the geology, it's very interesting. We need to talk about uranium rocks. Mm-hmm. And if it's uranium, it's radium and radon, and thorium, for example. And yes, because we have this kind of source, and where is the brick and the building materials. The natural building materials, not always it's a good thing when we need to talk about that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And do we have a high level of radioactivity in the soil in this area, I suppose, also? Because yes, we know that we have some hot water springs that are radioactive, like in Oradea, but also in this area.
Yes, for example, in the Seckerland also, because it's the volcanic part, and we are in the triangle with this, with the tectonic places. Okay. So we have this problem.
The Triangle of Bermudes, also in Transylvania. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are advancing in our smart health section, and we are going now to Ciprian Radu Șofariu, who is a medical doctor, is the medical director of the pediatric hospital in Sibiu, and he's a doctor in radiology.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for kind invitations, and greetings for your patience. As I said at the previous meeting, we can make an analogy between the two novels of classical literature. It's not working here. And computer science. Information technology is a flash of genius and at the same time a team effort. Of course, prevention is better than cure. The secret of eternal youth: do not smoke, reduce the consumption of salt, sugar, alcohol, to have a diet rich in fiber, to eat fruits and vegetables daily, and to do sports. Men and women have to do screening tests in order to timely detect the most frequent pathologies in relation to age. For male, we can control colorectal and prostate cancer, diabetes type 2, lung cancer, immunization, hepatitis, and to have diabetes. For women, it is important to search the breast cancer appearance and genitourinary cancer. Here you can see for male, between 20s and 30s, you can get a dental checkup at least every 24 months. Eye control. For 40s, you can search for colon cancer to test your blood pressure. And for 60s, get a full risk screen, get your pneumococcal vaccine if you want to be healthy, and get an abdominal aortic aneurysm screening. The state of health involves individual and societal measures. For example, the simple and most effective gesture, correct hand washing, which according WHO estimates that globally between 5 and 8 million lives are saved annually. This gesture must be learned from an early age in family or institutional by each person. Okay. Yes. No, it's okay. In our hospital, we want to survey if the personnel respect rubber disinfection. And to get this information, we must implement a system with an app and radio frequency devices. Wearables and apps. We have here a smart house with an Internet of Things platform. With a single photo of the laundry, an application tells me which program of the washing machine is dedicated to a certain type of clothes. In the same way, there are applications that teach you how to take care of your health. With a photograph of the plate, you can find out approximately the number of calories consumed. There are applications intended for health professionals, example MD-Calc, Mediately, which contain calculations algorithms for additional parameters that is obtained through laboratory analysis, the dosage of some drugs. In order to understand the difficulties that certain wearables have to overcome, we must see what physical chemical principles certain laboratory analyses are based on. One of them is spectrophotometry, helps in the quantitative determination of certain chemical substances depending on the absorption of light, UV or infrared. On the other hand, flow cytometry is a technique used to detect and measure the physical and chemical characteristics of a population of cells or particles. Why is it difficult for wearables to detect a few concentrations? Because in the lab analysis, we use plasma, and we measure with wearables the whole blood. The whole blood depends from our state of hydration. You can see on the table what is difference of glucose concentration in plasma, red cells concentrate, and whole blood. Wearables. This is the first device accredited as a medical device by Romanian Health Ministry. It measures blood pressure similar to an electronic sphygmomanometer with very good accuracy. Important because the essential blood pressure sneaks in insidiously in the 5th and 6th decades. It also measures the oxygen saturation, the temperature of the extremities, monitors sleep, identifies the degree of the stress, and perform an electrocardiogram in a single derivation. Also coordinates the sports activities. Here is illustrate a watch with a cost of 50 euros, which can monitorize glycemia, blood sugar level. Other wearables are focused on women's health. But why carry a heavy and uncomfortable devices at night when you can't get enough information except blood pressure by wearing a simple smart ring? There are the professional medical devices that can be monitored remotely and applications that detect changes in normal parameters. Here is an example of Holter ACG and the blood pressure system. You can have also for sleep monitoring and blood glucose monitoring system. In pediatric practice, vital function monitors that reduce children mobility can be replaced by much friendlier devices such as disposable patches or watches. It's also other devices, but it doesn't work here. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Just copy again. Da, 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 da. Atunci când a dat el, dacă vrem să reparăm, știi? Asta? Da. Ok. Copy. Asta. Da, și așa, da. Da, da, asta e că l-ai pus în rădăcină. Dacă pun, uite aici.
Să nu mergem direct de pe stick.
Păi dau și de pe stick, da, dacă pun aici. Știi, și stick-ul pot să zic. Nu, atunci când...
Zici, repet, dar noi le aveam pe toate deschise, că le-am încercat încă am prezentare în pauză.
Uite, același lucru. Ah, că dau de pe stick atunci, ca să nu fie problemă.
Ok.
Face la fel, vezi?
Închide toate PowerPoint-urile, Rodi.
Ok.
Închide toate PowerPoint-urile. Închide pe toate. Închide toate.
Păi nu mai am atât. Și tu că te vezi, are acolo imaginea care nu se vadă, știi? Nu o vezi pe mail sau pe ceva?
Ba da.
Pe mail? Da, vezi pe mail. Trimite-ți spre mine, dacă...
Ok.
Adrian Florea.
Okay, sorry. A smart platform integrated with health services mean more devices like these pneumatic tubes for transporting samples to laboratory. Means smart cabinet, which you have in operating room, which is connected with suppliers. Of course, we have artificial intelligence. From the tests carried out in the field of imaging, we concluded that they are extremely useful in sectional imaging and less effective in radiographs, in which numerous planes overlap, where the precision is inverse proportionally to the number of overlapping planes. Here we can see. Okay, I'm sorry. We can do anything to repair. Yes, it is a software for MRI where we can detect neurotransmitter inside of tumors and to say what kind of type is those tumors. MRI digital tractography, you can show the impact of the tumors against cortical fibers. And robots, you can operate from the distance. Hospital Information System, HIS, is an element of health informatics that focuses mainly on administrational needs of hospital. It has on many other subsystems like laboratory information systems, policy and procedure management system, radiology information system, and PACS, picture archiving and communication systems. Here is a picture with our HIS in our hospital. And the requirements for the health platform of the new hospitals are to integrate all medical and non-medical processes, to general clinical observation file integrate in the HIS, link from DG office to patient imaging archiving system, link PGOC must integrate laboratory investigations. All operations should start from a single patient registration number. Research interface in HIS, which allows report and statistics from based observation file. Utility of AI in hospital is in anesthesiology. We can have the station for surveillance and monitoring processes. AI pharmacist, we can have an automatic medicines pharmacy. AI radiologist, imaging software that allow automatic identification and quantification of injuries or volumes of anatomical regions by automatic segmentation. AI cardiologist, we can have ACG interpretation, and AI warehouse. The message to take home is the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence in association with wearable devices and apps lead to easy implementation of prophylaxis and the democratization of medical services. Why? Because here we have a single watch. This watch concentrates many other devices. Think, what do you need to monitor temperature, to monitor your heart rate, to monitor oxygen level, to characterize your sleep, or to characterize your status, street status. You need a machine to make an ECG. It's a small machine, but it's a watch. You don't need needles like AcuCheck to measure your blood level of sugar. Because of this, I think that is a a democratization of medicines, of services. We saw watch with a cost of 50 euros. 50 euros that is enabled to measure glucose level. It has a precision of 1 milligram per deciliter. It's very high precision. The precision is not depend from accuracy of sensors, depends of our state of hydration. You must know that. Thank you, and I apologize for the quality of material. I'm sorry.
I thank Dr. Ciprian Șofaru. I think that the file had many pictures and I don't know, this maybe was the cause that we couldn't see that. I can actually say that the pediatric hospital of Sibiu, where Dr. Șofaru is the medical director, is one of the highest digitized hospitals in Romania. Why? Because one of the projects where Dr. Șofaru has been part actually has brought to the pediatric hospital one MRI, functional MRI of 3 Tesla, and a number of high quality and state-of-the-art equipment that can be used for the treatment of young patients. So besides the equipment, the radiology equipment being available here, we also have at the pediatric hospital one of the IT systems that allows not only the data from patient to be available for all the departments of the hospital, but also for enabling data taken from the imaging systems and also from the other devices that are used for making all kinds of tests. So,
yes, you are very kind, but we need another investigation, almost €1 million, to make available in every room something that I think that will democratize and will make an efficiency higher than now. I want to be in a hospital like in a restaurant. When you are going to a restaurant and you order to waiter a steak or a barbecue, the waiter press a pictogram. When it press a pictogram, information is going to the kitchen, and from kitchen allowed to you. In hospital, we need that exist these things. When you make a maneuver, you can discharge automatically sanitary materials, medicines, and maneuver itself. When we reach these goals, we are complete digitalized. Not we aren't. Now.
Okay, so this is some of the thoughts that I think will be implemented of the new information system that will be available at the pediatric hospital here in Sibiu. It will be a project that I hope will be financed by the PNRR project founded by the European Union and the clinical hospital of Children Pediatric Hospital of Sibiu will be one of the beneficiaries of this investment.
We hope to implement those systems when large vital function monitoring will be replaced with wearables and disposable patches. Because for children, it's very hard to stay not mobile with many electrodes on itself. And for them is a better way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have some other thoughts about?
Okay. 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 Of course. Okay. Okay.
I said this related with my health. Maybe I look okay, but I have some high blood pressures. And I have also treatment. I take the treatment, I don't take the treatment. Sometimes I feel okay, but sometimes I think that it was better to take the pills yesterday. I monitorize every day, almost when I feel not okay, with my own tool for the blood pressure.
Sphingomanometer, electronic, okay.
Yes, exactly. And I saw that the values, but in a normal, let's say, system, I think, it's better that this information to reach to you.
Of course.
From my side, I know that where I cannot solve, you will solve as a specialist in this domain, not me. For this reason, I don't doctor because I cannot solve myself. So I can't do it. But what do you think? Also for children, but especially for adults that, let's say, think a little bit more regarding the acceptance of sending data. Because I saw many, and I know many persons that, no, I don't want to see my data. But you can save my life using this data. And
Yes, of course.
for this reason, I want to ask, from your experience until now, or aren't the people
we haven't enough experience to these changes in our behavior. For children, doesn't matter. They have no in their head espionage or other question. Of course, if somebody wants to use your data against you, it could. We have now, after a COVID-19 pandemic, we have now devices to reach, to show your face and to measure your heart rate, respiratory rate, your extremities temperature, and it could know if you are in a good state of health or not. And an espionage agency can use our data. But I think that for our health, these wearables, these devices will discipline for ourselves, because they tell you, wake up, do sport, measure your blood pressure. Because you have not this device on your hand, you are not trying to measure your status of well-being. Okay. Of course, is the next is the next step. Artificial intelligence will replace the doctor, and said, Adrian, you must now to take 2 pills of Auronal to reduce blood pressure level.
And I'll just add to that, I think a distributed AI mechanism like that, you may not have to share your data, you can still have it and just have the method that GPM is going to design, right, running on your watch and giving you the answer. Sorry, I just couldn't keep quiet here because this is an excellent topic for a conversation.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And we are moving on to the next presenter, who is Rexmi Fan from École des Mines in France. He is now a researcher in the Living Lab and Health and Autonomy at École de Mines. École de Mines is one of the Grande Écoles in France.
It's not from 4th of October? No? You updated? I save it when you send by email for this reason. Yeah?
Okay. Rex, may you have the floor.
Thank you, thank you. So, firstly, thank you for your invitation and thank you for all the organization. It's not easy for today's, for the great and big organization. So, my name is Rex Mepan and I will present you the May Tech Lab, a living lab in health and autonomy. I am a researcher, engineer at Mines Saint-Étienne in France, and I'm also in charge of the May Tech Lab since 2021. I have defended my thesis on approximation algorithm, computer science. I'm also operational project manager on the European project, Co-Creative Decision Makers for 5.0 organization, a project coordinated by Professor Xavier Boucher. All right. The May Tech Lab is a health and autonomy living lab from Mines Saint-Étienne, created by Mines Saint-Étienne, ISO Mutuelle, and ISO Santé. The two co-directors are Vincent Augusto, the director of the Center for Biomedical and Healthcare, and Guillaume Gardin, director of Research and Innovation at ISO Santé. The Center for Biomedical and Healthcare is a research laboratory in three domains: soft tissue biomechanics, inhaled particles, and computer science for healthcare. ISO Santé and ISO Mutuelle are part of the AEMA group, one of the two leading mutualist groups in France. The May Tech Lab aims to support research and innovation from the research findings all the way to the minimum viable product. This includes three steps: technical studies, usage studies, and clinical trials. The May Tech Lab supports projects by bringing together to the table researchers, startups, professional health users, and patients. The living lab consists of two locations. Let me so show you two locations. The first, a design thinking room, and the second, a connected apartment. Some figures for France. Seniors account for 17 million people in France. By 2050, they could represent 24 million, which is 1/3 of the French population. France's life expectancy is one of the highest in the European Union, but France is barely above the average when it comes to the number of years lived in good health. Last figures. The silver economy market will amount to 130 billion euros in 2030, which is approximately about 2.5 times the source revenue of Airbus. In our projects, there always are at least three stakeholders: the healthcare structures, hospital or clinic, that express the needs, The scientific who propose maybe some solutions, and a startup or a high-tech company whose role is to develop the solution and carry out its commercialization. In health projects, there are numerous stakeholders, users are involved. Seniors, families, healthcare professionals, but also managers, engineers, researchers. There is a significant challenge of motivation and integration of everyone in the project, and especially healthcare staff and seniors, since they are the ones who will use the products on the ground. For this, we notice in our approach that the stages of technical study, feasible study, and usage study are the opportunities to raise awareness and motivation in these professionals and seniors about the project. 2 points. To raise awareness, the first. Going to test the tool on site with healthcare staff. The second. Organizing design thinking session with families, patients, and all users in the broader sense. In fact, our approach is not a patient-centered one. It's an approach that puts patients, their family, and healthcare professionals around the table with researchers, engineers, and managers. Though it's happened in one of our projects that it was a healthcare staff who worry about the risk of non-continuation, the risk of stopping the project. And it's a healthcare staff who push management to get updates. They are the ones in this project, the healthcare staff, they are the ones who advocate for the project most strongly, stronger than us. After 3 years, some of our projects reach a clinical trial stage. We are fortunate to have an ideal context where we collaborate with teams specializing in setting up clinical trials. It's very complicated in France. Clinical trials mean regulatory submission, ethics committee, protection of person committee, definition of inclusion criteria, recruitment of volunteers. It's not my job, but we have chance to have partners who know to do that. Moreover, with the researchers of our lab, we also conduct economic impact studies. This allows us to demonstrate, through modeling and mathematical simulation, the impact of a product or service, both financially and organizationally, before its implementation or use. Lastly, so the expertise of ISO Santé and ISO Mutuel, how mutualist, we can also assist with the entire part of market study, definition of a strategy offer, marketing and business model. Now, if I have time, I will present you 2 or 3 examples of effective projects in the Maytech lab. The first project is LISE. In France, LISE means localisation indoor des seniors en établissement. Indoor localization of seniors in retirement home. Currently, seniors residing in protected living unit for their own safety. They do not have the possibility to move beyond their room or are restricted to their nearest area. However, studies show that restricted mobility has psychologically and clinically consequences for people. So this project aims to study the usage and test and evaluate the technology of indoor person localization through a non-invasive system. In fact, the goal is to equip seniors living in protected living unit with a device so they can move freely, access to common area, playground, library, while ensuring their safety. The project consists of 4 stakeholders. ISO Santé, which expresses the needs of its retirement homes. The Maytech Lab, of course, which brings its expertise in the feasible study and the usage study stages. A startup that called Cartobat, that who wish to adapt its products to meet the needs of retirement home. And of course, the last, a retirement home that is willing to test the device. The first design thinking session took place in 2021 with all the stakeholders, researcher, manager, startup, healthcare staff, residents, and their family, the most important. The objective was to find the right way to equip the device for senior, a watch, a pendant, or a discrete sensor hiding in shoes. After several tests in the connected apartment, we just chose the Ether, the pendant. Everyone is highly involved, and it was confirmed that we will start the usage study in the retirement home. But, so we conduct the on-site test with healthcare staff in 2021. However, after 2 years now, and after three on-site tests, and a lot of meetings with the healthcare staff, the startup has gone bankrupt. I remember yesterday that in Romania, 98% of startups get bankrupt the first year. We are not better in France. Sometimes the financial timelines of a startup do not match with those of a larger organization that can support a project over several years. It was the healthcare staff. It wasn't that the healthcare staff made themselves heard and underlined the importance of the project for their residents, pushing for solutions to continue the project. In this first example, what is important to remember is the significance of people involvement. In other contexts, healthcare staff may have stopped the project to return to their regular work. But here, they were the most motivated to continue because they understood the strong potential of the project for their residents. Maybe the last example. Memo TLM. Some figure, over 1 million people are currently impacted by neurodegenerative disease, with projection estimating that by 2050, Alzheimer's alone will affect over 2 million people in France. Half of the French population knows someone diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Often, when a patient seeks an Alzheimer's diagnosis, typically prompted by a family member noticing symptoms, it is already too late or already in a progressive stage. Utilizing a serious game, we design algorithms aimed at the early detection of the cognitive frailty, allowing care to be anticipated and enhancing the quality of life. The serious game can be accessed by patients without requiring a preliminary doctor's appointment for diagnosis. So, for this last example, the project partners are ISO Santé, the Maytech Lab, and a startup, Dinseo. Where are Dinseo? a specialist in the development of memory application and games on mobile and tablet. What is interesting in this project and why I presented it to you? The interesting point is the co-construction. Initially, it was challenging to define a specific list of exercises that we want. Meetings were always conducted by Zoom, and some sessions were facilitated by design thinking experts. But it's not easy, this step. DINSEO shares its existing exercises, its existing catalog. It took 6 months and several unsuccessful attempts before arriving at an initial list of exercises to develop in the serious game. Then it took 3 months of development and testing with modification almost every week to achieve a first result. In the second example, what we can take away is the importance of co-construction. The patience and a strong ability to adapt for the startup. And the DINSEO is always alive. To finish, just a last fast example about Previshoot. The goal of this project is to deal with the increasing risk of fall with age. The increasing risk of falls with age is caused by several factors: cognitive, physical, environmental, closely interconnected. In this project, we including a multi-dimensional approach, including monitoring, evaluation, training. What is interesting? What is interesting in this project is how we build the consortium. We have invited for a networking session in Paris, organized by my foundation. It's a mutualist foundation. There are 43 attendees. We have one job, working about falls. Everything we want, just working about falls for one day. There are facilitators from my foundation to guide us, and there are 3 steps. In the morning, 50 groups formed by the facilitators work on their own and propose. Each group proposes one project for the morning. By late morning, the projects are presented for the first time to all the 43 attendees. For the afternoon, each person selects the topic that interests them and develop the project within a new group in the afternoon. At the end of the day, the projects are presented one last time. All the projects are presented one last time, and each person chooses which project he wants to be in. So at each step, 3 steps, at each step, we are free to move from one project to another, to do critique, to evolve the project. 2 months later, several projects were submitted, and Previshoot is one of them, of course. I don't time to give more precise information, but it's just how we work in the project with 6 partners, and how we combine existing data with new data we will go to collect, how Mines Saint-Étienne will use machine learning to IEA to deal with this data, to predict, to give a score of risk of fall. The 2 design thinking session and some other project in the Maytech lab. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have question from the audience for Rexmi? Okay, how you have a monitoring system that allows you to track people indoors, okay? How did you solve the problem of the GPS signal regarding the location of the people indoor?
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy, and we don't use GPS. Firstly, we try to locate people in the residence, but in fact, it's not easy because the precision is about 3 meters. So and in fact, we don't need to localize people. We don't need to localize seniors. We just to know if they go out or not of the establishment for the safety. And this point of view has been given by healthcare staff and not us.
So you develop a lot of wearables, and the wearables that can be used to increase the life expectancy of elderly people.
We hope.
You hope that, okay. Do we have some other questions? Okay, thank you, Rexmi, for the presentation. And now we are moving towards our session to the last presenters. It's, yes, Dr. Claudiu Matei. The last will be the first, of course. Yes. So Dr. Claudiu Matei, who's medical director of Polisano Hospital. He's a neurosurgeon, and I think that he will also have some interesting thoughts about imaging and neurological pathology.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you for the kind invitation. I would like to congratulate you for the organizing such an beautiful event. And yes, I will share you in the next few moments some aspects from my daily practice where I use few innovations. So I grew up in a small village nearby Sibiu, in Transylvania, of course, and I remember my parents told me that I asked very often in my childhood about the salt. I don't know why. Perhaps I was. I grew up in a very traditional and religious environment, and I was preoccupied about the mind, the soul, and I asked very often where is located the soul or the mind. Anyway, I was fascinating about the unresolved questions. What is the real connection between the mind and the brain, these organs, these fatty organs, because the brain, as you know, is consisted about the fat, the myelin. In few years ago, I met a guy, Professor Kunenes from Jacksonville, US, Florida, who, let's see.
The brain is a mystery, no question about it. We understand very little about it. But it is also exciting and fascinating because it's got so many paths that need to be discovered. Brain.
So I'm a neurosurgeon, and as Professor Brad told you, and neurosurgery is called sometimes the surgery of the soul. So for this reason, many researchers in this field make many works. So my colleagues, Dr. Shofariu presented you a tractography. Tractography show us the arrangement of the nerves in the brain. So show us the axons, the white matter tracts. The white matter tracts are arranged very clear, very not Brownian, are arranged parallel as the streets in Manhattan. It's well known that to be a taxi driver in London is very difficult because the streets are so narrow and so the intersections are in the sharp angles. Anyway, this is the small innovation in our daily practice, and we are used very, very oft. So let's see our toys from our clinical experience. There are a lot of technology in the operating room, and all this technology is help us in order to offer our patients the best treatment. One of the most important innovation in my daily practice is using this fluorescence technique. We give a medicine to the patients with brain tumor before 3 hours of the operations. This substance goes directly to the tumors, and we can see in this way better the tumors. The tumor will be better delineated, and we will perform better resections, and our patients will have a better prognosis. This is an historical point of view. So in the beginning, in the past century, the most beautiful tumor in the human body was this epidermoid cyst, this one, on the right, on the left side of the screen. And nowadays, these pink tumors is considered to be the most beautiful tumor, if we can say this. One of the most interesting aspects in our operations with this substance is about the darkness, because the operations should be performed in darkness, not a real dark, but anyway, we have to keep away the patients on the daily light or the artificial focalized light in order to prevent adverse reactions of the skin. So another innovations in our practice are this intraoperative neuromonitoring. We have to monitor the patients during the operation in order to keep safe and to make the surgery much more safer. One of the best and the most useful technique is this visual potential that we perform during the operation. They are very helpful in order to protect the vision. So another, let's say, technique with many innovation use is this awake surgery. Sometimes we have patients with tumor located in eloquent area. Eloquent area is a very important area in the brain, and we have to take out the tumor, and in the meantime to preserve the neurological status of the patients. For this reason, we have to have the patients during the tumor resections awake, and to resect the tumor. So I will give you an example in this field, because I don't know if
acesta este un camion. Perfect. Aceasta este o haină. Perfect. Sunt 4 nasturi. Perfect.
So the patient, we have to communicate with the patients during the resections in order to detect the eloquent brain and to protect them during the tumor resection.
Aceasta este, e regulă. Nu a denumit obiectul.
This is a paraphresia. We had touched an important center in the brain, and after this event, we stopped the tumor resection in order to prevent the future language problems after the operation. One of the most interesting operation in neurosurgery is this keyhole neurosurgery. It's about the operation through the nose. You know, you heard about hypophysis, about the pituitary gland. Pituitary gland is the brain of the glands in the body. It is located in the skull base, in the center of the brain, and sometimes could be in this region there are patients with tumors. So we take out these tumors with small instruments through the nose, with an endoscope, with a small camera, and special instruments designed to this aim. I was in Pittsburgh in 2014 where I get this knowledge, and I got this knowledge, and I brought to us. So we have a small pituitary team, and I just would like to emphasize this, that this pituitary tumor surgery perhaps is the oldest surgery in the history, because in the history, as you know, in the process of mummification, the ancient Egyptians took out the brain through the nose. So this approach was from those time, and nowadays, of course, the approach is much more modern, and we use during this surgery a very interesting device called neuronavigation. This neuronavigation is like navigation in cars, and it shows us anytime where we are. For this also, we have a CT scan performed before the operation and MRI examination. We have to fuse these two images on the neuronavigation systems, and we will see together the bones together with the brain. This is a very important tool and help us also to show us the way, so the approach, and also the tumors. Okay, this is a small example of the surgery. You can see the MRI performed before the operation with a pituitary adenoma, with a pituitary tumor, and we have the monitoring, the potential, visual evoked potential performed during the operation in order to see the seeing, so the vision system. We go through the nose with the endoscope to the skull base with special instruments. We perforate the behind of the nose and we enter in the skull base. After this, we will find the cellar floor, and we will perforate this, and we will find the tumor, the hypophysis tumor. So, of course, medical technology improves every day, and we need this in order to offer our patient the best treatment, the best prognosis. We have these future directions with the deep brain stimulation already done in Parkinson's disease, in chronic pain, mental disorders. Nowadays, it's well known, this transcranial magnetic stimulation, transcranial direct current stimulations, nanoparticle therapy, and focused ultrasounds. In our company, we are very close to have this device who let us to improve the prognosis of the tumor with brain cancer. So let's go back to Dr. Q.
I have my slingshot and I'm throwing rocks and imagining that one of them is going to hit this star and that star, and I'm looking up into this sea of darkness and little stars, right, where you can easily get lost. Probably my neurons were beginning to make connections and all this kind of fancy stuff that I now understand, and they were trying to make sense of the universe. And I think that that's probably where this imagination and this scientist in me was born.
So I recommend this movie. You can find very easy on Netflix. It's Surgeon's Cut. It's very nice, and not only for physicians, of course. Before to end my presentation, I would like to invite you, for those who are involved in this field, in neuro-oncology, we will have in our university the second edition of our neuro-oncological conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Matei, for your presentation. Of course, we had some insight from one of the most, let's say, unknown but also technological domains, the neurosurgery. Many improvements have been done, but also due to engineers, also due to IT scientists that have improved methods for CT scan, MRI scan, functional scan, and so on. Do we have questions from the audience for Dr. Matei? Yes?
Excuse me? About neuromonitoring, I do not understand.
Please repeat the rest of the question, or louder, or come in front of
Please, yes, come here.
For neuromonitoring, if you have like an oscilloscope, something to see the signals in real time from the brain.
Neuromonitoring is always in real time. Before the operations, we use some implants and we put the electrodes in the muscles of the patients. We connected these electrodes through the some wire with a system, with a computer, yes. And during the operation, I try to, and I make some stimulus of the brain. I make a stimulations with current, monopolar, either bipolar stimulation, and the neurophysiologist, stay with me for the whole operations, and he looks on the screen, and practically it's in the real time. It's a real-time device, either for motor evoked potentials, sensitive evoked potential. There are a lot of potentials that we are used during the operations. We use, depends, when it's very big debate about this, because we used to use monopolar stimulation with variable intensity between 0.1 milliamperes to, let's say, 10 milliamperes, depends on the region of the brain. With, you can see here in our presentation, in my presentation, this for instance, this is bipolar stimulations. You can see this on the right, yes? We use this bipolar with a biphasic current with a frequency of 60 Hertz, with a pulse duration 1.25 seconds, with trains of pulse with durations between 3-4 seconds, and of course 1 to 6 milliamperes. This is old methods, but it used very often in clinical practice. And with this device, the other one, we have a special device, and there are only few centers in Romania that use this device. It's suctions device. You can see here. And this device provides stimulation. This is monopolar stimulation, and we can use this in the same times to suctions and in stimulation. There are few examples for you.
I have also one question.
Yes.
I received it from...
It's very scientific anyway, and this is a specialized guy, Dr. Philip Dan, who have perhaps one of the greatest experience in the country with this method. We have more than 300 cases where we use this technique.
Regarding the devices that you use for monitoring or for other things, do you have some maintenance plan, or how you are sure that are accurate all the time? Or
this monitoring system is a special computer. There are a few software already installed from the company who produce this device. There are many producers. There are many companies who are producing the device for monitoring. And there are software dedicated to this issue. So it's not something that we can choose something. Mm-hmm. It's already done. It's already...
but the software are developed based on medical staff
yes,
input or
yes.
contribution in somehow?
Yes, of course. This stimulation, this brain stimulation, and this brain mapping, and subcortical and cortical mapping and so on are developed since 100 years based on researchers and clinical observations, and
also the software appears with new version, I think, in time.
Of course, and new machines are more and more improved.
Improved and, of course, accurate. Okay.
Much more accurate,
okay.
Of course.
So if there are no more questions, we have a question.
This is a special goggles that provide flash during the operations. This flash stimulates the retina. And in the meantime, we have to implantate some electrodes in the occipital part of the skull, of the scalp. And there is the visual area of the brain. And there we record the visual potential evoked, visual potential, potențiale evocate vizuale. Okay. This is the very important when the tumor is located nearby the visual systems.
This is very useful because when I touch the optical nerve or optical tract, the neurophysiologist, yes, announce me, and I can stop the surgery or I can improve my technique.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, and I hope that everyone was feeling like in Dr. House or in the Grey's Anatomy. But of course, keep in mind that everything and all the technology that we are developing, it's for saving lives. Okay, and have a great evening.
Thank you also, Doctor, and also for, I felt like a Discovery Channel. And I may say that I was your patient, but now I'm a little bit afraid about, but thank you very much. This is not quite the end. Yes, we are reaching the end. We will do also a short rope up, and then I will finish with the award session for our hackathon participants. First of all, thank you very much for all that joined these days as a speakers, but also as a participants, and also for the questions that were put it, because I learned a lot. As I said, I'm a little bit, how to say, afraid, but I also am very impressed. I hope also these students that are here learn a lot or would learn. Everybody is free to go on the conference website to see after 1-2 days the PDF version of the whole presentation. Also the recordings will be there, so everybody who wants could take some notes. Just to finish, to remind few things that are in my mind. We started and saw that without AI we cannot live further, I can say, and in many domains, as a tool, of course, but everybody from this room will try to develop such tools to improve life, to find some new disease or to find some patterns that could lead to some disease, and to be proactive, not reactive, in my opinion. Also, we saw that the cars are smarter, but this smart thing was involved by your input. You are that create these things smarter. Of course, AI could lead to the culture and to the health and to other things. Also, we saw that energy is a critical issue and could be dangerous situation or a situation that we didn't thought before, didn't think before, like COVID-19, like the war or other things that could help us to be resilient, to take care, to survive in some bad situation. But more than that, what is very important, or maybe one of the most important things, is start from education. Educating new generation to be, how to say, to be creative, to don't stop, but to do what they want, actually. They could do or apply their knowledge in any field that they want. The sky is not the limit. It was very impressive also, the film, the movie that we saw, that to find their stars, to go to the path to find their stars, and also to improve the things here in Romania. At least this I wanted to happen, to don't be to the end of any rankings, to be a little bit in front, but also to have a better future here and also a sustainable future. So, I congratulate now the participant to the hackathon, the young generation. I'm happy we will have a future, a bright future. They will receive also some awards. They work hard these 2 days. And of course, we have some sponsor that will recompensate or compensate their work. We have premium sponsors like Continental, NXP Semiconductors and Vitesco Technologies, and also support sponsor like Marquardt, Shell Systeme, Multiversix, and Sibiu IT Cluster, Asociația Sibiu IT. We have, for the first time, 15 teams that were attended to the conference, to the hackathon, and also teams from Bucharest and Iași, new teams that came here this year. I want to say that no matter will be the final rank, let's say final situation, will be another opportunity. Next month will be another, or this month, I don't remember exactly, Sibiu IT will organize another hackathon. Will be definitely in spring hardware software engineering contest from the implemented by computer science and electrical engineering department. I hope to organize next year the same conference at the 5th edition. So there will be new opportunities. Don't how to say, draw back. Yes, just move further. So we have 15 teams, around 45 or 50 students and pupils from university, but also from high school. And now I only say the name of the team, and then I will say their awards, let's say. Pixel Health, MedCats is from Bucharest, AeroGuard, Codecrafters, Bytes, Brookster, Young Vision, Smart Chat, VoIPH Pack, Pulsar, Electrified Connection, Green Parking, Basil, Omega Dorulean, and AIPD from Iași. And I will tell you the name of the team, and I invite here to give you some diplomas. And Maria, tonight, you will provide their. Okay. Then you come here first to take the diploma. When finished with all diploma, I invite all to come in front to make a picture, a group picture, or maybe more, and then to follow Maria crossing the street when you can obtain your awards. So, we provide free awards, but also the rest of the participants receive a mention, menzione, as a mention award, but everybody will receive something, and more than that will receive Elron Golds from Multiversix in your pocket. That means you need to provide probably your email to Radu Kish, but we will come back later with this announce. Okay, mention award is for Smart Chat team. Lucian Blaga University, Urluescu Alexandru. Is here? No, okay. I'm sorry, that is not here. The team from Bucharest, MedCats, Mitea Nicolae, Pohonțu Andrei, Manolache Andrei. But don't leave, yes? AIPD, the team, it's a cross between Lucian Blaga, University, Gheorghe Asaki, and Alexandru Ioan Cuza from Iași. We have somebody from AIPD? Probably not. Also, mention a word for Young Vision. Another mention a word for code crafters. And also mention a word for Bytes team from Goga. Also mention a word for Omega Dorulean. And also mention a word from Electrified Connection. Also mention a word for Basil team. Mention a word for AeroGuard. Mention a word for WOIPH back. We have here. I'm curious what means. And because will be something that means the third place, the green parking team. We have here this is an example of woman in science that yes, not from engineering, congratulations, but it's only girls in this team. Because yesterday it was discussion about how to increase, or today, I don't remember exactly. Second place is also a team that I know a little bit, Pixel Health. And because the jury reached a little bit to the conclusion that we have almost relative exactly same number of points, we have two places of number one. That means Brookster, that is from National College Samuel von Bruckenthal, and Pulsar from National College Gheorghe Lascu. And now I want to thank, first of all, to my colleague Remus Brad, to my colleague Maria Dobrota, to my students, Andrei, Melissa, and also Daniel, Radu, and all other, and the hackathon team from Ionela, Stefan, Alex, Emil, who make happen this, that everybody to look to us. And I thank you very much for your participation. And we meet a little bit again. Alma, thank you again. And please come here in front to make few pictures together. And then the pupils, the students, I invite to go to follow Maria crossing the streets to retrieve your awards. Thank you very much, and hopefully meet again next year.